The champ is here. This is the champ. Oh my God! I won it against the best player.
I don't know what I'm doing. I can beat that.
You won the hand.
Thank you.
Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrigan's done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Malletz has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Monaco and the final day, the final table of the PokerStars European Poker Tour Monte-Carlo main event. Every single hand live and cards up as we play down to a champion here at the Monte-Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort with the trophy, the title and €1 million on the line. James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Griffin Benja.
Hello, everyone.
You know, James, I don't want to say Monaco's expensive, but a standard smoothie comes with mango, banana, and Burberry.
Sounds very expensive. So reminder, you can get in touch today using the live chat on YouTube. Yes, I know it's a Saturday, but Chat Pro Saturday is not a thing. It is a final table. We're at the business end. There's a lot of money on the line. Things are getting serious, and here's how we got here. The penultimate day started with 18 hopefuls vying to make the final table. Boris Angelov, Matthias Mulhusen, and chip leader Alexander Shevlyakov on the main stage. Out in the field, a huge pot early doors. Andreas Gerler all in against Enrico Coppola. Coppola called with trips. Gerler drawing dead. That was our first KO of the day. Shevlyakov hit a miracle river against Mulhusen, sending the Dutch pro to the rail in 12th. Shevlyakov hit the river again in the very next hand. That was dispatching Diego Di Martino. That took us down to a single table. Kestutis Jungovicius bowed out in 9th. Leon Zieta busted in 8th. And it was the elimination of Miguel Capriles which took us to the final table. Boris Angelov bagging the chip lead, looking to go one better than last year. He was the runner-up in 2024. He could be the champion in 2025. He has the biggest stack coming into the final day. 8.4 million, 70 big blinds. Shevlyakov, the other big stack. Galinsky and Wakil pretty comfortable, as is Coppola, as is Kokistani with 32 big blinds. No one's short here, Griffin.
Yeah, a lot of chips in play here. I wouldn't expect to see, the eliminations come fast and furious, but we'll see what happens.
And now we are six-handed. Now we're at the final table. Everyone is guaranteed the better part of 200K. More than $250,000 for 5th. Nearly $500,000 for 3rd. More than 600K for the runner-up. And as previously advertised, the winner of this year's EPT Monte-Carlo main event gets €1 million exactly.
A cool million.
$1 million is pretty cool. So we're going to pick up the action at level 30. Blinds will be 60,000, 120,000 with a 120K big blind ante. We still have 22 hands to play at this level. The trophy in position will be presented this evening.
You talk.
Me?
Yeah.
Jamil Wakil made the final table of the PCA in 2023.
I wasn't on the balcony.
Plays online as Jamil 11 made the final table
This
of the
morning I had
W
my
Coupe main
breakfast
event
on
in
the
2023. Rico Coppola,
Nice view, huh?
not a pro, runs his own business, is a hospitality professional, lives in Switzerland.
The location is good.
Oh, yeah.
Mariusz Galiński made the World Series of Poker
think
Europe
it's the best
final
location
table
for
in
EPT.
2024.
Yeah, I think so.
Cashed both the main event and high roller at EPT Prague.
For me,
But not the same.
Barcelona is...
We've established that Boris Angelov was runner-up in this tournament last year, also made the FT of the World Series main
Really?
event last summer.
The city or the like the venue?
Like the whole package.
Alexander Shevlikov has made 2 EPT
The
final
elevators are
tables,
crazy.
both in high roller events.
In the hotel?
Satellited into this event for
Remember?
530
Everyone going
euros,
up and down on
works
the
in IT in Slovenia.
That was crazy.
Amir
I
Kokistani,
wonder if
originally
they're
from
gonna
Ukraine,
go
now
back.
lives in Hamburg, Germany, and won the Eureka
They're trying to
Hamburg
take
event
the
last
license.
July for more than 110K.
Wow.
Well, it had a good turnout, but a lot of French players. But
And we are ready to get the action restarted.
good luck, guys.
Good luck to the final 6. They are playing down to a champion today. We get to see every single hand live and cards up, starting with hand number 1.
Do you think they're rumbly in the tumbly?
A little bit. Can be tough to get a good night's sleep before an EPT final table. Not that I would know.
Ace-king suited for Kokistani, and we're going to see an early position open. Granted, we're 6-handed now, so +1 is also the low jack. We have Coppola here in the cutoff with Queen Deuce. He's folded.
Push those cards forward a little more, please.
Rounds the blinds. And just a big blind in this hand, following the elimination of Capriles last night. Angelov folding the big. Raise and take it for Kokistani.
The first,
First blood.
not
Good
bad.
start.
Not bad start.
Cock of the walk. Kokistani.
So, as we've established, he is the shortest stack at the final table, but he's not short stacked, hovering around the 35 big blind mark.
.34 big blinds. Plenty of chips.
Edward Knight is ready for the day. Got my coffee, got my donuts. Let's go.
Do we know if that is a human laughing or did a seagull work its way into the building?
There are a lot of seagulls here.
Yeah.
I would say seagulls. Stop it now. Plenty of support for Boris Angelov today. Very popular player, especially in his home country of Bulgaria. Joe, how is Angelov not in your top 5 right now?
Ah, so
I don't update the rankings until the tournament is complete.
Based on last year, the final table of this event, the final table of the World Series main, and this year's Monte Carlo main event, I don't see how he doesn't break the top 5.
Just remember, you're competing with Slaven Popov and Rumen Nanev and Simeon Naidanov.
So Jamil Wakil has opened here with ace-9. Shevliakov with a defendable hand here, Griffin.
Yeah, very defendable. Very nice.
Call 270,000. Heads up.
Going to be a near flip going to the flop. It's a flip.
If we see all 5 cards.
Well, it's 10-5-4 with just the 1 heart. Wakil with the advantage right
check.
now as Shevliakov checks to the pre-flop aggressor.
2 very strong, deliberate players. Been very impressed by the 2 of these over the last few days.
Should highlight that Jamil Wakil had a deep run in this tournament last year. Claims he has unfinished business in Monte Carlo. Made it to the penultimate day well stacked, but crashed out earlier than he would have liked.
2 bet 180,000.
Pretty nice price here for the Queen Jack of Hearts. I don't always expect to see a fold facing a 25% bet here. A lot of good turn cards for Shevliakov's hand. think once you creep up to 35-40% pot, we might see a tight fold, but at this size, we're going to see him continue with some sort of action.
8 raise,
And
525,000.
he goes for aggression, and I really like this because it pressurizes, you know, the player that's sort of around tied for 4th, 5th, and chips. Why play defensive when you can really put him in the blender? And Wakil has the exact kind of hand that would c-bet and then fold to this kind of pressure.
That blender you speak of was where I got my Burberry smoothie.
Yeah. Thanks for lending it to me for that joke.
2 pass.
Nice start, Shavlyakov.
This one is a bit suspicious. Sorry? What? Because of the exposed hand.
So that's interesting. Jamil will kill. I believe it was him who said
Maybe it's upside up.
that hand a bit suspicious because perhaps Jamil will be opening a bit lighter as we saw Enrico fold out a turn. So a little meta there.
It does put a new paint job on things when anything out of the ordinary happens. Exposed card, out of turn action.
Well, Shavlyakov has narrowed the gap between himself and Boris Angelov at the top of the leaderboard as we move on to the 3rd hand of the day.
Thank you.
5, 4, 6. More looks like upside up.
Condescend says who got eliminated in 7th yesterday. It was Miguel Capriles, the last player to leave us on day 5, which established this 6-handed final table that's returned for the final day. Action on Wakil. 6s under the gun.
5.
270.
2 raise, 270,000.
Likely the worst pair that I think Wakil opens here under the gun, given the ICM implications, the pressure other players can put on you, especially these two monsters. But he's going to go for it. He's come to play.
Bobo asks, are the players allowed to wear headphones and listen to music? No, they are not. No headphones, no cell phones, no electronic devices at the final table as we see Angelov re-raise from the button.
8 pass.
Perfect example. Just a deuce in hand. Likely something like ace deuce of spades still, but it's so difficult to continue with a pocket pair. Now, Kokostani.
5.
King, queen of spades.
Good man.
Wow.
9.
What a
Very good,
spot.
man.
Take a Stanny.
2 pass.
Wakil has folded, Angelov has folded, Kokostani picking up a lot of dead money there. And in fact, Kokostani has just gone from 6th on the leaderboard to 4th place. Chips up to 42 bigs, leaving Jamil Wakil trailing. As we established, moved to Hamburg from Kiev.
Just
funny,
excellent awareness.
He moved from one sandwich to another.
Is a dentist by profession and won that Eureka event last year.
It's really not an easy trigger to pull there, and I'm pretty impressed. Reads the situation really well. I mean, even if Jamil Wakil has pocket 10s there, ace queen off, certainly ace jack suited, all these kind of hands facing a 3-bet and a 4-bet all in, they have to go in the bin. So if you imagine Angelov is trying to flex that chip lead, trying to put ICM pressure on Wakil, it's just a really, really nice shove that I'm pretty impressed.
Three pass. 5 pass. 6 pass.
Shavlyakov's going to open from the button
40,000.
with a card known, the 6 of spades. Kokistani eventually passes on 10-8 off.
2 pass.
Chevrolet calls going to pick it up without a fight.
Ace of spades.
Adesso prendi tutto. Giocavo da piccolo.
Alexander Shevlikov started yesterday as chip leader, has the chip lead once again. It's the slight advantage right now over Boris Angelov. He's an IT professional who satellited into this event on PokerStars, plays from Slovenia, and yes, has made 2 EPT final tables, both in high roller events, both in 2023, Paris and Barcelona.
Occupation, works in it. What is it? I was like, that's a badass profession. He's just like, I work in it.
And working it well.
Guys, don't touch my big blind, eh?
Wake up.
Huh?
Can I have 20,000 instead, please?
Precious
Thank you.
prince. Don't disturb him.
Sir, can I have...
I love the fact that Coppola's behaving like he's, you know, in the 160 daily at Aria. Hey, no touching my big blind.
No, just
No,
120,000.
the blue. The blue.
More blues,
Ah, the
please.
blue.
Thank you very much.
I get the impression that Enrico Coppola is enjoying himself in this tournament.
You got to.
Absolutely.
I think especially if, and I'm not saying he feels this way, and I'm not saying this is true, but let's say that you feel a little outclassed, and you really got to have fun with it.
I mean, I would say he's the clear underdog here. He's a non-professional player.
Six pass.
Action on Shevliakov.
8 pass.
Only for you, my friend.
9
Thank
pass.
you.
Oh, look at that. Kokistani obliging. Not going to touch Coppola's big blind.
It's working.
What's Wakil going to do with Queen 5 in the small?
2 call, 120,000.
Call. He's going to call.
3 check, 1.
And Coppola checks his option with a dominating queen.
Heads up.
Угол.
And the flop is 7 deuce deuce.
Don't expect to see much betting on this flop.
2 check.
Wakil probably thinks queen high is good, a decent percentage of the time here. Coppola is going to oblige, though.
3
Perhaps
bet,
just
175,000.
thinking it's going to be easier to play.
2 pass.
You have blue chips under the black guy.
Takes it down.
Okay.
Good job, Enrico Coppola. Originally from Turin, now lives in Geneva.
Look at him getting into their heads. They're like, you have a dirty stack. He's like, oh, I know. It's by design.
Biggest cash on the EPT was in Barcelona last year. 9th place finish for 87K.
Is there any rule about it or?
For the reading.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's all.
So we have spotted that Shevlikov has only been showing one of his
Because
cards.
I don't want to.
On
And-
purpose.
Yeah, he's basically just told the dealer, I don't want
On
to.
purpose.
Oh.
Well, that is going to result in an intervention from the floor staff.
You're in trouble. Ooh.
I know this comes up often in conversation. People ask, what if a player doesn't want to be on the feature table? What if a player doesn't want to show their cards? It is in the tournament T's and C's that they have to.
And the T's and C's stand for tacos and chalupas.
Well,
I thought it was
Shevlikov
chocos and churros.
has shown us that he
we
has
go.
ace deuce of spades, and he is raising to 240,000. Kokistani with ace jack.
5.
He's playing a time bank card. Of course, every player would have got an additional 6 time bank cards at the start of the day to combine with any they bagged from the previous days.
I like how he quickly turned it over. It's like, just in case.
Nine call, 240,000.
Kokistani is going to call
Two pass.
in position. I think Koppler is the only player who has basically burnt through all of his time bank cards every single day. So he'll be starting today with just 6 cards. And he has announced re-raise here. He's 3-betting from the small blind, 750k with ace queen.
Yeah, and I think Kokistani could have gone either way with this as a flat or a 3-bet. So probably fortunate for him.
Yeah.
He didn't 3-bet. Really depends how he wants to react to Koppela's squeeze.
8 pass.
But if he's prepared to make a tight fold, then he has certainly lost the minimum in this hand.
The original raiser has folded. Action on Kokistani.
We have seen over the last few days Enrico be, pretty active pre-flop with 3-bets, but not necessarily super light. In spots where he thought maybe he could flat a hand like ace-queen, he would 3-bet it. So usually pretty linear, I think, and Kokistani finding the solid fold.
S'il te plaît, arrête. S'il te plaît. Dehors.
Time of his life. You'd love to see it.
He's also got a rail going there.
Yeah.
I mean, we're like, what? You can walk to Italy from here.
$18 hands to play at this blind level. Shevlyakov, current chip leader. Jamil Wakil, currently the shortest stack.
Orange juice. Orange juice. Yes, 2. No, one is enough. Fresh, please. Thank you.
For me, 1 green. You want still water?
And water as well. Thank you.
8 pass.
Sorry? 1 espresso and 1 still water. Can I have a still water too, please? Cold?
Me too,
Thank
still
you.
water, please. Still water.
Still water, still water.
You guys want anything?
I'm all right, thanks.
Just
2
you.
pass. 3 pass.
You drink only water when you play.
Yeah.
Action folded to Galinsky, who
5 pass.
is going to give
I don't
Boris
drink
Angelov a walk.
I'll have some water with some
only water.
Peroni in it. Thank
When
you.
you play.
No.
Ever?
In general.
Oh, the magic.
You crush me.
That's healthy.
So pretty much even Stevens at the top of the leaderboard. Shevlyakov and Angelov tied around 62 big blinds.
Even before like the whole big scandal.
Oh, this. Okay, the bluff catching was the.
Yeah, but it was like maybe 3 or 4 years ago. That just confirms that life is such a simulation.
Yeah, true.
Thank you very much. And small line, please.
Bag was suited.
And 8 of the final table. Blinds 60,000, 120,000. Including this hand, 16 to play at this blind
9
level.
pass. 2 pass.
So mad I can't tank anymore and stick somebody with the big blind.
Coppola raising with
Three
tens.
raise,
I love doing that.
275,000.
Especially in a 5K.
5 pass.
Angelov with Jack-8 in the small. Folds.
6 pass.
Shevlyakov in the big. Folds.
Tous les coups, vous faites comme ça? J'ai besoin de concentration, moi. Hein.
Coppola chipping up to around 50 bigs.
Mais, Kylian Mbappé.
Excuse me, sir, if you don't mind to keep your cards a little
He just wants to win.
Forza Paris.
Thank you very much.
Forza Inda.
The dealer once again reminding Alexander Shevlyakov that he needs to put his
He said
hands
on
in the
purpose he
reader.
doesn't want to do it. It's not an accident.
And his cards.
He said it.
Jamil trying to get that message across with a smile.
Yeah. Shevlikov is saying he is not going to do it, and you'll notice that he's specifically not putting one card in the box.
It's such a
I try
weird
another time.
3 raise, 275,000.
timing and form of protest.
Can he do this?
No, he can't, and it's going to become a thing.
8 plus.
Should none of us do it?
I mean,
what's the big deal about putting your cards in the? It's you're on the feature table. Why come like?
I will tell you later.
5.
Okay.
Yeah, but if we're all doing it and you're
9, 4,
not, you have an
275,000.
advantage on us. You can see what
Heads
we
up.
fold and we can't see what you fold.
Coppola's raised, flattered by Kokistani. And I can imagine the floor will be on their way
doesn't
as
wanna
we see a
show his-
king-high flop.
Put his cards in the
9,
box.
check. Seat 8.
See it. He
If you want, I
said it.
will tell you why.
Said on purpose.
So, as this hand
Three,
plays out, Shevlikov is going to have a conversation with Mario, who is the senior floor supervisor across the main event today.
700.
9 raise, 700,000.
Meanwhile, top 2 pair for Kokistani. This is a huge
Yeah.
spot. And Coppola has a hand he might want to continue with. It's a pretty big raise, but as the aggressor, you flop this gutter to the nuts. Doesn't feel right to be bet folding it, but we could see a disciplined fold from Coppola.
Five. Three, pass.
Nice discipline. You're not really expecting many check raises on King 9-8 as the aggressor, so when it comes in, it feels kind of like very strong, and it was.
So it'll be interesting to see if we see a change in Alexander Shevlikov's behavior now he's had a clarification session with the tournament staff.
You want to pay for me?
Next
I knew you were a good friend.
Straddle.
Next one.
That is the trophy they are playing for in addition to the €1 million first prize.
The tour is long.
Three, pass. Five, pass. Excuse me, sir. Once again, if you don't mind to put the card in the box. Thank you very much.
Angelov with ace king.
5, 6
We
raise.
all put our
250,000.
card here or no one. If
Agree, yeah.
8 pass. We're gonna talk at the end of the
yeah,
hand, please. Thank
right
you.
now you have to
Yeah.
make a decision.
Okay. Thank you.
It's not really her fault.
9, pass.
Something tells me Mario's going to be coming back.
2, pass. Floor, please.
Here he comes.
I just thought we were over this.
It's okay.
Sorry.
Okay, Mario, we have the same problem. The players are not happy about the fact
I know,
that...
I'm dealing at
Or all or no one.
Okay.
I am dealing with it now. I'm going to talk to the tournament.
What's the problem if it's not secret?
We are talking about no phone on the rail because of the information you get on the live stream. With half an hour delay, I'm also not fine with it. 2 hours in the break. What I'm not seeing outside, I don't mind.
So during 2 hours I don't put my card here. Why
You have to. I'm gonna deal with this.
But if there is a rule, it's for all.
I understand. I need to talk. We're gonna take off the rails, take phones off the rails.
From this
For
hand,
now,
I'll start to put both of them here.
Okay. From now,
Okay.
please, and I'm going
Yeah.
to fill with it, okay?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I need your small blind and big blind, please. Thank you.
Ну, братан, так нечестно, понимаешь? Я тоже не хочу, чтобы потом посмотрели стрим.
Все честно, все честно.
Том рынку, че
Всё
се гледа
хорошо.
стрим
Договорились.
на Рео и че ще
Не
му
показывали
бият
там.
картите.
Okay, so
Че имам някой
Только без
нещо,
обид,
ми каже
без
какво
обид.
има.
yesterday, you might remember that both Kokistani and Shevlikov were not happy about the fact that Boris Angelov had his friends watching the stream on the rail and was going over in between hands to get information about what players had folded.
30 minutes earlier, yeah.
Correct. But bear in mind that this has been happening since the dawn of time. Clearly, the tournament staff are considering a rule now that that is not a thing and that you can't be watching the stream on the rail. So Mario, if you missed what he said there, is talking to Toby Stone about imposing a rule that there can be no electronic devices on the rail. Anyone watching the action live cannot have an iPad, a phone, or a computer.
2 pass.
It's really going to weed out the true non-fans of the people on the table, you know, not having your phone for hours on the rail like that. You really care about that person. I like it.
I mean, if people really want to get the information, they'll just get it a different way.
I think what he's basically saying is for the 2 hours of live play, you just don't have information. And then during the break, if you go outside the venue, if you want to talk about
I agree with
strategy-
that if it's enforceable. Like, I think it's probably better just to not let people talk to their rail is what the easier way to do it, because someone on the rail can still, like, go get a piece of paper, write down a bunch of hands, come back and show it to them. It does make, it's a deterrent, right? I get that.
Would have been tough to enforce in the Irish Open final table.
All I'm
No
going to
drinking,
say
no phones.
is ever since we moved, and we're going back a decade now, more than a decade, ever since we have had live-streamed final tables with hole cards and a 30-minute delay, we have had people on the rail watching the stream and players getting information. I think what's happened in recent years, and of course last summer's World Series of Poker main event was a classic example, is there were people who had things on electronic devices that were not just the stream. And that is why players are now nervous when they see what could be perceived as coaching or could be perceived as people gaining some kind of edge or advantage from their rail crew.
I also think that yesterday Angelov, you know, literally looking at the phone, watching the video was probably just a bridge too far for a lot of people.
Yeah.
That if his friend had just whispered to him, hey, on that hand he had this, on this hand he had that, but like leaning over the rail and watching the stream was, you know, it was probably just a little too brazen for the taste of the other players at the table.
Yeah, I mean, look, the game is getting harder year to year, and the edges are getting smaller, and so players are going to try to find, you know, as many edges as they can within the rule framework. And unfortunately, like you said, it just doesn't sit well when you're actually leaning over and looking and watching what happened 30 minutes earlier when not everyone else is taking that opportunity.
9 pass.
Let's not forget that Boris Angelov was at that final table at the World Series of Poker last summer, where there was the controversial laptop in the stands.
5 pass.
Not good.
No good. Not even suited.
Suited.
Boris Angelov, runner-up in last year's main event. And as we were just discussing, also at the final table of the World Series main event last year, $4 million in live cashes, not even 30 years old yet.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of money, but between the 2.5 he made from the World Series final table and I assume, you know, upwards of $500,000 here, he's got a long career ahead of him and most of his success in those two events.
So Mario's coming back to the table. He's discussed things with Toby Stone. I guess we're going to find out what's going to happen.
Gentlemen, quick update. I will now request the rail to not use any electronic devices. If we
Okay.
need them, we send them away. Okay?
Thank you.
That's for now. We don't take them away, just put them in the pocket. And one player per hand while the clock is running. No coaching on the rails. No information.
So both
So I
things.
just cannot stand up and talk with the rail.
No, not during the game.
Not about the game. You, one player per hand. That's it. No coaching, nothing. Nothing.
No, when I'm not in, I can do it.
No, while the clock is running, one player per hand. No coaching on the rail. What you do in the break, I don't care. But while the clock is running on the race, no coaching. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, this is new, and I guess it's just an evolution and something that makes sense in the modern era. No electronic devices, no one on the rail using a phone, an iPad, or a computer, and no coaching, which I guess means no going up to the rail and talking with people.
Yeah, I mean, I assume if you go over and get a hug and a kiss or something, no one's going to give you a hard time, but I would assume that any length of conversation is going to be scrutinized.
5 pass.
So you have to basically wait for the break. You play a 2-hour session. During the break, you can get information from your friends about what happened, what hands people had, but whilst the clock is running, in inverted commas, whilst gameplay is taking place, Mario's rule was 1 player to a hand, just stay at the table, play the cards.
It seems fine to me. You know, what should you really have to talk to your rail about anyway, other than to say, hey, thanks, or a high five or something like that? I think I left the oven on. You can yell from the table, you know what I mean?
Very interesting flop here.
Yeah.
6 check.
You know, Shavlyakov so ahead against these two combinations of hands, but then just the Jack, 9, 8, all spades. Gutter and a flush draw for Angelov. Gutter and a flush draw for Coppola.
8 check.
And I don't fault him for playing. Pardon me, Coppola, top pair, the flush draw.
Yeah, solid 40% equity for Coppola as he bets 550,000.
Pass.
Yeah, I think this is just a nice, clean check call as...
8 pass.
Oh, wow, he folded. Okay, really didn't like the board. Perhaps didn't think Coppola would just be betting it with just a jack, but I think that's a bit too tight for my tastes.
Folded second nuts.
No, nuts.
He always says he has the nuts, this guy. It's great. Hey, honey, I finally get to wear my final table hat.
I know.
You see my cup, my friend?
See what the hat says, Griffin?
All of them.
Yes.
What do you have?
It says cock.
yeah.
No, I'm good.
120,000. Thank you.
If that patch isn't Velcro and replaceable, then that hat's pretty much worthless as far as I'm concerned.
For you.
For you. Thank you.
Brody says Angelov has $4 million in live earnings. I don't think he needs help playing poker.
These are just such stupid statements. My God.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but in that hand, Shavlyakov's PokerStars patch slipped off, and I feel like it was like he lost his powers for a second and made a bad fold.
Green tea and water.
Jamil Wakil with ace jack.
The C in his head also stands for cock.
270,000.
Thank you very much.
3 pass.
Thank you.
5 pass.
Nie mogę teraz.
Galinsky just came here to watch.
Mówi, że nie.
6 pass. So it's a race. 270,000.
Oh! What was that?
Sorry, I was getting hot.
8 pass.
Raise and take it for Jamil Wakil.
I gotta say, as far as sort of silent protests go, that was one of the least annoying ones I'd ever seen. It kind of got resolved a little bit and said, "Nah, I will do this." And everyone was like, "Understood." It's okay. It's okay. Look, the game evolves. Things evolve.
Yeah.
I get it. He's a little upset about yesterday. Didn't want to make a big, loud stink about it. He just did his thing for a little bit.
I know it was, look, it was a rule change that was being seriously considered after the World Series last year. And it is inevitable that we would reach a point where it was going to have to happen. And when you clearly have players voicing their dissatisfaction with the status quo, it makes sense to implement that rule change.
I mean,
We're calling it the I have no friends rule.
But the way that he was meditating, it was just very Gandhi-esque to me, the whole thing.
I mean, yeah, if you're super pissed off, I could absolutely see there just sort of, you know.
I think he is, yeah. And
Woo-saw.
that's how he,
Yeah.
that's how he expresses it. I think he was upset.
5.
270.
Wakil opening to 270,000 with Queen Jack of Diamonds.
Shiny.
Coppola with ace-5 of diamonds.
Shiny.
More diamonds, more shiny diamonds.
5. 3 pass. 5 pass.
Angelov on the button also has Queen Jack, unsuited, folds. Shevlyakov in the small blind. Ace King.
Yara.
Did you say YOLO?
Okay.
Israeli
So-
back.
360.
5.
360.
You can't make it
That
360.
is
Oh, no, it's
a
270.
no, not a misclick. Did not see that Wakil opened under the gun.
The minimum.
So this will then serve, I
Floor,
believe, as a min raise and make this hand very interesting.
So he thinks he's raising small to big here.
3x, yeah. Which is what his standard raise would have been.
The raised 270,000, and then the gentleman on C8 said 360,000.
So you have 61. Open raises. There.
270.
It's gonna
And
have
then
to be
360.
420, I
Yes.
believe.
120. What is that? How much?
270.
420, I think it has to be.
270.
Yes.
Plus 150. Yeah, it's 320. Index.
So it's
420.
420, right? So
420.
supposed to be.
270 plus 150 is 420.
Yeah, that's
Index,
time. So it's
Then
So it's
420.
plus
Confirmed.
Plus 150. Plus 150.
Then
We
420.
would have resolved this
Thank
7 seconds ago if I was there.
420, not 420.
you. Yeah. 8 raised. 420,000.
Which is the min re-raise.
9 pass.
Okay, so this is actually going to be very complicated for Wakil. I know this feels like a great opportunity to just peel and see a flop, but guys, he just thinks Shevlyakov was 3xing from the small blind. I mean, that's going to be, could be ace 6 off, king 10 off, a lot of different hands that is just going to fold to a shove. I think Jamil Wakil is going to go all in here.
All
Oh my God,
was
well
not an
predicted.
opportunity. I really missed the action.
And Shevlyakov calls. So Jamil Wakil at risk and behind.
8 call.
And yeah, honestly, I don't think that that was an angle, but it would be a pretty strong one because
It worked.
yeah.
It would have worked, I should say.
I mean, Shevlyakov instantly
That's
said,
so
look,
pop-
I really didn't see the action.
Soy pas pour créer. Tu dis qu'il a fait exprès, le mec?
And Jamil can't believe he finds himself here. Just
Il a
32%,
fait
somehow
exprès,
getting
c'est
in
un jeu
30
de
big
bateau.
blinds plus with Queen Jack.
Oh, look at that look.
He doesn't believe him. I don't think he believes it was a misclick.
Yeah. It is a bit suspicious,
Il
but
faut prendre des courses, il a fait exprès. Hein?
Wow, he can't even
pas
handle the
compris?
heat.
oh man, that's. But can still get lucky here. Look, it's not like he has ace jack. Not a good start. No diamonds.
Wakil at risk. Needs to hit a queen or a jack on the turn or river. 4 outs, or we are down to 5.
Really feel for Jamil here.
It's a king. It's top for Shevlyakov. It's the elimination of Jamil Wakil. Our 6th place finisher who
Good job.
cashes for
He did it against someone
199,750
else.
euros.
L'autre,
Did it
l'autre,
still?
Yeah,
fait,
like 20
raise, mais
something
il a mis
people.
300.
What?
Oui, mais justement, il s'est pas rendu compte que l'autre l'a fait. You will check
If he didn't tell me you just did it to someone else, I mean.
So
Sick about this.
we're only 15 hands since this final table, and already so much has happened, so much controversy. But one thing I will highlight, thank you to StatTrick for making this observation.
Good luck,
Do
guys.
with this information what you see fit. Shevlyakov has not announced any raise at the feature table in all the time he's been there. This was the first time he verbally announced his raise before he put the chips in.
That's enough for me.
Ooh, that is an interesting observation.
That's okay.
So you're gonna be big blind, please? 120,000.
So understandably, Jamil Wakil feeling a little bit sore about that bust out.
I am too, man. I love that dude.
We are down to 5, and Shevlyakov has increased his chip lead, now playing 11.5 million, close to 100 bigs.
Thank you.
There was the insinuation from Boris Angelov, by the way, that he did something similar to a player when there are about 20 left.
Yeah.
Well, at least we have a clear villain now.
I don't know, man. I'm probably just a fish because I believe people.
Wait till tomorrow.
I mean, that's a lot of evidence, dude. Has never announced a raise.
Why would he
did with
say
20
it?
left.
Why would he say I really didn't see it? Why not just keep his mouth shut then? Like, there's plenty of proud angle shooters out there that are just like, yeah, it's poker.
No, they want to keep the they don't want to be like for sure known as an angle shooter. What do you mean, like?
So just to be clear, we've got action here, so I don't want to miss
Yeah.
anything significant that's happening in real time. But basically, Shevlyakov claimed that he did not see Jamil Wakil raise under the gun. He thought the action had been folded to him in the small blind. So he said, verbally, 360,000, and then put his chips out. That was an illegal raise. The minimum re-raise was 420, and that's what the floor ruled. And what Wakil thought is, oh, he didn't see that I'd raised. He's 3xing small to big. He could have a weakish hand here, as I think you said, Griffin. Could be something like ace-6 or just king high. So Wakil tried to take advantage of that by moving all in, and of course get snap called because Shevlyakov actually had ace-king. The insinuation being is he misclicked, in inverted commas, to induce that shove from Wakil.
Yeah, and I just want to be clear about when I think I know how you meant it when he said that he wanted to take advantage of the misclick, but the reality is in that scenario the sort of the rules of the hand have changed now, and it's I don't mind that. I think most players would have shoved in Wakil's seat there. You have
take advantage.
strong,
maybe is a strange wording. It's more like using the information.
It's your hand in that situation. You know, the player didn't even. It's their mistake, and you're like, what? I need to play defensively now with this queen jack suited when I think this guy has a weak hand. Like,
bet 175,000.
Again, we're still working with incomplete information. But yeah, the whole situation pretty tough.
3 pass.
Ça m'amuse plus. Haydi! Bulgaria!
Well, we are five-handed,
Chepachi.
and Enrico Coppola and Amir Kokistani are the two shortest stacks, and they both have more than 40 big blinds.
Moi, je peux tout parler. Hein.
8 hands left to play at this blind level.
Small blind, please.
And while we're dealing with controversy, and we mentioned this when Mario came over and said no coaching on the rail, and I think, Joe, you said if you just go over and like hug someone on the rail or high-five someone on the rail, I don't think they're going to come down on that. Angelov got up and literally high-fived a couple of his mates on the rail and then came back to the table.
I mean, everybody's mic'd. We'll hear what they talk about.
8 pass.
I did think it was funny, though, that everyone was distracted and he went to go to his rail.
Raise. Raise.
9 raise.
Kokistani raising the button with king
265,000.
queen.
3 pass.
Bit of a strange one, actually, for Galinsky.
265.
Incredibly strong ace-jack, big
Five
blind
call,
to button, but
265,000.
at the stack depth of 40 big blinds,
That's all.
you don't want to play for stacks here. So, and you don't want to hand to 3-bet here and have to fold. So, it seems like a very kind of passive, maybe even weak flat call, but I think it really makes sense situationally here. So that's why we see the flat call from Galinsky.
Bet 150,000.
Obviously a lot of differing opinions weighing in, and all the people saying it could have been an honest mistake, and it could have been.
5 call 100.
I always believe everybody. I'm a complete rube when it comes to that stuff.
So am I. The anecdotal piece from Angelov changes my opinion on it. It's not something you accidentally do twice, 2 days. But we don't know the details of the other one, so who knows?
Check, check, and we have a double paired board. Ace high is good.
Just want to give a quick shout out to my buddy Jake on the rail. Grenader Jake is one of the world's top Destiny streamers.
No way.
Had a cruise ship come in today and decided he wanted to come check out the final table.
I like this bet from Galinsky here. Gonna have some missed clubs sometimes, maybe some floats like a queen nine of diamonds, something of that nature. So king high has a bit of reason to be suspicious and maybe wants to call 30% bet some of the time. Hard for you to have a 10 with 2 10s up board, difficult for you to have a deuce.
Cool.
And you look at that, an ace high value bet. This is why this is an EPT final table.
Nice play by Galinsky,
300.
10,000.
who is now third in chips with 55 big blinds.
I mean, the call was incorrect this time, but still, that's like a pretty high-level call to make too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mariusz Galinsky is from Poland. 713K in live earnings. Made the final table of the EPT Prague High Roller last year off the back of his final table appearance at the World Series of Poker Europe. Six hands left to play at the 6120 blind level. By the way, we caught up with Jamil Wakil shortly after his bust out. Before we go on break in just over an hour's time, you will hear that interview in full.
Okay.
Nine raise 260,000.
Pakistani opening from the cutoff with 9-7 of clubs. Queen 5 of hearts for Coppola.
3 pass. Five pass. Sorry. Thank you. 5. 6 call 260,000. Heads up.
9-7 versus 6-4. And an 8-7-6 flop.
Yeah, a piece for both players here, but I don't think Angelov will get into too much trouble. Starting with the lead. I think this is particularly nice because you do want to protect against hands like, you know, your ace jacks and ace queens and not allow them to check back. But you're also not that attached to this hand, even though you have a pair and a straight draw. And yeah, facing this raise, I think you can just comfortably fold.
I mean, I feel like a lot of leads are hands exactly like this, that to me it screams that you're not super attached to it.
Yeah, but there are just some combos that you might be more inclined to continue, like even like a queen 9 of diamonds or like a 10-8 or a 9-7. But 6-4 is the kind of one that, oh, and you know what? He calls anyway. Wow. So Angelov doesn't buy it, or perhaps thinks that as the 7 comes on the turn.
Always coming.
It's the year of the 7. Last year was the year of
Romania.
No, it's the year of the 7. Last year was the year of the 6. This is the year of the 7.
Six bet 300.
And was this year always coming?
That's right.
And Angelov gets back to his lead game. And now Kokostany Thought he was changing his tune for a second there and just calling.
9 raise, 800,000.
2 raises, 2 streets in a row. Who does that?
Yeah, Angelov can't believe the situation he's finding himself in, frankly. This is not... He's not playing by the rules as far as he's concerned. Kokostani shouldn't be raising when he leads from the big blind on this texter. Should not be raising the turn. So what's the deal here, man? What's the vig?
5.
It's okay, Angelov. Your rail will be able to tell you in half an hour. Oh, wait. No, they won't. This changes everything.
Six pass.
Kokostani's turn raise gets the job done. So he's now playing 47 big blinds. Coppola, the shortest stack of the 5 remaining players with 42 big blinds.
This feels very unheard of now, right, James? To have 5 players with 40 or more big blinds?
Yeah, it's
pretty remarkable.
Quite weird, the dynamic we went through, ending day 4 with 18 players and maybe being a little bit behind pace. And then catching up and more yesterday and coming back today with a pretty deep stacked final table with an elimination in the first hour of play, resulting in a significantly deeper average stack than you'd expect.
Five, 9 pass. 3 pass. 5 pass.
Boris is going to have to play very, very cautiously against the chip leader. He doesn't have a good seat being on the right of Shevlyakov. This is a pretty strong hand to have blind on blind. But you just really have to play defense here.
8 raise, 420,000.
Well, here comes the punch.
Yeah, and Angelov needs to play really tight in this spot. Shevlyakov is keenly aware of that.
He did announce his bet there, right? Was it an angle?
6 call, 420,000. That's up.
Ten tray deuce with 2 clubs.
6 check.
And more importantly, 1 heart. Angelov will definitely want to be seeing a turn card drawing to the effective nuts. 2 ways.
Eight bet, 240,000. Six call, 240,000.
Somebody sent across the article of the incident that Angelov is referring to.
Oh, what, the hand against Obrishkov?
It's got some similar qualities to it, but I don't know if it's really the smoking gun people are going to want it to be.
No.
6 check.
So Angelov actually with the advantage, pair of 4s, but it's near enough a post-turn flip.
Yeah, and even forget about the numbers here. If Shevlyakov comes out firing with a bet over 1 million chips, I really don't know if Angelov's going to bother continuing, even though he has turned that pair.
500,000.
Having said that, just 500,000, I think that's going to be just okay. I imagine Shevlyakov is sort of targeting some hands that maybe were unpaired on the flop when he bet quite small, that are still unpaired. Perhaps something like an ace-7 of hearts, which would have check called the flop and folded the turn.
6 call, 500,000.
A lot of interesting rivers. That's not one of them.
Didn't you just say 7 of hearts?
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's crazy.
So Angelov has a lock on this, has checked it to Shevlyakov. Is he going to bluff the river? And will we get an Angelov hero call?
I think this river, this fact that he called the turn, Shevlyakov has a bit more definition of the strength of Angelov's hand, that he's not dealing with an unpaired hand. So,
5.
I mean, at least not most of the time. Let's just say he had ace-9, ace of clubs. He would call twice, of course, but you'd hate to lose at showdown to that. Let's see if Alexander goes for this. Oh, he's looking. And it doesn't appear to be a very large bet.
800,000.
800K into 2.4 million.
And maybe this is just simply a matter of not being prepared to try to bluff Angelov off those decently paired hands. Like if he doesn't think that he's going to fold a 10 or he would have to bet 3 million, why don't we just bet a third pot, make it look value-y, and the times Angelov does have,
5.
you know, ace-8 with a club or something, he can just fold the ace high. Shevlyakov doing a real good job of making it seem like value, if anything, like wanting to get a little more with a 10. Not wanting to scare off something like a turn 4 or a flop 3.
One time bank card played so far.
5.
Second time bank card deployed, extending the shot clock for another 30 seconds.
Call, 800.
And there is the call.
Wow.
Angelov heroes with a 4 and is right and wins a 4 million chip pot from Alexander Shevlyakov. Shevlyakov still chip leader. Boris Angelov not that far behind. 9.4 million playing 8.78 million. Cheer for your boy.
Clap.
And I'm about to go on break, but there's something we need to do before I go.
Oh boy.
We've got about 6,700 people watching on YouTube right now, and this stream only has around 300 likes. Now, I know you're already subscribed to the channel if you're in the chat, because we're in subscriber-only mode, so if you do want to join in the conversation on YouTube, make sure you subscribe to the channel. But what I want everyone to do, on the count of 5, is to use that little thumbs-up icon below the video window and give the stream a like. Are you ready to count down with me? We're going to do it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Smash that like button.
Smash, smash, smash.
Actually, don't ever do it all at once because my laptop gets really hot. It's burning my legs right now. I didn't know we cared about likes. I would have been asking for them all along.
3 raise, 280,000.
It just helps get the stream in front of other eyeballs, and as we said, we want to get more people into the game. We want to get more people playing the pokers.
5 pass.
I love smashing with the audience.
I'd smash.
I'd smash. Smash or pass?
Smash.
Smash. Ace.
Smash, get smash.
5.
Ace-9 for Coppola. Ace-9 for Angelov. I feel like we're going to have players with not a lot of time banks left relatively quickly into this final table. Do they get more heads up?
I don't think you get additional time bank cards.
I don't think so either.
I was just thinking about whether additional time bank cards are given. I think it's just at the start of the day.
It's just been so long that since we've had an EPT. It's been since December.
9 plus.
I used to be a big time bank guy. I don't know the rules anymore.
Vamos.
3-bet from
Haydi.
Angelov gets the same hand to fold. Nice. Quick shout out to Alireza
Haydi.
Fatehi in the chat. What's up, Alireza? Miss you, buddy.
I just miss the idea of you.
Remember this joke? He said, "How do you what do you call a fish with no eye?"
Oh, I think I remember this.
Yeah. Bravo.
Parlare piccolo italiano.
Tu parli molto bene.
Couple of the shortest, 38 big blinds. We could really be floating here for a while.
120,000.
Too much. Madam. Discount me.
120. Thank you.
Are you buoyant when you go in the water? Do you stay above? float?
I have a very hard time sinking to the bottom, yes.
I'm a sinker. Like a Toby Stone.
It's very difficult for me to stay underwater. I think it's because I'm 88% body fat. Ace Queen for Galinsky.
5. 5 raise, 250,000. 6 plus.
Makes it
8
250,000.
9 plus.
Gets around to the big blind, which is Coppola. He flicks it in.
150,000.
200.
Pocket trays.
250.
Another 5,000.
Joe is so small he can't break the surface tension of the water. That's very sweet. When I was a kid, my grandpa told me I was so fat I could float. All right, Coppola with a full house.
3 check.
Whoa.
That's fun. That's so fun.
Yeah, there are some ways that
125,000.
Galinsky can lose very little on this board, and there are ways that he can lose a very lot. And the very lot comes in the form of facing a check raise here, because, and you can see the lift of the right eyebrow from Galinsky being like, wait a minute, is this what I'm going to have to deal with here? I have to reckon with this Coppola check raising me here. How often does he do it with air? I'm too strong with ace queen to fold.
I would have folded 15 seconds ago.
375,000.
But Galinsky is calling with 2% of the equity. 2 times out of 100 will end up with the winner by the end of this hand.
Yeah, ace or queen is big trouble. Jack, nice and clean.
A big old whiff for Galinsky, which is probably the best thing possible.
I think if Coppola bets under 800, Galinsky might feel inclined to call again.
3 bet, 750,000.
There's the under 8. Can Galinsky find the tight fold? I know it's like he just has ace high,
this
but
isn't tight.
It just Joe, please open up your mind. If Coppola has
That shot was tight.
If Coppola has yeah, this is actually a tight shot. Damn. Ooh, damn.
I think this one's just someone standing in front of the camera.
5 call, 750,000.
Oh, yeah.
He's continuing, man. Like, this screams 6-7 or, you know,
5-3.
some rogue 2-spade bluff that has
Pocket
now picked up
threes.
more equity. Oh, boy.
Rivers the ace of spades. That is top pair for Galinsky. Potentially the worst card possible for Galinsky.
I applaud Enrico Coppola, though, playing this fast. Had he played it slow, we would have seen a check on the turn.
Oh, now they're
almost
just
early.
showing off. We get it. You went to film school.
3 bet, 950,000.
Coppola going for
5
3
call,
full
950,000.
streets. Gets called. That is a massive pot.
950,000.
4.8 million total. And Coppola goes from last to third.
Kind of a nice river bet, too. Just like not getting too greedy, not allowing Galinsky to make a big fold, just giving him too good a price with ace-queen. That's going to fly him up the counts.
Only behind Angelov and Shevlyakov now, who are tied for first.
Heads up, Haide!
If you don't mind, sir, to push the chips a little bit when you bet. Thank you. Thank you so much. Just to help me. Thank you so much.
Now that's how you resolve a conflict.
Only lucky. Only lucky.
Just a couple of hands left on this level.
Your blinds, please.
Three, including this one, I believe. Action on Angelov.
5.
But we don't go on break, right? We keep going.
That's right. We keep going.
I'm still learning.
Me too. Pocket jacks. The JS and the JH.
9 pass.
Some would say this is the best combination of all the jacks.
50,000. Thank you.
Coppola in the small. Ooh, he's going to flick it in with 6-5 off. Okay.
No, Enrico, you were doing so well.
Oh, no, he didn't.
Oh, you made me look like a fool, Joe.
I heard your chip hit the felt.
You made me look.
He was hiding behind the graphics.
5. 5 call. 250,000.
My mistake, Griffin. I apologize.
That's
And as Griff, as
It's already been clipped.
As Nick would say, sorry, chat. 10-10-5. Angelov with the overpair.
5 check.
Galinsky with the overcard. Angelov
6 bet.
feels it's
140,000.
safe to continue.
Raise me, I dare ya.
5 pass.
This time folds the ace high early on.
Yeah, good discipline from Galinsky there, respecting the sort of nature of the positions there. Sure, you know, Angelov can just have king jack off there or whatever sometimes, but it's just going to be really tough to defend ace-9 there. 9 of spades. Were that against the button, maybe even the cutoff, probably would have seen a peel, but just decides to let it go and was actually up against pocket jacks.
Now, if there's one on the clock right now, does this mean this is the last hand or there's one more after this hand? That's what I haven't figured out yet.
I don't know what's the time, sorry.
We'll have to see if it goes to 0.
It should be in 40 minutes.
40 minutes.
That's right. That's when you can share all your information. All your little HHs.
Pakistani.
With the Kate. With the Kate.
Pakistani and Kate.
260,000. 3 pass.
There goes Coppola.
5 pass.
Turns out a cappuccino and a water will run right through you.
He's not trying to sneak a bathroom, is he? Can't.
Well, no, I think it's the last hand.
I'm going to
But
give
it's
my friend a bit of time.
Of what?
Of the level.
Yeah, but the blinds are just going to go up. They
Fine.
don't go on break.
I know, that's why he's hustling. There might be like a slight pause, maybe, while they announce
No,
the new
the
blinds.
blinds go up. Joe.
It's going to take him a second to
Joe.
say what happened.
If I was time bank chip leader, yes, but
Yeah, can we get the time bank chip counts, please?
So confirmation that was the last hand of the level. This will be a good opportunity to tell you that tomorrow, aka mañana, it's the start of Scoop, the spring championship of online poker. Tomorrow through June 2nd, $60 million guaranteed across all the Scoop events. You can get involved for 50 cents via Power Path, satellites for 55 cents, sit and goes from 75 cents. There's ways to earn your way into the spring championship of online poker. Plus, there's leaderboards, $100,000 in cash to be awarded to the top weekly performers, $250K in added prizes. There's the Scoop League Challenge, Scoop tickets. It's all coming at you this spring, starting tomorrow.
I feel like you should have a segment on your podcast around this time of year called "What's the Scoop?" Talking about who's doing well. What's the scoop with?
Have you ever listened to the podcast?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is that? Is that already a segment?
This is where I'm calling your bluff. I believe you've listened
Howard
to
Swain.
the sections that you've been involved in. Maybe.
I've listened to it more than you think. Mostly just the interviews, though.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Coppola's back. He sounds a little out of breath. Not going to lie.
Can we get confirmation on the hands that he missed?
Oh, look at this.
God, yes. Oh, yeah. This is great. What a great waddle.
One step at a time? No, you got to two-step it there.
Там някъде 9 часа.
Pust.
Pocket sevens. Still ahead. Shovlyakov with the sort of hand. You'd think he might not want a showdown. Not making a move here on the turn.
Seat 9 bet 200,000. Seat 8 hold.
Pakistani does win it with the best hand. So the blinds went up now. That's correct. The blinds are now 100,000, 150,000 with a 150,000 big blind ante. That's for the next 29 hands. But my guess is before that 29 hands is over, we're going to take a break in 40 minutes. I guess one thing is that it's like less repetitive because the breaks will always come at different times. There'll be different things. It'll be a little bit different scenery, I guess, if you think about it. Shovlyakov with 76.
Seat 8 call.
Limps in the small blind. Kakistani checks back with the 5 deuce of hearts. Ace, ace, king. Both players on track to be playing the board.
Not on my watch.
I like that move. They reach for chips, you fold. We don't need to go through the whole rigmarole.
Small blind country?
You're not going to accidentally announce the wrong size raise to me, sir. I fold.
I'm not even going to let you announce raises.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Get out of there before
I'm not going to be confused.
Full for your reindeer games.
Which, by the way, may have been a mistake, but either way, I'm not going to be confused. Papa Burgundy says, bluffer board.
Okay, you can come to the cookout.
With Riz like that?
Yeah, with Riz, well, maybe
Not
a bit
only-
too much Riz.
Not only are you coming to the cookout, you can hang in the kitchen the whole time.
Wow.
Hey guys, we're trying to
Just
we're
stay
trying
away
to,
from our girlfriends.
We're trying to keep people outside. If you would, no. Oh, hold on a second. You're holding court here in the kitchen. Never mind.
8 fold.
Galinsky, Queen 10 under the gun.
9 fold.
Seems like a pretty fun hand when you're 5-handed. Wow. Gets a dominated suited queen to fold. Must be a tell box.
Wait, who folded one there?
Queen 7 of hearts, I think.
Folded blind on blind?
I don't know if it was blind on blind. It was.
Can we just get a quick rewind?
You're gonna be born in the
100.
100.
Griffin just wants to rewind so he can see this giant coffee stain coming off his shirt.
I don't have a cup. Aww.
6, raise 300,000. 8 fold.
Ace
do-
five. Yep.
This is less important than the pocket tens. I'll tell you after.
Okay, let's see what pocket tens do after this raise to 300,000.
5 seconds.
Very big hand on 39 big blinds.
9 call.
I like this call, though. Don't really necessarily want to play an all-in pot with Galinsky at 25 big blinds. I think a hand like ace-5 would probably just fold. Let's keep some weaker hands in. Another weaker hand at the ace-6 suited.
5 seconds. And 5 call.
Three ways to the flop. 7-5 tray. So that's a gut shot for Galinsky and backdoor hearts, a pair of 5s for Angelov, and the best hand, an overpair for Kokistani. Check, check. To Kokistani, who bets?
700.
700,000 chips.
9 bet 700,000.
Big bet. Big definition bet. Being like, hey, this is it.
We make big bets. We make big bets. You got to be real curious of these 6 of hearts, right? Too curious.
5 seconds. 5 fold.
To this sizing, I think we need to make a distant fold, and I think that's going to go for Angelov as well. Players just, especially at this stage of the tournament, they aren't turning, king, queen, and king, jack of diamonds into this 700K wager into the under the gun player with the technically strongest range going to the flop, and the big blind player who usually is all over this texture. I mean, Angelov might think my hand is still a bit too strong. I can improve if I am against an overpair. But in general, this feels pretty strong from Kokistani.
Repeat 3 on the turn.
9 check.
Wow, I really like this check from Kokistani.
And a repeat 7 on the river.
Just so under-repped. Makes it look like he's kind of giving up.
Is he not? Is he not worried about a 7 now?
No, not that much, no.
Check.
He's expecting something like 6s, 4s, ace-5. Perhaps something like 8s and 9s.
Bet 900,000.
Ooh, It's a nice size, too.
Just shy of a mill ball.
Yeah, could still be a bluff. Kokostany shouldn't really have many sevens in his range. Look, Angelov paying it off right away, I think. And being shown the tens. Look at that.
Sure does. Pay it off.
Beautiful pot. And that is going to leapfrog Amir right over Boris's and his lily pad.
Amir now second in chips with 55 big blinds, 61 for Shevlyakov. Angelov drops below the 50 big blind mark, more or less tied with Coppola, who has 45, and Galinsky remains the shortest stack at 24 bigs.
It's just max value, too. Like, I really think Angelov folds the turn a decent percentage of the time, and then giving him that nice price, betting about 40% on the river. Kokostany's really impressed me on this final table. So as we were talking about the stain, the coffee stain, we can
rewind
for a second. My friend Alex, for my 40th birthday, got me these cream Nikes specifically for Monaco. He said, "You need some nice, cool shoes." And
they look like some nice Monaco tennis shoes.
Fully stepped in excrement the other day.
Oh.
It was brutal. I spent much of this morning cleaning it up because I just can't have nice things.
You know, I don't want to say Monaco's expensive, but the other day I saw a lady cleaning up after her dog with a Louis Vuitton bag. I'm just kidding. They don't pick up after the dogs here.
My shoes do.
As Griffin will tell you.
Yeah.
It's the first time all week Griffin has literally stepped in it instead of figuratively.
The irony was not lost on me as I was cleaning it up.
King Queen for your frickin' favorite, Kokostany.
9 raise 325,000. 3 folds. 5 fold.
I'm not gonna lie, I hate it. I hate it. I hate the hands thing.
6 fold.
I just want the timer back.
Joe, we talked about this.
I know. I
You
really
said
hate it.
don't bring it up on the stream.
I just hate it.
Joe.
For no good reason, by the way. I'm sure this is better. I just don't like it. I just don't like change.
And 8 fold.
Do you remember when they tried to make us use that DEI deck with the 4 colors?
Online or here?
It's just we can't use the timer anymore because of woke.
It is because of woke. That's for sure.
985, pair of 5s for Shevlyakov.
And 9 check.
Check, check. Another 5. That's trips for Shevlyakov.
Tree of a kind.
Cinco.
5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. When did they stop doing that with movies, by the way?
When?
Yeah, I feel like they don't do the 555 thing anymore.
They do it.
I don't know if they do. I feel like it's usually like a number that, and then you call it, and it's like a.
Well, there's a couple other numbers they could use that are also don't belong to people, but it's like it's a law.
Yeah.
That unless you own the phone number, you can't use it. Because there's always some idiot that calls it.
Yeah.
5 seconds. And 9 fold.
I don't know if you remember when Magnolia came out, if you called the Frank T.J. Mackey line from the infomercial, Tom Cruise was on a recording.
Nice. My favorite one was the conversation, The Last Action Hero, where the kid's like, all these numbers are 555.
There's only
I'm
1,000.
in a movie.
There's only 10,000 of them.
Don't you see?
Here's another explosion for your movie, kid.
That movie deserves a revisit that I'll probably be very deeply disappointed. Wasn't as good as I thought.
You want to be a farmer? Here's a couple of acres. He kicks the guy in the balls.
I don't get it. Acres? Like, why?
Like, because they ache.
Oh, my God. No, that's not a line from the movie.
There's a line from Last Action Hero.
5 fold.
Angelov with the fake aces, not going to mess with it after Coppola raises onto the gun, 10-9.
Loosey-goosey.
Yeah, Shelbyakov, nope, not gonna do it.
Always in my big.
So the reason I mentioned Kung Fury, and you either weren't listening earlier, just before we went on air. It was that movie that was kind of like, people will tell you about it. It was like that.
I liked Kung Fury a lot, but I don't remember one single joke from it.
Oh no, neither do I. I just mentioned it because there was like they showed a 10-minute clip at some Comic-Con, and like Michael Fassbender's now the like villain, and Arnold Schwarzenegger's in it.
Wait, there's a Kung Fury sequel?
Yeah. They just released the first like footage from it or something. I don't know if we can actually watch the footage, but the first image of that's why I asked, because I want to know if I should send it to you on Twitter. But then, yeah, look, Kung Fury Insane. This is a real leaked of action comedy, starring Michael Fassbender and Arnold Schwarzenegger, and stuck in legal limbo since 2020.
So is David Sandberg back?
David Sandberg?
He's the guy that played Kung Fury.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, probably.
You like this?
Yeah. This is my
Someone goes, "It's time." # release the Fury cut. Well, here we go. This is the best thing I've seen all year.
Actually, when you first said Kung Fury, I thought that you meant Balls of Fury.
Oh, okay.
I have seen both of those.
Yeah.
Kung Fury is like 45 minutes long too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think I could have handled it at 46 minutes.
No. 45 was good.
Galinsky with Ace King under the gun.
Each 5 raise 300,000.
Ace King.
Angelov with Queen Jack.
5 seconds.
Yeah. We're going to want to see a call here from Angelov. 3-betting would not be nice. Maybe we mix in some 3-bets with the offsuit combination, but probably feels more like a fold. Suited, though, much more playability. Definitely want to see a flop, see if we can make something happen.
We definitely want to see a bet. Oh, Coppola has to fold first.
And 3 fold.
King 10-7, top pair, top kicker versus the open ender.
Yeah, this is a flop that both players are very happy with. So much promise, open-ended, backdoor flush draw.
And maybe some pairs that are live.
Maybe some pairs that are live.
We know the pairs aren't live, but
5 seconds.
they would be sometimes.
Galinsky sizing up a little bit here, betting 35%. Not so much a size up, but not some of those 25% bets we have grown accustomed to, depending on texture. Could have also even seen maybe a little bit bigger, given how frequently Angelov will be on base here. Quick call, as expected. And that is going to be the action killer.
The clanger.
K for killer. A for action, K for killer. Action killer.
5 check.
Galinsky mixing in a check here. This is really interesting. Perhaps understanding that Angelov would only really expect a second bet if Galinsky had a king or pocket tens. So wants to give opportunity. And also, the kind of card where Angelov might fold something like Queen Jack or even make a big tight fold with a 10 sometimes.
535,000.
and has induced a bet. And this is exactly why he went with this check line.
Galinsky
C5 call.
calls. So that leaves Galinsky
Two of them.
with less than pot behind. River is a full house for Galinsky.
And Galinsky with just pot left. Is Angelov suspicious? I would think it might be.
Five check.
I don't think Angelov's really going to want to bluff here, and part of the reason is he has Queen Jack in his hand. You know, Galinsky may have bet this flop with something like queens or jacks, and then be scared of a king. But when you have a queen and jack, your hand less likely. Does Galinsky have a 10 that might fold? Does a 10 even really bet the flop? Does jacks and queens ever really bet the flop? I think Galinsky's going to have a king a lot here, and Angelov recognizes that and is glad he doesn't pull the trigger.
A little smile, little smirk.
Little smile, little smirk.
Nice try, Lao Shay.
Устроил ловушку, не прошло. Устроил ловушку.
Go, Papa. Anya, take
Yeah.
that.
7 hands down of 30.
Я чекал, провоцировать его. Алло.
One about for you.
About 25 minutes until the first break of the day. 22 hands till the next level change.
Have you been in the
of
water
day.
this week?
I haven't.
Either way, I'm going to try to go for it after this level.
C6 fold.
Will you be proud of me?
I will be proud of you, and I'll be a little bit jealous because my schedule doesn't afford me the
Yeah.
ability to go in the water. Unless
Yes.
I want to go at like 7 in the morning.
You have a much better excuse. I've let myself and my people down,
9 fold.
but I shall try.
Send me a picture of your sloppy wet.
Yeah, will do.
Cool.
C3 raise 300,000.
I took this picture for James in the marina this morning. I did walk.
5 fold.
My friend, he took a cruise here, so I walked down to Port Hercule and met him as he got off his cruise ship. And I saw this boat that I thought James might be interested in. Look at that.
That's not Penny's boat. Very cool. Said Quantum of Solace.
Quantum of Solace, the boat.
Yeah. And if James was here, you know what he would say to that, Joe?
He'd talk about how the boat's not accurate to the movie, and there actually wasn't even a boat in Quantum of Solace, and the Solace wasn't the original title of the movie.
It's a good theory. But I was thinking he'd say, you know, Quantum of Solace is actually not that bad. It's just the action scenes were dreadful. And
Well, that is what he says about Quantum of Solace.
3 fold. 5 fold.
Ace deuce for Shevlyakov. King queen for Angelov.
And C6 call.
Under the gun versus big blind. Jack, Jack 7.
6 check.
Ooh, I was wondering when our first question about taxes came in. Thank you, Sukrat Shavkati. Does $1 million winner pay tax there? If yes, how much? Never fail. There's some dork that wants to know about taxes.
Eight check.
Check, check. Deuce on the turn.
On PokerStars streams, tax nerds are the rake.
Six check.
Ace high was the best hand, but a pair of deuces is the best hand now. Whoa! Bulgarian legend Dimitar Danchev sits firmly in my top 5 Bulgarian poker players of all time.
Really? I know he was top 10 for a while.
Onyang Dimov, Slaven Popov, Simeon Naidenov,
Slaven Popov is made up, right?
Rumen Nanev. Those are my top 5. I don't know who I'm going to bump for Angelov. "12 years since Dimitar Danchev won the PCA.
Wow.
And 8 check. Showdown.
Shavlikov is going to get to showdown with the deuces that do not loses. Just Gully says these commentators are ridiculous. So you think I'm making up Slaven Popov? Not only am I not making up Slaven Popov, but when you see a picture of him, you're going to go, that's what Slaven Popov looks like. Right there.
Yeah, that's
Slaven Popov. He is Slavening and Popoving all over the place.
5 seconds.
I actually saw Dimitar Danchev at the gym the other day.
Free fold.
But I had to go, so I left Dimitar running.
5 a fold.
All right.
It's actually pretty good. It works. It actually completely works. Well done.
Thanks.
Shell 90 says the commentators from yesterday were better.
Someone's never seen Lost.
A heads up. Domination situation. 10-9 deuce.
Sit 8 check.
Is there any requirements to participate in these events besides the buy-in? Jack on the turn. I don't think so.
I got my first not bad of the day. It's nice.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I like that. I like not bad.
Now we're even on not bads.
Yeah.
I would go so far as to say that joke was good.
That means it's really good. You never admit that. Well, because you never think it. Oh, got it.
9 bet 200,000 and 8 fold.
Yeah, I gave Kokostani this pot. Come on.
I'm trying to think. I don't think there's any other requirements other than, you know, you have a clean record with PokerStars. Or no record.
Mm-hmm.
So in the end, why Angelov was not sanctioned? Angelov did not break a rule. No rules were broken. The rule didn't exist yesterday.
Sit 3 fold.
Would have been great. 10-4 for Galinsky.
5 fold.
Oh my God, Russell. You guys are great at what you do. Make watching this very fun. Feels like I'm part of the action with you.
Wow.
Russell.
It's kind of what we were going for, too. That's very sweet.
Russell. 8-4 of diamonds for Shavliakov.
Russ.
Sit 8 call.
Oh, well.
Seconds.
Shavliakov has limped in.
Sit 9 check.
Kokostani. Free flop. Or at very least a prepaid flop. King Jack Trey. Nothing for nobody.
Bet it you got it, Chevy. Chevy Chase over here. Better if she was chasing a draw. Damn it. My brain just goes too fast, Joe.
I know.
And 9
Would have been
fold.
really good.
Thibaut,
Shevlikov takes it down.
prendi la coppa.
Update on the chip counts. Alexander Shevlikov, the only player in that 7-figure club with just over 10 million chips and 68 big blinds. Augustani, great couple of levels.
Uh-oh.
What's up, baby?
So I'm going to read you this comment, and I'm going to read the author. The comment is, Shelyakov is a scammer. The author, Kira Wakil. Maybe
might have a relation.
Might have a relation.
Yeah.
To Jamil Wakil. When we go to break, we did grab Jamil before he stormed out. I don't know that he stormed out here. We did get a couple of words in with Jamil to ask him about his thoughts about that situation. And we will be playing it in just under 15 minutes time as we go to break. So don't leave for break time. Stick around.
9 fold.
Angelov's open queen jack, 10-4 suited for Copeland, the big blind. Doesn't play it. Sean asks, is there a reason?
Me too. But I respect you. Yeah.
Is there a reason?
Nice sweeter.
Sweeted, I like that.
It's a position.
Too much respect.
Is there a reason people tend to cover their mouth when in a hand? Some psychological kind of explanation. I mean, I do it myself too when I play, but I do it subconsciously. Now, Griffin, correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
But there's something like hundreds of muscles in your mouth, in and around your lips and your mouth, and people think that you
What's that mouth do?
What that mouth do, exactly. People think that if you're going to give a tell, you're most likely to do it but from one of those muscles twitching involuntarily, frowning, smiling, twitching, and that's why people cover their mouths. Is there another reason I'm unaware of?
9 fold.
I know the reason I do is because I'm afraid I'll just blurt out what my cards are.
If someone's sick.
Being sick, sure. Okay, there you go.
COVID.
Steve Ortiz says, news of the Shevlyakov angle shoot, quote unquote, has officially hit the Wakil family group chat.
Yeah.
Seat 5 raised.
By the way, I'm not willing to say it was an angle shoot.
Seat 3 fold.
The only thing we know for sure is that Shevlyakov is not invited to the Wakil cookout.
No, absolutely.
But if he is, it better be an expensive bottle of wine.
They don't even care if he brings his world famous potato salad.
Yeah, that's tough. Tough to turn down.
No, break would be when we make 2 hours of sleep.
No, break is now, no?
16 minutes, yeah?
No.
After 2 hours.
16 hands till the next level.
I think 3-4 minutes more.
More like 12.
No,
It would be like 10 minutes.
I want to. After 2 hours, he said, like every 2 hours.
Yeah, it should be like 10 minutes.
I have to go to the bathroom.
Didn't you just go to the bathroom?
No, different guy.
Which one?
Let him go. Let him pee.
Yeah. What time is it? 9 fold, 2:30. What time is it now? Seat 3 raised 300,000.
I knew it was going to be a problem when they all ordered waters. I was like, you guys aren't thinking this through. That's why you have to be like me and only drink whiskey. I go to the bathroom once a week.
I've seen him do it.
Seat call.
Coppola makes it 300. Angelov calls with a similar hand. Not suited, though, and it's 2 hearts.
Sometimes it is tough working beside you, though. It's the smell.
Surrender.
Really?
Surrender.
I am plagued by it.
Why you see my card, my friend?
I just have nothing.
Take it down with your 4 pieces of gum.
It's not possible for me to play now.
If the 8 was a 9, you would have a custom.
This is my card. Ace, king, queen. I play only with this. I know you say.
What'd you get up to last night, Joe?
I mean, we finished what at 10:30, and I
9 fold.
had 1 drink at the happy hour and went to bed.
3 fold.
I've been sleeping real poorly the last few weeks. I think I have sleep apnea.
You got to get one of those masks.
I think so. I think it's time.
Is it time finally?
Fold.
By the way, thanks for calling out those sleep nerds the other day.
Sleep nerds.
Yeah, Maria and James, they were being all nerdy about their sleep.
Oh, with the aura ring.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ugh.
You stood up for us out there.
Sit there analyzing charts about my heart pattern.
Yeah, check your privilege.
Like, just do like the rest of us do and read your horoscope in the newspaper.
That
right?
was the joke. Yeah, that was good. I mean, I was resenting them ironically until James said, actually, you can get 8 hours of poor sleep, but 4.5 hours of really good sleep. And it'll tell you if you're just like, no, they can stop. They're probably right, too. Besides the point.
Okay, thank you.
Gobbler. Oh, we're sparkling again, everyone. Ace-3 of diamonds, king-queen of diamonds.
5 fold.
Mandatory plays in these spots. I like this flat from Galinsky. Playing just over 30 bigs.
Oh, no.
More sparkles. Simple jack, though, in the muck. Shevliakov now.
I like it.
A decision to make. Does he want to... This actually makes for quite a nice squeeze spot, Joe.
5 seconds.
I know it's only ace-10, but if we consider that Coppola... As he announces his squeeze, we've seen Coppola open 9-10 off under the gun, right? So, in this case, he happens to have a suited ace. Galinsky shouldn't be trapping very often.
Yeah,
is going to have a lot of
that's a major incentive
strong
for the
hands.
3-bet here. Yeah.
So, I think this plays really, really nice. I think this is a great spot to take. It's also technically the best hand, but not one that you're married to after any more bets are coming in.
5 seconds.
Bathroom time. Go play. You can tell he doesn't want to be pushed around, but
2 million. That'd be hot.
That'd be boing.
5 seconds. 3 fold.
Not happening though.
Now, I don't know for sure if Galinsky's going to fold though. I think it would be pretty nice to just stuff this right in on Shevliakov. Those look like calling chips though.
And C5 call.
I don't mind this. I think it's pretty close between this and shove. I think it's too strong to fold, especially when we consider how we expect Shevliakov to be bluffing a decent percentage here pre-flop.
Coppola must be so mad. Ace-3 would be the best hand right now. He must be so pissed.
Steamed.
Galinsky's missed. Shevliakov hit all black cards. That's nice.
Galinsky only has 3.85 million, and there's 2.8 million out there. At This stage of the hand, Shevlyakov, I think, is going to be a bit concerned that he's decided to continue. It's not like traps are out of the question. Having said that, you have an ace in hand, less likely you're up against something like aces. So puts out a very, very small bet, 10%, just hoping to be up against, quite frankly, a red king-queen, a red suited king-queen. But with that price, Galinsky not going anywhere. And this is getting real spicy here. A stack-to-pot ratio of about 1-to-1 for Galinsky. A brick on the turn.
Eight of clubs. Shevlyakov
5 seconds.
contemplating his out of position move. Well, I heard 5 seconds announced, so I guess this is going to be a time bank.
It just doesn't feel good here for Shevlyakov. Galinsky has a decently strong range at this stage of the hand. It's not like he just has some rogue, like...
King, queen of diamonds?
I mean, that he can have, certainly. But we're not doing a lot of, you know, putting in 1.1 million chips pre-flop.
No, we are not. No, we are sure
so
not.
That makes it look like this could be a trap from Galinsky. But Galinsky doesn't bet the turn, which might have gotten rid of that ace-10.
River's a 3. Can't imagine this means much for either player.
I mean, the most important detail now, assuming Shevlyakov checks once again, is that Galinsky finds a bet on the river. I mean, that has to be his intention. You can't lose here to ace-high. It would be a disaster. The money's right out there. Likely ace-high doesn't call a bet. Would you play ace-jack suited like this? Would you play king-jack suited like this? Do you check back the turn? That's the
Which
sort of
suit?
the story Galinsky...
Spades?
No, I mean, any suit. You can have any ace-jack suited here except clubs, right?
C8 check.
Shevlyakov checks.
Yeah. So now, if we imagine Shevlyakov never plays the top part of his range here, aces, kings, queens, jacks, even ace-jack. Oh, no!
C5 check.
Galinsky checks it back, is not going to quite have the showdown he needs to win this pot.
Wow.
And that is going to go to
Unexpected.
Shevlyakov, who is pulling away from the rest of the field, chips-wise. 82 big blinds for Shevlyakov.
Unexpected.
Are we taking a break or not?
Supposedly.
Can I
Soon.
break or not?
I think there's maybe a minute or two left on the clock,
Yeah, it should be 2 minutes.
depending on what time they actually got cards in the air. Maybe slightly more.
And there are the updated chip counts.
As I noted, Shevlyakov is approaching double the chips of Kokistani. So yeah, cards didn't get in the air until about 5 minutes past the hour. So there's like about another 5 or 6 minutes left before the break here.
C5 fold. Six fold.
JS asks, why would he not bet that? Griff?
I
Ace
mean,
raised to 300,000.
afraid his opponent has a strong ace high that wouldn't be prepared to fold because even though he has a pretty tight range pre-flop, Galinsky,
And C3
you know, the range doesn't really change because he called a flop bet, right? The bet on the flop was 10%. It was almost, it may as well have been a check. So because he hadn't shown any real strength in the hand, the only hand he's really going to value bet on the river is a big jack. A jack probably bets the turn, so maybe he just felt like he didn't have a believable value range, and ace high might even just call. Is a very interesting hand, and I would love to hear Galinsky's thoughts on it, because I don't really think that he's someone that shies away from taking a spot or anything like that. But yeah, there is a bit of a Shevlyakov effect too. I mean, he seems pretty dialed in.
He really does seem dialed in.
Yeah.
It's almost like, no offense to the guy from yesterday, but it's almost like a different player today.
Yeah.
Compared to what I've seen over the last few days. Qualified for this for 530 euro. €530 to $1 million is pretty impressive. I mean, he's already guaranteed more than $250,000, so pretty sick outcome regardless. I was never much of a satellite guy, but I don't. Now that I kind of have a little taste of playing these events, I think I might play them again if I had access to them.
I turned 200 into 1.25 million.
What did you satellite into?
World Series main event.
You satellite into the main event?
Yeah, on 888. Might have been a 1K buy-in, actually.
That's great. You want to plug 888 some more? What the hell are you doing? What do you think? We're just watching this at home?
They didn't have any satellites on PokerStars.
You can play PokerStars Open Malaga if you're not going to the World Series this year.
Yeah.
Or Cannes. Or Namur. Or Lex Live. Cannes in December. Never mind.
I like cans all year round.
You know, we're just going to do a little... We can go to break early, probably, I think, actually.
9 of fold.
So I think we're going to get this hand in and one more. Reminder, hear directly from Jamil Wakil how he feels.
Yes, I want to hear that.
About his exit from this tournament.
I actually didn't really appreciate the spoiler from Kira because she seemed upset. She seemed upset.
Kira Wakil?
Yeah.
5 seconds.
Now I just know he's not going to be happy about it.
Well, I think you could see on his face he was not happy.
We always knew.
So Coppola getting a little out of line here. Pre-flop. And he's going to get shipped out by Galinsky.
Nice.
I guess it's not that out of line. Just raising the button. For some reason, I thought that was a re-raise. Just a raise at 310,000. And with the small blind to button dynamic.
And 3 fold.
Galinsky goes Alinsky. And Galinsky is the shortest stack still. Up to 28 bigs now, though. As we suspected, just plenty of light bumper cars this level. No real damage. No head-on collisions. Just a little bouncing off the walls a little bit.
Bit of a pillow fight.
Yeah, a little bit of a slap fight.
Yeah.
Deuce of clubs exposed.
C9 fold. C3 raise 310,000. 5 folds.
Oh boy.
This could get very interesting.
This could be a thing, yeah. Coppola, ace-10 of diamonds, ace-king for Angelov. And
5 seconds.
Shevlyakov still to act behind.
Yeah, I expect to see a 3-bet here. somewhere to the tune of 1.1 to 1.2 million, I would imagine. At which stage Coppola is going to have a very complicated decision, because as we can see, it is ace-king from Angelov, but this could just as well be king-jack, king-9
folds.
suited.
How much of a stand is Coppola going to want to take?
I actually wouldn't fault Coppola for continuing in this hand and does decide to call ace-10 off. I think we need to sort of fold or shove, probably lean fold. Suited combo, more playability. We can float small bets on 1 diamond flops more comfortably.
Jack 8 tray. Ace high versus ace high. Ace king high is out in front.
Check.
Nobody likes a whiner. Angelov checks. Coppola, don't do it.
I mean, it might work, at least on the turn if he follows up. The thing about Enrico, and maybe this speaks to why we see Angelov checking, is that when he is checked to, he often does bet, even if necessarily it's not the right hand to do it with. And that's what makes sort of the toughest kind of recreational player on average, is the one that takes aggressive action instead of passive when they sort of maybe don't really know what they should do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Angelov is going to call here because of the same reason why we see with Coppola actually having a worse hand. But this pot is getting beefy.
It's growing.
Yeah, 4.3 million chips in the pot. Angelov with just 3 million behind. Oh my goodness.
10 of spades on the turn. Domination rotation. Coppola with the best of it.
Wow. Incredibly unfortunate. So unlucky for Angelov. Coppola out of nowhere from the treetops rips that 10.
Check.
But gives the free card for that 16%. Any queen does the trick, doesn't come. I'll tell you what, assuming this goes check-check, which it very well may, expect to see a very disgusted look on Angelov's face, as this is the last hand before break.
6 check.
Sure is. It does go check-check. Coppola is going to pick up this 4.3 million chip pot. That is going to put him second in chips and leave Boris Angelov as the shortest stack.
Sorry.
Oh, the turns have tabled. Wow. Our chip leader for about a level and a half. Now the short stack.
Coppola second in chips. As these players get to celebrate making it through the first 2 hours of today, making it through to the first break of the day. Now nobody has to go to the bathroom.
20 minutes?
Yes.
Because everyone's timing's all off. These are the chip counts for the final 5 players. Everybody now guaranteed more than €250,000. Alexander Shevlyakov, the chip leader. Coppola in second, Kukastani in third, Galinsky in fourth, and Boris Angelov, last year's runner-up, the shortest stack, below 20 big blinds. These players are headed to a break. We've only lost one player so far today, and it happened in a relatively controversial hand. Don't go to break. Stick around and listen to Jamil himself. More from EPT Monte-Carlo after this.
Yeah, it's been an amazing experience up right until the end. It's been a pleasure to play here. As I said before, the staff are always a pleasure. They make the events so awesome to be a part of, and I'm very grateful to be able to keep coming back, and especially in a beautiful venue like this. So it was a fun run. Sad to be out in 6, but we'll be back.
Can you just walk me through that last hand and what's going through your head and really the details on it?
Yeah, so I opened Queen Jack suited. I was under the gun 6 and small blind seed 5 raised, and he made an incomplete raise, so I made it 270 and he tried to make it 360, which isn't enough, and he said he didn't see my raise as the first action. So the 4 came over and told him you have to make it 420 by default, that's the minimum size. And when it got back to me, the correct play, especially with my hand, is going to be to go all in. There's a lot of chips in the middle. His range opening from small blind to big blind is going to be quite wide, especially with how he plays and given his chip stack. And I went all in, which don't regret at all. I'm happy about. I know it's a correct play here, and he happened to have ace-king suited, so it seemed like it was an angle shoot from his perspective. I might have given him the benefit of the doubt, but Boris said with 20 people left in this same tournament, he did it to his friend as well. I find it hard to believe you're not paying attention when we're playing for $1 million, but technically it's legal. It's a very unethical and dirty move. I would never do it. I don't think anyone else at that table would have done it on purpose. But technically it is in the rules, and yeah, I mean, I still had a great chance to win a massive all-in. Just didn't go my way, but yeah, that's all she wrote. I wish them all the best of luck.
Okay, time to play a hand from Mr. Boatman's perspective. We're going to sweat with Barney now.
Oh, good hand to start. The king-queen offsuit.
He's going to raise.
So he's raising 500, which means it's a raise to 800 chips. We're playing 150, 300.
Been called by
Not too
Richard
far
Ashby.
away from a regular raise size, James.
And just the one caller. I think Ashby called out of the small blind. And it is a queen high flop with 2 clubs. What's not to like?
Not a lot, really. Pretty good. Opponent calling in the small blind. I think in this era, we're going to see a lot of weaker queens. Some queen 9 suited, queen 10 suited, queen jack.
Oh, hello.
And we do get raised, which I think Barney will kind of like. I mean, queen 4 and queen 3 aren't calling pre-flop. You wouldn't have thought. Pocket 4s, pocket 3s, unlikely. Those weaker queens and flush draws are going to raise on the flop as well. So I think good decision by Barney to go all in.
Barney's continuation bet was 1,000. Ashby check raised to 4,000, and Barney has now shoved.
Yep, hand's certainly strong enough to go with it. I think Ashby would raise a hand like queen 10 or queen jack or queen 9. He's going to raise something like jack 10 of clubs on the flop as well, or 8, 9 of clubs, or some nut flush draws. And given the raise size, doesn't really make sense to just call. I think if his opponent is raising this flop, they typically have something, be it a flush draw or a queen to call off with. We maybe even see a raise from something like pocket 8s here, James, that now hates life. Just because protection raises, protecting against a flush draw in 2006. Oh, Ashby's all in.
He says, I'm going to gamble. Barney does not have a flush draw. He has top pair. Ashby, jack 10 of clubs, one of the hands you put him on, Spraggy.
Yep. Does go with it, needs a club. Or a backdoor 2 pair of trips, picks up 8s.
River card is a club. So Ashby gets there, doubles up through Barney Boatman, who will be left very short.
7,500. 7,800.
I think the hand there played fine by both parties. Ashby is going to get some folds by raising the flop from better hands. Let's say Boatman's betting an ace high, or even if he bets something like pocket sevens, it might fold occasionally, and Jack 10's doing pretty well against it, even if it doesn't. Obviously, getting it in against the queen is pretty poor scenario, but he still had 30+%. High Tide says, why did he guess Jack 10 of clubs specifically? If you think of the sort of hands that call in the small blind, I think in the big blind, Ashby would have called almost all suited cards.
Yes.
But in the small blind with someone still to act, it's usually the connectors, right? It's usually like 7-8, 8-9, Jack 10. We saw the king of clubs was blocked, so those are the most likely flush draw candidates. And some of the ace high flush draws might just call the flop. So when you're raising, it usually is a flush draw without any showdown value. Especially from the small blind, it's those suited connectors.
So Ashby opened with king, queen of diamonds. Barney Boatman now short stack moves all in with deuces. Ashby calls, and we are flipping. And it's a race that Barney Boatman needs to win if he is to continue in the EPT2 Grand Final in Monte Carlo. Queen 5-3, all clubs. Top pair for Ashby. Flush draw for Boatman.
It is a black turn, but it's no good. Will need to be a club or a deuce, or Boatman eliminated.
It is the 4 of diamonds, and Barney is out.
Not a lot to be done about that. Got very unlucky with his top pair, putting in 10,000 chips, and then loses the flip to finish him off.
Dirty stacks, not stacks of 20. But hey, it's 2006. It was a different time.
Follow the action at this year's EPT Monte-Carlo with Poker News, the official live reporting partner.
Jennifer called. Dustin raises 4,000.
Dirksen just raising, so I guess Jen limped the aces. Everybody did it back then. Everybody was doing it. Now, does she call or does she re-raise? That is a re-raise, a small re-raise.
How much more? 7,004. Dustin calls.
Dirksen, no way is he folding the 5-7 suited. Oh my
what
God.
a flop.
Ew.
Couldn't really have connected any harder than that. Yeah, he's got a call, paired, flush draw. He's actually a statistical favorite on the flop despite technically being behind.
I'm a little ahead, I think I'm 52%. 52%. Slightly ahead.
Wow.
Idiot. 53.
Nailed it. What a, yeah, what a dummy.
This guy's so dumb.
Turn is a 4.
4, 5, 6, 7 now. Jeepers. Oh, God.
That will indeed do it.
You're getting powerful.
More like Jen, elimination, Mason. Oh, goodness.
Yeah. Best flop ever, you know?
I was having a perfect day until that, too.
She did well, she pulled you in.
I mean, she got a lot of money in combinations. I didn't.
shot in a small blind now, here in the big blind.
See anything I don't want to know about the tournament?
Jeff Williams, once again, flexing those muscles.
Jeff makes it 17,000.
That seems like a big raise to me. There was 12,000 out there, and he made it 17,000 with Ace Jack. That just happened, right?
Yep.
Oh boy. Gonzalez is going to step right into it.
Now let's see the flop. Flop comes down 7, 4, 9.
Ace Jack still out in front.
Check. Check.
Jack checks, and the turn card comes.
Check, check, and a jack now on the turn.
2 clubs in the board now.
Gonzalez has a straight draw and jams. I don't think we're going to see top pair, top kicker get folded here.
For how much?
It ain't much at all. It's like 3 pre-flop raises for you.
Why? Why are you going all in into a 40,000 fund?
So French. I'm surprised he didn't go.
Jeff calls.
Williams calls.
We've got another all-in situation.
Gonzalez in big, big trouble.
Yeah, this time there is a 91% chance that he'll be eliminated.
Jeff shows Ace Jack.
He's in deep merde.
Thierry shows Ace 10.
No, 8.
Now, let's see.
The river card is an 8. That's the straight for Casals.
I knew that couldn't have been Jeff Williams' girlfriend.
Thierry hits a straight and stays in the tourney. Doubles up again.
Gross. Pretty gross.
Got the name and submit now. All I do is win, we the best now. Royalty, address me or get dressed down. Me in the game like a fox in the hen house. Come and get a little taste, get a little sample. Never been met with something we can't handle. Just a little taste, just a little taste. Come and get a little taste, get a little taste. Yeah, just a little taste, just a little taste. Come and get a little taste.
Marcel has the big blind this hand. Jeff folds. Ross folds.
Ross Boatman folds.
Terry folds.
To Hussein, King Deuce folds.
Folds. So is Alexander. It's on Mark in the small blind.
So
And we are now blind v blind.
Question is he going to steal it?
Suit and tie versus suit.
It's my best chance to get chips. You understand?
Marcel looks a little short.
I haven't been looked. I know. You want me to look first?
I don't really want you to call.
Call me old fashioned. I think the guy who's has the action on him first should
Mark
look
has
first.
put
But
Marcel all in. And looks like it's being called.
Well, Karam shoved on Lusk. Lusk calls all in. It's Jack 7 against 8. Marcel the at-risk player, but he is ahead.
The flop. 4, 4, 10.
no jack, no
4,
diamonds.
2 hearts. 7 of hearts.
7 on the
3
turn.
hearts. Marcel has the 8 of hearts.
It is always coming 7. And Mark Karam eliminates Marcel Lusk. Marcel out in 7th place, cashing for 112,000 euros.
Round of applause for Marcel, please.
Clap. It's a clap, chat.
$72,000 is the bet.
So I think 12K, 24K. Williams raises it up. Hussein shoves ace-8.
Take your moment, kid.
This for the title.
Take your moment. Mom, Dad, come over here.
You want to play a big pot with those two? How many you got?
Count them up.
Count them up.
2, 3, 4, 5. Jeff asked for a count. Arshan's counting his chips.
7.
He really is the star of his own movie, isn't he?
Well, it's about 24 something, 25 less than big blinds by my awful maths.
The bet is actually, the raise is 644,000. That's a correction. 644,000 is the amount of it.
We're here to gamble, aren't we? We're here to gamble.
It's not gambling. Why do you think the same 6 guys make the World Series of Poker final table every year?
I think by 2020 standards, ace-10 would have been a snap. Jeff Williams searching for information.
I call.
And calls.
So here we go. Jeff Williams has his opponent dominated and is on the verge of becoming an EPT champion.
The first EPT millionaire.
His parents watching from the rail. The flop is 9-7-5.
The flop is 5 of hearts, 9 of hearts, 7 of spades.
I've already announced the flop, Lee.
Repeat 7 on the turn. 7 of diamonds on the turn. Jeff is in the Jeff is still in front. Arshan is looking for an 8 or a 6.
9 or a 5.
That's some chop outs.
That is not an out for Arshad Hussein. That is the end of the tournament, and that is the moment that Jeff Williams won the EPT2 Grand Final back in March 2006 in Monte Carlo, winning 900,000 euros, more than $1 million US. Fast forward 19 years and we are back in Monaco for the PokerStars European Poker Tour Monte Carlo main event, where it is final table day. We are returning from the first break of the day with 5 players, 1 elimination so far. Jamil Wakil eliminated in 6th place. 5 now remain, and it is Alexander Shevlyakov, who dispatched Wakil in controversial fashion, who leads right now with 83 big blinds. Shevlyakov playing 12.5 million. Enrico Coppola, the second biggest stack, he's playing 56 big blinds. And then we have the 3 players at the final table who have below average stacks. Amir Kokistani with 7.4 million, 49 big blinds. Mariusz Galinsky with 28 big blinds. And Boris Angelov, the start of day chip leader, who is now the shortest stack, playing fewer than 20 big blinds as we continue. Level 31, blinds are 100,000, 150,000 with a 150k big blind ante. James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
Nick, everyone's now locked up more than $250,000, but suffice to say, a huge gap between that and first place prize money, $1 million for the champion of this year's EPT Monte-Carlo main event. And Boris Angelov may have been the favorite at the start of the day, the favorite to go 1 better than last year, but now he is at the other end. He is the shortest stack.
Yeah, absolutely. James, do you think it would be safe to say that Boris might be
the most experienced player remaining in this event?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Still has around 19 big blinds. Certainly not to be counted out just yet, but we are rejoining the action. I'd like to see who's going to take this one down to million up top. Let's go.
Boris Angelov began playing poker around 7 years ago. I think it's fair to say that 2024 was a breakthrough year for the Bulgarian. Second in the Monte Carlo main event last year, and then a 5th place finish in the World Series of Poker main event. Now back here in Monaco, guaranteed 5th place, looking for that win though, looking to lift that trophy. And of course, we are going to wrap this up tonight. Not sure how long it's going to take, but we do know Monte Carlo concludes today, which means all eyes will then be on Scoop 2025, because tomorrow, the Spring Championship of Online Poker gets underway, running until June 2nd. And you can get involved, of course. You can win your way there with PowerPath. You've got satellites for pretty much every single event. Buy and start at $5.50 for low buy and scoop events themselves. Main events run Sunday, May 25th. 3 days of live coverage of the main event. That's May 26th through 28th. And Nick, as we've highlighted a few times, you'll be doing additional scoop coverage on the PokerStars Twitch channel.
That's right, guys. If you'd like to get involved, twitch.tv/PokerStars. Every day, 2 p.m. UK, I will be doing a replay of our favorite FT, or the most exciting FT that we have going from the previous evening, every single day on the Twitch channel. If you guys would like to be notified about that, follow us on Twitch and or follow me at Nick Walsh TV on my social media platforms. That's Instagram, Twitter. Got a Discord channel, got a website, all that stuff. It's going to be a lot of fun. I've got a lot of special guests that I've been lining up over the last week, James. Some people you'd like to see, including perhaps even a runner in our live league.
Ooh.
Yeah, tease there. But I would love if you guys would join me. Please give it a look and let me help you.
Well, talking of leagues, the Scoop League is back for 2025. Check out who the team captains have drafted and how you can get involved on the PokerStars blog. As we return to the action in the EPT Monte-Carlo main event, 9 hands left to play at level 31. 100K, 150K with a 150K big blind ante, and we seem to be missing Enrico Coppola. He has not returned from break.
Didn't make it back. It's not like he's playing for $1 million or something.
So action starts with Marius Galinsky, who has folded. Boris Angelov on the button. Ace Jack.
Thank you very much.
Now, shortest stack, as you said, James, 19 big blinds. I don't think we're shallow enough to want to jam just yet. I think we just open.
350,000.
Goes for the open.
Gets the fold from Shevlikov in the small blind. Jack 8 of clubs for Amir Kokistani in the big blind.
5.
And Kokistani defends with a dominated jack. And we will see our first flop of this new session.
Heads up.
Our flop is 9-7-5 with 2 diamonds. And this is almost a post-flop flip. Kokistani with decent equity here, 41%.
9, check.
Playing in flow, checks to Angelov.
Double gutter ball. Any 6 and 10?
Yeah, plus backdoor clubs working for him.
I think Boris probably checking this flop quite often.
6, check.
Yeah. Final table stuff. I mean, also probably a board we can check anyway if we think about it. Ooh, that's not a bad turn, though, for Boris.
Absolutely. The king of diamonds means he's now a 4-1 favorite. Ace high still the best hand. Plus, of course, he's picked up the nut flush draw.
9 bet.
And Kokistani decides to lead turn. Trying to put the pressure on. 400,000 into 950,000.
So I don't think Boris can fold yet. Question is, do we call, do we raise? I don't know if raising is telling a believable story necessarily, but
6 call, 400,000.
The other issue that I have with raising a hand like ace-jack here is we're just going to have the best hand quite often with the ace high. We don't necessarily need to be turning our hand to a bluff, and that is a very nice little run outs for Angelov.
Indeed. Barry Greenstein makes an appearance.
9, all in.
What?
Oh, wow. Kokistani shoves on Angelov.
Wow, power poker here. Not a snap, certainly not a snap from this perspective here, guys. We can imagine if we put ourselves in Boris's shoes, concerned about straights, concerned about 2-pair plus, concerned about diamonds. We are blocking diamonds, but is that relevant here? Having any diamond is useful, but there's probably other diamonds that are better blockers in this situation. Boris knows this is going to take some time.
So this is for 14 bigs effective. It is also for Boris Angelov's tournament life. If he calls here, he gets the full double up. We can see that he has the best hand. But Kokistani led turn and has now shoved river. This does look supremely strong. Yes, he's river top pair, but he's clearly not loving the situation.
Absolutely, James. And look, that big blind defend range is often suited cards. And for that reason, we are concerned about flushes. It will be hands like 8-6 offsuit. That is a flop straight. But is it sometimes, James, just one blocker with perhaps one diamond? You know, like maybe we were like leading with a straight draw, but now we block the diamond. Now we feel the need to represent. Is it the double gut shot we see here that missed, and now they feel the need to continue representing when their opponent didn't bet the flop?
This is one of those situations where Boris would rather not have a diamond in his hand, right?
Well, it's kind of useful because it makes it less likely his opponent has a made flush, but it's probably more insightful for him to have the 8 of diamonds or something like that, right?
Yeah,
because that makes it a lot less likely his opponent was betting with a missed straight draw and now is representing with a single diamond, for example. So let's say that Kokistani called the flop, the initial raise from the button with like queen-6 off with a diamond.
Well, that is the fold from Boris Angelov. Strong move from Amir Kokistani, who gets his opponent to lay down the best hand.
Spicy move.
Kokistani second in chips with 54 big blinds. Similar size stack for Enrico Coppola, who has now returned to his seat.
Yeah, Kieran here in the chat actually makes a good point as well. He raises quite a few of his suited aces, big blind versus button, and that's another reason why it's difficult for the ace of diamonds to give us any additional reads there. But yeah, that's all part of it, guys.
Yeah.
You know, constructing your opponent's range has a lot to do with the way they play their hand pre-flop, and that's how we start to deduce and get reads on what our opponents are likely to have. Well spotted there.
Galinsky folds 4s. Angelov is out. Alexander Shevlyakov, chip leader, starts the hand with 12.5 mil and is raising the button here with a queen. Now, is this us or him? Why can't we see his other card?
9 plus. Three call, 300,000.
We get a call here from Coppola with queen 10 of diamonds in the big blind. And an 8-6-3 flop. Ben Yap says, I'm getting more impressed with Kokistani. He has impressed
300,000.
across the last 2 days. I mean, this is a guy who has won a Eureka event in Hamburg. Says he has been working on his poker game for the last 10 years. Says that victory last year came as a result of a lot of studying, a lot of work that he was putting in. As Coppola's lead here on the flop wins him the pot. So yeah, Coppola and Kokostani big stacks. Galinsky hovering around 25 big blinds, and Boris Angelov legitimately short stack now with fewer than 15 big blinds. So frustrating when you come in as chip leader and after the first session of play then find yourself as the short stack at the table. Nothing ever guaranteed in poker, right?
That's right. Keeps it interesting.
Ace deuce of clubs, first to act.
6 raise, 325,000.
Raises to 325,000.
9
Round to the blinds. It's Coppola in the small. 10-8 off.
3 call.
Quick call from the small blind.
Ooh, this is definitely a wide call in the small blinds. Coppola has a plan. I've been getting the vibe that Coppola is a bit of a field player, James. He likes to just go with the moment, and it's not a criticism. He's made it work so far.
Well, Galinsky's going to call as well out of the big blind with 10-9, and we're going to go 3 ways to flop.
Bravo.
He had a vibe.
Put again.
3 players.
That flop is Jack-9 tray, so pair of 9s for Galinsky.
This might have been the vibes that Coppola was picking up on. Straight draw vibes.
Absolutely. He is open-ended here. Angelov with the worst of it right now. And the action's been checked to him.
I don't know. I'm not sure if we're allowed to bet here, James.
6 check.
And the 2 players on this board, I think probably just check and hopefully look for an ace or maybe a club or something like that on the turn.
Galinsky still ahead and near enough a 3-1 favorite now.
I think Coppola might be tempted to lead the turn on some occasions. Decides to check here. Galinsky follows suit.
Angelov checks behind. River card is the 6 of clubs, changes nothing. Galinsky with the best hand.
All right, I feel like Coppola needs to bluff now, but let's see how he feels. Blocking Queen 10 here is really useful. Blocking King 10 is really useful. Blocking 9-10 is really useful. Blocking Jack 10 is really useful. Again, whenever we talk about this, guys, it can get a bit infuriating hearing about blockers all the time, but it is relevant in some way. And in poker, which is a game of very small edges, James, having that little bit of extra information can be the difference between winning and losing. I like the bet here. This is nice. I think Galinsky might put it together to make the call. You know, how often does Coppola check a jack on the flop or the turn? Does he check a king on the turn once he actually improves? It's all possible. But Galinsky not only has the pair, but also blocking Queen 10 as well. That's definitely helpful in deciding whether or not you're going to have the best hand here enough to make this price work for you. $450 into 1.1, James. So you have to have the best hand here about 1/4 of the time, a little bit less. I think the answer is call. I'm not concerned about under the gun having a big hand based on the action so far, so I think probably we do end up side calling this one. It's not easy though.
Galinsky folds the best hand. Angelov folds as well. Nice move from Enrico Coppola.
Yep, I like it.
I'm going to read this question from IR Doomy. I saw this short with live dealers that have rings on their hands and the cards reflect in the ring. Is there a rule on PokerStars live events to prevent this? I was just thinking about this. I don't understand what could reflect. If the dealers are holding the deck, there is the cut card on the bottom.
I've seen this before, James, and I don't have the visual representation for you guys, but let's imagine you're holding a deck of cards and there's a ring here.
Yeah.
When they're about to deal a card, they do this off the top of the deck.
But they don't, because they slide deal neck.
I understand that. I'm just trying to give you the visual aid of the video he's making reference to.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, in response to your question, dealers slide deal.
That's how you stop any reflections. And as I said, there is a cut card on the bottom of the deck. So if the dealer's holding the deck in their hand, it wouldn't reflect the bottom card.
Right. It's a reflection of the card coming off the top of the deck.
But that would only be if you were pitching rather than sliding.
Correct. Yeah, you'd have to have this action, peel,
yeah,
and then, yeah.
Got it.
In any case, we are protected against that. And actually, that was a recent enforcement to require all dealers to slide deal. It wasn't really to combat that directly, we should be clear, though. It was also to just prevent exposing cards during a pitch.
Free call, 325,000. 5 pass.
So Kokostani's raised with Queen 10, flattered by Coppola on the button with King 10. Angelov folds the big blind. We are heads up to the flop. And it's 8-7 deuce with 2 clubs. Coppola with the best hand and the best draw.
Nine, check. Three bet, 475,000.
With the action checked to him, Coppola bets 475K.
Five. 9 pass.
2 in a row for Enrico Coppola. Very much second place right now. Has put some distance between himself and Amir Kokostani, and in fact has closed the gap significantly between himself and Alexander Shevlikov. Five-handed action continues at the final table of the EPT Monte-Carlo main event. Blinds up in 5 hands time.
The Caesar salad and Diet Coke. 0.
Nine pass.
Action forwarded to Coppola. King 8 in the cutoff.
Coppola about 68 bigs.
3 pass.
You know, I think with Galinsky behind, with just 24 bigs, I think King 8 would have been a nice hand to sneak in there as a steal.
Angelov has 10 big blinds. Pocket 6s in the small blind. I think we know what move he's going to make.
It's got to be all in.
It's triangle time for Boris Angelov. And Shevlyakov calls with Queen 10. Is that a snap call?
Yeah, I think it is, James. I mean, big moment for sure, but with the big blind ante in there and short-handed, we're actually going to dominate a lot of the hands that want to shove here. Angelov being the shortest of the stack, that makes sense too. Most desperate to make the move and not restricted by ICM.
Dimitar Danchev among the players on Boris Angelov's rail. He needs to win this race to survive. The flop is 7 deuce deuce. 6s looking good. Never call for outs when you're ahead, buddy. Boris Angelov just has to fade a queen or a 10 on the river. 6 cards eliminate him.
Nisko! Bravo!
That's a double up.
Come on, the boys.
Come on, the boys.
Come on, the boys.
Boris Angelov still the shortest stack at the table, but has just doubled to 22 big blinds.
Yeah, James, I think that Queen 10, you know, is often going to be flipping against that range. You're often not going to have as much equity as you'd like. However, I think it's so far within what would be considered a standard call blind v blind at that stack depth that it just becomes mathematically sound to run it. You know, you're playing against a player who's very capable of making the same move with Queen 9, Queen 8. He might make the same shove with 8-7 suited, 6-5 suited. A lot of these combinations need to be played that way in order to maximize our EV from this position when we get blind v blind. And just a flip, good hold.
We continue 5-handed.
Yeah, if your opponent has 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, you're obviously flipping all the way up to 9s. It's just one of those.
Three pass. 5 pass. Thank you so much. 6 pass.
Round to Shevlyakov in the small blind. This is hand 50 of the final table, by the way. And we see Shevlyakov complete. Amir Kokistani in the big blind with 4 deuce of diamonds is going to check his option. Jack 9-3. So 6 high is the best hand.
Yeah, and I wonder if we just see one big blind here, half pot, something like that from Shevlyakov on Jack 9 tray. Checks it on over. Oh.
That
diamonds
is a street flash draw for Kokistani.
I think Shevlyakov needs to bet turn now. This is just a board that, you know, we're going to have more traps here with big hands than our opponent will have check behinds once we've limped. 200K, like the size. It's not going to get this hand to fold, though. Diamonds and a gut shot, way too much equity to fold at this stage. That was quite a spicy turn, really, for 4 deuce of diamonds.
9 call, 200,000.
Eight on the river. Oh my God, the 6 is playing.
What's funny here, James, is we could see it was 1 live card and diamonds and a gut shot. And I think Shevlyakov needs to bet again. Your opponent is probably just not going to have as many strong hands here as you'd imagine, especially when they check flop. They're not going to have a jack as often. They're not going to have an ace as often, having not raised pre-flop. They might still have a 9. We can definitely get a 9 to fold sometimes. They might have missed flush draws, as we can see here. They might have missed straight draws, as we can see here. I think probably just a small bet again does quite well. Like, you could probably get away with 400 and actually get some small pairs to fold, and then, of course, all the stuff I just mentioned as well that hasn't connected. He's going to give up on it. That's fair, too. But with that action, we do have to be concerned we're letting our opponent off light if they do have the ability to pick up a draw and then miss it on that sort of bricky river.
Okay, there's a few people asking for another countdown. I'm going to give you what you want. We have got 7,600 people watching right now. Only 1,400 of you have liked. That's not good enough. If you have not clicked the little thumbs up icon below the video window, now will be the time to do it. When I say the word now, which will follow a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 countdown. So are you ready to like the stream? We'd be very grateful if you could do it for us. Here we go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Now,
like
it, like it, like it.
Go, 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 go. If we don't get to above 3K likes in the next 2 minutes, we're shutting down the stream.
5.
Oh, movement.
5.
If we get to 2,000 likes in the next 10 minutes, we're going to give Griffin an electric shock.
Oh. Wow, that's really effective, guys. I'm impressed. This is going well. Also, that doesn't count as a like, does it? That's just in the chat.
No, the hearts in the chat are very nice to see, but that doesn't count as a like. A like is the thumbs up icon under the video window.
Yeah.
There we go. We hit 2,000. Press the button. Give it to Griffin.
That shot caller got a wide remote on it.
Yes.
Kind of feel if we're going to do that, we should actually have Griffin on stream, like convulsing. I mean, we should be getting content out of that, right?
Absolutely.
The PokerStars Live League is running right now and will run throughout 2025. A chance for everyone who plays a PokerStars Live event in Europe to earn points in their respective buy-in tier. Remember, you've got 3 separate leaderboards, high, medium, and low. If you finish in the top 3 of any tier, prizes. If you finish in the top 10 of any tier, you're going to go through to a casting process. 30 players will be considered, and one of them will be chosen to be the next member of PokerStars Team Pro, and will get a contract worth 100,000 euros to play live events in 2026.
Man, that is such a cool prize. And I'm going to tease it once again, guys. I am doing coverage every single day of Scoop except for Saturdays because there's nothing on the Friday. And I may or may not have an individual or individuals joining me for commentary duties and co-coms who are currently in the top 10 of that league. In fact, possibly even one individual who's currently top. That is twitch.tv/PokerStars. Give me a follow at Nick Walsh TV if you want to be notified about when I make stuff like that. And for the most part, I talk about poker. So if you enjoy this, you'll enjoy that content as well. Please give it a look. All right, back to the action. Kokstani here on the button.
9 raise, 325,000.
Goes for a smidge above the mid.
Five.
Okay, Burin
3
says,
calls,
I'm going to the World Series of Poker in Las Vegas. Do you guys have any tips?
5
Absolutely, Kay. Go to Disco Show at the link. It's a great show. And have the brunch at Alexa's at Paris. It's really tasty.
And win your flips. Don't be a loser.
To be honest with you, Archie just provided the best advice, which is have fun. Ace 4 versus Ace 10 here, and Ace 10 still ahead.
I wish I could take my own advice, chat. Wish I could win flips and not be a loser.
Nine bet, 300,000.
Now, James, this call with the Ace 4, again, it's a little bit loosey-goosey. We are very late in the day to be making calls like Ace 4 off in the small blind. Dare I say this is too risky business for the kind of pay jumps that we're about to see. Everyone guaranteed 259,900.
3 pass.
Jump to 337,900 if you can get to 4th.
Okay.
I don't think we could be giving up chips like that, James. Ace 4 is not the one in that position.
One more hand to play before the blinds go up.
Приятно. Спасибо. Еми сигурно за първи път играят за... Сигурно за първи път имам.
What are your thoughts on Paris as a hotel, though? It's a bit old, isn't it?
I actually stayed at Paris for a few nights last year.
Yep.
Can't say I was overly impressed.
It's just, I mean, there's a lot of hotels like that that have been around for yonks now, so understandable, right? Keeping it up to date is a tall order.
Do not intend to stay there this summer.
Any thoughts on where you will stay?
Well, I will be riding the coattails of my partner's platinum MGM status So yeah, we'll probably get rooms at one of the MGM hotels that's across the street.
Nice one. Koksdani is going to kick it off again. Queen Jack of the offsuit variety. Now here's a hand
5.
that we can do something with in a good position as well.
3 pass.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
That was a
5
fold.
pass.
We're calling ace-4 off in the small blind, but we're folding king-10 suited in position. Okay, noted.
That was raise and take it for Koksdani, and the blinds are going up. We are now playing 100,000, 200,000 with a 200K big blind ante. Angelov has dropped down to 14 big blinds now. Galinsky playing 16 big blinds, so we do have a couple of short stacks at the table. ICM is a factor. The pay jumps are a consideration. 259,000 for the next player out. 337,000 if you can ladder to fourth.
3 pass. 5 pass.
Angelov with queens in the small blind.
Starts the hand 14 effective into our chip leader potentially.
And does not open the jam. Instead, raises to 400,000. Oh no, just a call. Just a call to 100K.
Yeah, James, I was going to say, I think it's either a min or a call. The trap has been set.
8 check.
Shevlyakov decides to check his option. And that flop is all diamonds, ace 10 7. Nothing for Shevlyakov, but Angelov is going to be loving this board.
Yeah, when you got queens on this texture, James, you suddenly start to think,
why didn't I raise?
Am I? Well, apart from that.
Why didn't I jam?
Apart from that, you start to think, am I supposed to bet this flop? Am I bluffing? Am I value betting? For the most part, if you bet queens on this board, you will be value betting, right? You're going to be ahead of the 10, the 7, some random diamonds. Your opponent probably would have shoved most of his aces versus limps, so that's an important note here. Oh, it's one of those.
Oh, can you imagine having turned a set if it's done a diamond on the river and it's the kind of pot that everyone loves?
Six bet, 300,000. 8 pass.
Bets 300,000, gets a fold from Shevlyakov. Angelov chips up to 17 big blinds. He is no longer the shortest stack at the table. Marius Galinsky is playing 16 bigs. Alexander Shilko won the PSPC in 2023. He did nothing. He just got lucky.
That's a great hoodie. Where can I get one of those? Shilko, a staple on the tour. Exceptionally good player.
Michael asks, is it Chat Pro Saturday? No, it is not. Very strict rule. If it's a final table on a Saturday, there's too much on the line, too much at stake, too important, too big a deal to allow nonsensical crap to go unchecked.
6 pass.
Shevlyakov with ace 5 of hearts in the small blind.
5. 8 call, 4,000.
Makes the call.
400,000. Nine pass.
And we are going to go heads up to the flop.
Heads up.
10-7-5. Well, ace-5 was ahead before the flop. It's very much ahead post-flop. Yes, Kuai, they are allowed to make deals. As we see, Coppola continue. 475 into a pot of 1.2. And Shevlyakov calls with the best hand, 94% equity. King of clubs on the turn. And that card will have Coppola drawing dead. I guess the question is whether he can push Shevlyakov off this pair of fives. He's loading up. He's going to fire a second barrel.
3-bet, 900,000.
900,000, just under half pot.
Raise 2.7.
8 raise 2,700,000.
And Shevlyakov is not folding. Shevlyakov is raising. Makes it 2.7 million. Is this a value raise, Nick, or is he turning this hand into a bluff?
That is a fantastic question. He does have the 5. He's kind of trying to say that I have like a set of 5s, right? And when you have a 5 here, that is reasonable. It's also reasonable to assume your opponent doesn't have a set of 5s. I think there's a chance this is a 5 being turned into a bluff. We can see it is technically for value.
Sure.
But Shevlyakov picking up on something in Coppola here, possibly sensing weakness, but that could be a perceived weakness that is, in fact, beating 5s, right? It's going to work, I think, but interesting line from Shevlyakov.
5. 3 pass.
And Shevlyakov does get a fold from Coppola. Increases his chip lead at the final table, now playing 12.35 million, more than 60 big blinds. He is the only player with more than 50 bigs right now. Coppola's dropped down below 40. Angelov playing 17 bigs. Galinsky playing 16 bigs. 28 hands left to play at the 100, 200 blind level. Kokistani in the small blind, Coppola in the big blind. Galinsky, the shortest stack at the table, first to act. Galinsky folds. Boris Angelov with ace-queen.
17 big blinds in the cutoff. Again, I feel like we're just going to want to open this small.
6 raise 450,000.
Shevlyakov does have a nice hand here in position.
5.
Is he going to do something spicy? No. Folds the button, so it's round to Kokistani in the small blind, who has 8-3 of hearts. That's most likely a fold. And so it's Enrico Coppola in the big blind, who has Queen 4 of diamonds.
Yeah, and one of the benefits of having a non-all-in open here from the cutoff with a hand like ace-queen is you do get action from hands like Queen 4 diamonds. I actually think Coppola's doing nothing wrong here. This seems very standard to defend a Queen 4 of diamonds. In fact, most of our suited hands probably end up in this calling range. So we're going to the flop, and it is queen high.
Top for Angelov, and generally speaking, when Coppola has a piece of the board, especially top pair, he does tend to commit a lot of chips.
Yeah, and you know, in these circumstances, it seems quite fair. Making top pair in Texas Hold'em is really hard, so we do generally have to be sticky. Let's see if we can do some damage limitation here or improve to possibly 2-pair plus for Coppola. Continuation bet.
75,000 is the C-bet from Angelov.
That's right, James. Nice and small, just a smidge over min. I think this is textbook for Angelov, especially at this shallower stack depth.
Coppola makes the call. Turn card is a diamond. Now things get interesting.
Oh dear, James.
Coppola has picked up the flush draw.
Now, the 3, despite bringing in the backdoor flush draw, is a very good card for ace-queen in general, right? Unless your opponent has queen deuce of clubs or queen 3 of spade, you know, hearts or whatever, just picking random suits, of course, it's going to be a brick. It's not going to change the strength, average strength of hand too much. So we're going to go for more value here with the ace-queen. And we can see it's getting value from hands like queen 4 of diamonds, but that's a lot more equity, James.
Yeah, so we've got a pot of 1.75 million, and this second barrel on the turn is 675,000. Wow, Coppola
dear.
Shoves on Angelov, and Angelov calls with top pair, top kicker, and is going to have to fade a diamond or a 4 on the river.
28% of the time, ace-queen is not going to do it, but a great spot regardless. 72% equity for the favorite ace-queen in Angelov's hand.
Near enough, a 3-1 favorite here. Boris Angelov looking for that all-important double-up, looking to fade that diamond or 4 on the river.
Dama je dobra karta.
No, I realize. Thank you.
The river card is the king of clubs. It's a clean round for Angelov.
Nice end.
Celebrations with the boys as he doubles up to 7.2 million. Boris Angelov now third in chips with 36 big blinds. Enrico Coppola has dropped down to 20 big blinds. Mariusz Galiński remains the short stack at the table with 14 bigs.
James, moments like this, they make you just want to say, come on, the boys. Very nice. Great hold there. And I can't help but think Coppola perhaps could have played that differently, James, right? Now, do you always do a stack with top pair? You're going to lose chips 100% unless you improve. It's just a rough spot for Coppola. I don't think he's done much wrong pre-flop, but I don't know if the turn shove makes a lot of sense. We're going to have the best hand so often. We're going to have a great draw pretty much all the time. We don't necessarily need to be putting more chips in when we could call and reassess river, and it's very hard to get called by worse when we jam there. So overall, tough spot for Coppola. I really feel for him because it is a nasty situation and one where we imagine we're going to lose chips regardless, but there's a look at the breakdown after that exchange. And we said going into the session, James, Angelov, one of the more experienced players at the table, has managed to get right in the middle of the pack again now, coming in as the shortest stack at our feature table after the last break.
Very much back in contention. And Coppola not overly comfortable now, hovering around 20 big blinds. As we carry on with the 100,000, 200,000 blind level, still 27 hands to play at this level.
Both 7. This one is mine, right?
Yes. Five.
Ace-5 suited for Angelov.
400.
Opens from his 36 big blind stack with a min raise to 400,000.
8 pass.
Queen 10 on the button for Amir Kokistani.
9 pass.
Folds.
3 pass.
Enrico Coppola has folded the small blind. Marius Galinsky is in the big blind with tens. I mean, this is a jam, right?
I think it is, James. What else are you going to do?
5.
All in.
5, all in.
And Angelov is not going to be able to call this shove.
Sorry. Thank you very much.
I think you're right, James. Tens actually feels quite comfortable as a shove here, James, especially at this sort of 14 big blind stack after you put in
6 pass.
big blind ante and big blind. Good stuff from both players, pretty standard overall, but picking up a couple more of those, we'll see you climbing the ranks. Galinsky now just a couple big blinds behind Coppola, both players around the 20 or less big blind effective stack. And I know I bang out on about it a lot. I tend to start my analysis with what's the stack depths, what's the effective stack depths. But it's important because it not only dictates our ranges pre-flop and how we want to play some of our combos, but also our standing in the rankings, which is so important for ICM.
Absolutely.
So Galinsky aware now he's the shortest, and therefore the one with the most approved, the one with the least ICM handcuffs, the least restrictions on making plays to try and chip up. But Coppola and Galinsky have got to do some work to get back into this one. Not close to danger territory, but certainly on the shorter side.
Shevlyakov opening under the gun with ace king of hearts makes it 400,000.
3 pass.
Round 2, Galinsky in the small blind. Who's got ace 9 suited.
5.
All in.
Galinsky all in again. This time he's going to get called and he will be dominated. Angelov folds, Shevlyakov calls, showdown.
Yeah, rough spot for Galinsky. I think he's doing the right move again here, James, especially against one of our chip leaders with that wider open. Runs right into it. Domination situation activated.
Galinsky at risk and behind.
Lewandowski.
Не смотри.
Извиняй, аз всяка година ще правя финал на тъпим турнир. Имах пик.
The flop. It's Queen Jack 10 with 2 hearts. Could you flop any better, Shevlyakov? Galinsky cannot win the pot outright. Galinsky is drawing to a chop.
It's pretty rare. We're almost drawing dead on the flop.
And now he is drawing dead on the turn. We are going to lose Marius Galinsky in 5th place.
GG, bro.
The Polish player who cashed both the main event and the high roller at EPT Prague bows out of the EPT Monte-Carlo main event in 5th place for more than €250,000, 259,900 to be precise. We're four-handed, and we have a monster chip leader in Alexander Shevlyakov, who's got 16 million, 80 big blinds, pretty much a 2-to-1 chip advantage on Amir Kokistani, who's second on the leaderboard.
Yeah, James, that was a massive, massive spot. Shevlyakov now just sort of a black hole sucking up all of those chips, and that means there's sparse little for the rest to fight for.
And the ultimate hashtag fun fact from the desk of StatTrick.
Thank you.
We have seen 2 eliminations so far, both players dispatched by Shevlyakov holding ace king of hearts.
Good Lord. Spicy stuff, Galinsky. Good performance, though. I mean, the fact we didn't talk much about Galinsky's play over the last couple days is kind of a testament to how solid he was. And I think that ace-9 was good. I think the 10s just before that was also good. The thing you have to remember, gang, especially a lot of you guys out there going, it's an ace, it's suited, but it's not connected. The thing you're forgetting is that Shevlyakov's range is augmented by chip lead advantage. He's going to open super wide. You're a short stack. Winning just a few big blinds will increase your stack by a huge percentage in relation to the amount that you risk. And therefore, I think it is fairly textbook to play ace-9 like that as the shortest stack, sub-20 big blinds effective against the chip leader.
Four-handed play begins.
9 pass. Three raise, 450,000.
Coppola raising to 450,000 with ace 3.
Now, I'd love to see Shevlyakov start to wield it, James. This is a good combo to throw in a little cheeky 3-bet. This is a dead button, remember, guys?
5, 8, all in.
Oh, max pressure. I said a little 3-bet. This is honestly exactly what I think he should be doing as the new chip leader. And you can see Coppola just in the bin here. Not slating Coppola in the slightest. It's just, what are you going to do, James? However, what I will say is this wider open will get punished by chip leaders. We need to be aware of that. And therefore, ace-3 as a wider open from the effective cutoff is probably a hand we need to be folding. Don't let yourself find yourself in a situation to be exploited by the chip leader.
With 4 players remaining, they have all locked up at least 337,900 euros. Remember, there is $1 million up top. Shevlyakov, the favorite right now to win this tournament with a substantial chip advantage over Kokistani, Angelov, and Coppola. Coppola, the shortest stack right now with 18 big blinds.
Three pass.
Angelov picks up ace-king on the button.
Five, 6 raise, 450,000. 8 pass.
Angle of about 30 bigs-ish. Raising into the big blind. Kokistani.
9 call, 450,000. Heads up.
The flop. Well, that's a king. That's 2 kings.
Oh, dear. Boris is on a tear here. Pretty hard to lose this one.
9 check. Six bet, 200,000.
Again, keeping up that consistent sizing here, James. The one big blind C-bet,
9 pass.
or close to it, was a similar sizing he employed against Coppola just a moment ago.
Yeah.
And that's what we've seen from Boris, as you'd expect. Very consistent, very solid play, giving very little away, even in the bet sizing department. Big fan, and that'll see him up to around 35 big blinds. Very close to Amir Kokistani now.
DF asking how long are the levels? 30 hands per level. We have 23 hands left to play at this level. Blinds currently 100,000, 200,000 with a 200K big blind ante.
Plan, please.
So James, let me ask you this. You've been observing this. You've been seeing the action with the new system in place. How does it feel to you?
I feel that the pace of play is standard. I don't think I haven't noticed anything significantly different from any other final table we've covered.
Okay.
Inevitably, now we are short-handed. Now we have 4 players, effectively half of the final table. I do think it will take less time to play 30 hands.
6 raise, 400,000.
Yeah, so perhaps now we'll feel it more than we did when we joined our final table. Is that what you're saying?
But that's the theory, right?
Yeah.
When you consider that at a final table, we used to reduce the duration of the blind levels when we got short-handed, if you keep it at 30 hands, if you keep that consistency, in theory, it should take less time to play 30 hands when you are short-handed.
Sure. Well, keep an eye out, because I'm interested to see if you can sort of palpably feel it. I mean, you've been watching these tables for so long now. I would love to get your
5.
Your vibe on the situation after the fact.
3 pass.
Raise and take it for Angelov, comfortably sitting in 3rd place. In fact, Nick, he's really narrowed the gap between himself and Amir Kokistani, who's 2nd in chips.
Yeah, this is great stuff. If Boris had a plan,
Donne-moi un peu de force, je dois pousser maintenant.
seems to be executing it here, and it seems to be working.
Sans les boîtes. Chemin de fer.
Eight raise, 400,000.
Shevlyakov has opened with King 4. Chip leader doing chip leader things.
9, pass. Three, pass.
Angelov with 9-8 suited in the big blind.
I think we're going to have to play this one, James. Against our chip leader, probably just a call.
6 call, 400,000.
Beautiful hand, 8-9 of spades.
And a pretty decent flop for Angelov with the open-ended straight draw and backdoor spades. Shevlyakov has paired his 4, but this is a post-flop flip where Angelov is actually the statistical favorite.
That's right, up and down backdoor spades, 2 live cards. Story checks out.
And he is going to lead for 275,000, bottom pair for Shevlyakov.
Love to have a lead on these boards. Shevlyakov does have a pair to start, though, so what's the move?
8 call,
The move is to call. You see a turn card, which is the 10 of diamonds, giving Angelov the straight and a lock on this hand.
That looks like the nuts to me.
So now do you slow down? Now do you check?
James, that's somebody who is not good enough to have a leading range on this board. Now on the turn, I'm even more lost than I was on the flop, but he is going to trap now.
Does indeed check it to Shevlyakov, who you presume is going to check it back here. Has showdown value.
Yeah, I think Angelov would prefer Shevlyakov to have maybe a float with a 10, maybe an ace-10 or something like that. Okay, that ace is actually not a ridiculous run out.
Inconsequential Greenstein.
It is inconsequential in the sense it doesn't change the strength of their hands, but very consequential in the sense that Shevlyakov can now represent that if he so chooses. And if you're Shevlyakov, you're probably thinking, I don't want this guy to get to showdown with a 7. I don't want him to get to showdown with a 6. Okay, never mind, he does. And sure enough, the nut straight is going to win this one.
Wow, I have ace 4.
Angelov now second in chips. Moves ahead of Amir Kokistani on the leaderboard. Angelov with 41 bigs, but trailing Shevlyakov by some margin. The chip leader with 79 big blinds.
Angelov checking twice there is so good, by the way, James. I think there's so many players that would have a little crack at that one.
Next hand starts with action on Amir Kokistani.
Five. 9 pass.
Folds the 9-8. Enrico Coppola, Jack 3 on the button passes. So it's Angelov versus Shevlyakov again. Small blind versus big blind. And Angelov is going to give Shevlyakov a walk.
Easy game. It does feel like this is going at a slightly faster pace, though, James. Maybe it's just me.
I think it's super short-handed. I don't think it's anything to do with the change to hands per level rather than a time level. It's just obviously when you get short-handed, you're just going to see more hands.
Well, that's always true, correct. But I think also I guess rather than me just being a dummy and going, yeah, it feels like it's faster, I'm sure we could probably just do some math at some point and we'll have more substantiated evidence to back up what's really going on.
Coppola starts this hand with 16 big blinds.
3 pass.
Folds. Angelov on the button has the Spraggy, A7 offsuit.
Did he get the memo?
5. 6 raise. 450,000.
Raises to 450,000. Shevlyakov folds the small blind. Kokostany in the big blind has 4 deuce.
This might actually be a fold. What?
Raise. 1,500,000.
Oh my lord, I love it.
Wow. Why so big?
That is spicy. Bottom of range, 3-bet. You know what? Throw out the rule book. Kokostany is loving it.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, my days.
Angelov responds with a 4-bet. 2.6 million. Can you find a 5-bet jam here with 4 deuce?
Surely not.
It probably
Surely
would
not.
get a fold.
I absolutely admire the gumption, but the click back is just devastating. He's thinking,
5.
why did I 3-bet 4 deuce offsuit?
He didn't fold there. He put out a time bank card.
4 million.
Oh!
What?
He finds a 5-bet!
Yeah.
What on earth is going on here?
4 million.
What year is it, James?
But here's the question. Why not a jam? Why are you 5-betting so small?
Okay, if we see a 6-bet, I'm quitting poker forever.
If we see a 6-bet, just give Boris Angelov the trophy.
Just give him the trophy now.
Five.
Angelov considering his options. He's played a time bank card. He is suspicious of this 5-bet.
He definitely is.
6 pass.
But elects to let it go. The spirit of Benny Spindler alive and well here in Monte Carlo as Kokostany plays power poker and shows it.
He showed it. Unbelievable.
And that changes the dynamic substantially. Kokostany firmly second in chips with 10 million.
Nice hand.
Boris Angelov down to 5.6 million, 28 big blinds. Coppola still the short stack with 14 big blinds. Let's get Joe Stapleton back in the mix. What a hand.
Bananas. And other fruit.
I mean, that was a flashback to 2011, 2012, to the era of these ridiculous pre-flop raising wars.
Yeah, I can't help but feel like Kokostany, in his heart, has already won this event. I mean, you have that clip to lord over everyone for the rest of your life now. The time I 5-bet with 4 high and got it done on the world stage. On a final table with $1 million up top, quite
well,
right.
I know what I'm asking him about in the winner's interview.
Hey. Goodness gracious me.
Angelov back in action.
8 fold. 9 fold. And sit 3 folds.
And a raise and take it for Boris. Now playing 30 big blinds and still 19 hands to play at this blind level.
It'd be interesting to see where those 19 hands link up with the fact that there's another break in an hour. Maybe it'll line up perfectly. Who knows? It's like watching that screensaver bounce around.
You want it to hit the corner?
You want it to go in the corner so bad.
It does happen eventually, right?
I think so. I've never seen it, but I've heard of it.
That was exciting.
We don't see hands like that anymore.
Yeah, that was something.
Sit 8 fold.
Nine, 10 suited. The Grafton. He doesn't need a hand this good, does he?
You saw what I could do with 4 high. Now check this out.
3 folds.
Couple is board.
Ooh. 33. Is that an angel number?
I'm not sure if I know my angel numbers.
Let's find out.
6 a call.
Wait, our angel numbers are different from...
333 is support. Assign your angels or surround you with love and guidance.
Angel numbers are different from like gematria, right?
I don't know what gematria is. I'm talking about science here, Nick.
Oh, sorry.
Not some made-up mumbo jumbo.
Yeah, fair enough.
Angelov checks.
And 9 check.
Did the dealer say 10-9 checks? Board pairs on the turn. It's 7. 7s and 3s are the best hand. Queen kicker.
Sit 6, bet 350,000.
350,000 into 1.1 million.
Cokestani clicks it back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why I was bothering to try to predict what was going to happen here. It looks like he's going to take a couple of, at least one hand off from the craziness.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the biggest concern about making a move like that, Joe, is you feel like you won already. You get that one through, you're absolutely buzzed about it. Well, you got to get back in the driver's seat, but, you know, you're spent. Do you have, what's the word?
You're going to be blind 200.
Do you have any superstitions, Joe? Is there anything that you've accrued over the years?
So many.
Yeah?
So many. My main one is I don't like when someone bumps the back of my chair. Like when I'm in a hand or something and someone comes walking by and they knock my chair, that's bad luck to me. That's like the universe telling me, don't do it on this hand.
Fold the hand.
Sit 9, raise 400,000. 3 fold. 6 fold.
Yeah, I guess, remember Lucian Cohen had that gross coffee stain on him he thought was good luck?
And then he wore it for the rest of the tournament?
I mean, it worked. Kyrgyzstani opening under the gun. What's your superstition? Ace-Jack for Shevlyakov.
So, I don't really have many, but, you know in the PokerStars throwables?
Yep.
And if you unlock enough, you can unlock the little Santa Claus that you can throw a little Santa Claus over there, and it's like it was a Christmas theme thing.
I haven't played on Stars in a while, but yeah.
So there's a throwable, and it's like Santa in a sleigh, and everyone's like, "Hey, it's old Saint Nick. You should. It's like your throwable."
Oh, cool. Yeah, I get that.
So I started doing that every time I was all in, and I was winning more all ins.
Oh. Okay.
And I was like, guys, that's so silly, but now I feel obliged to do it
now,
every
if you
time.
don't do it, you're questioning, you're challenging the universe.
I'm blocking myself. Yeah.
So check on the flop. Ace high good. Shevlyakov checks the turn. Kyrgyzstani's like, you know what? It's been like 2 hands since I've bluffed.
Yeah, the problem is, Joe, it's quite a slow throwable. So when I actually have the hand, I feel like I'm slow rolling people. So it's kind of
because you have to wait for it to finish.
You have to wait for the presence to land before I call.
Seat 8 call.
Yep, not going anywhere yet.
Yeah, I was not expecting a fold from ace high. River's a 7. Ace high is the best hand.
8 check.
How much is Shevlyakov willing to call? Kakastani gives up.
Ace high good.
And another pot for Shevlyakov. That's going to get him up to 86 big blinds. Dang near double Amir Kakastani, who is second in chips. I saw Alexander Shulko on the rail, yeah?
Yeah.
For Shevlyakov.
He was there.
PSPC champion.
What's another example, Joe? Another one of your superstitions.
What's another superstition? I have a shirt that is a cowboy riding a horse and just a big and one.
All in.
What? We have got an all in.
6 fold.
I would imagine this all in is coming from Enrico Coppola, who shoves with Jack 3 suited.
Say what?
That's 2,750,000.
2.7 million.
It's like 13, 14 bigs.
I was going to say that's more than 10 big blinds. Shevlyakov calls with the 6s. Big blind is out.
Oh, dear.
And Coppola is at risk with one of the worst hands in poker.
This is vaguely reminiscent of Paris. Not really sure what the Jack 3 is doing here, but Coppola has been feeling the vibes well so far. See if the universe rewards this.
He's got one over and he's suited. I guess it's unlucky to run into 6s. I don't know how to put a positive spin on this.
Comunque andate è stato bello. Comunque andate è stato bello.
I mean, Shevlyakov, given how poor Jack 3 suited is, isn't as big a favorite as you would like. But it's up to Coppola to make up some ground. There's a 3. One pair for Coppola, not good enough to win this pot just yet. Turn is the 5 of spades, so that reduces Coppola's outs.
Street flash potential.
And Shevlyakov, yeah, has a straight flush draw. Doesn't need to hit it. Just needs to fade, and does. Coppola with the questionable shove with Jack 3 suited. Hey, a little moment of tenderness right there. Woo. Gotta love Europe.
Can we spread out?
Final table brotherhood.
And that is going to be GG for Enrico Coppola, who is going to walk with a nice chunk of change. I'm not going to lie. I'd be in a bit of a hurry to spend my 337,000 euros also. So maybe that explains what we just witnessed there. Enrico Coppola, now the cock of the walk-off.
Very good. It's a pleasure for me.
Yeah, good run. Nice hand, sir. With the 6s, and GG's to Enrico Coppola.
337,900 euros. Your watch has ended. And we're now three-handed threads up poker. Everyone now guaranteed over 430, close enough to 440,000 euros. Now everybody's looking to get their start to play in the big leagues like this somewhere. And you gotta think that the PokerStars Live League with its high, medium, and low leaderboards might be a good place for the up-and-comers. You know why? Because it's not just EPTs that count. PokerStars Opens all over the world also contribute to your points. There are prizes for the top finishers and a chance to become a PokerStars Team Pro. Now, Nick, you worked super hard to become PokerStars Team Pro. How does it feel that they're now giving away like candy?
Fantastic.
Really
Love to see
good.
fresh blood. Yeah,
absolutely. The low buy-in leaderboard currently topped by Andreas Fraley, far from an amateur. Andreas actually is a former co-host of mine. I've done commentary over the Galfond Challenge with Andreas. Very skilled poker player. David Doherty also, you know, far from an amateur. Well, look at these names that are there. Not all super familiar to us. I think we're going to see some new superstars develop as a result of the PokerStars Live League. Obviously, most of those rooks are going to show up there in the low events, but medium, we start to see a few more names we recognize. Jan Kite, now first on the medium buy-in. We've got Luke Marsh. Oh, nice one, Marsh. Kenny Howlert, PokerStars Team Pro already. You know, I hope he wins the Team Pro.
I really hope he gets double pro
I hope
status.
he gets to be the Team Pro. Luke Schwartz. And TJ Reed was number 1 on this leaderboard just a few days ago. Now has dropped to number 10 after things have been updated here in Monte Carlo. We've got a Chinese player on the list, absolutely. And it's the year of Romania. Let's check out the high. And things have moved here as well. Clemens Reuter was number 1 on this list yesterday, I want to say. And now it's Christopher Wynn. 2 players jockeying for position from the same country. Enrico Kamoski, know him. Mikita Bajikovsky, know him. Jesse Lonis, know him. Leon Sturm, we actually just watched a bunch of Leon this week. Those points obviously being updated from the main event. And of course, Alex Kulev is a human we have seen time and time again in the high buy-in events here on the various PokerStars Live tours. Whoever wins this event is going to get 611 points. So even if they have 0 points, looks like they'll end up somewhere in the top 10. Still other events grinding out as we speak. But it's the dying embers of EPT Monte-Carlo right now.
You don't know?
And Threads Up Poker is underway. Blind still 100,000, 200,000 with a 200,000 big blind ante. Let's see if James's prediction.
When reach 3% to the final 3%, 30 minutes.
I don't remember.
Then ask Murray.
This is James's prediction. Will that the hands will go a little bit faster?
So I think Kookstani was asking about whether or not the clocks were reduced now that we're 3-handed, because that was our policy previously.
That's right.
However, I think we're sticking to the 30
hand
rule. If I'm not mistaken. Sure, James would be yelling at me if I was here, but
700,000.
we play on.
Seat 3 folds. Thanks.
Good check.
Hand 1 of 3-handed is complete. Goes to Kokistani, who is second in chips. About a 2-to-1 chip deficit between Kokistani. No, more than that now after Shevlyakov knocked out Coppola. So Shevlyakov with around 100 bigs, 46 for Kokistani, 30 for Angelov.
Yeah, anything can happen here. And if Shevlyakov can keep on to that, keep hold of that chip lead, means the other two are going to have fewer and fewer chips to duke it out for.
And 3 fold.
And it's going to be a walk for Shevlyakov on this hand.
Is that an American thing, Joe? Put your dukes up.
Put your dukes up. Yeah, that sounds American to me.
I think my Uncle Mike used to say, like, oh, you want to fight? Hey, put your dukes up.
Put your dukes up, yeah. But all that bare knuckle boxing comes from England and Ireland anyway, so maybe it comes from there.
True.
Like a duke is very royalty. Kick-ass duke.
Duke of Cambridge?
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Duke of Edinburgh?
Apparently it was oh no, it was an Earl. The Earl of Sandwich, who invented sandwich because he didn't want to get his playing cards dirty.
I love that guy.
He didn't want to get up from the table. He was multi-tabling. Shevlyakov gets to open pretty wide as the chip leader, especially into the player who's second in chips, gets to put that ICM pressure on them, but ace-7 suited, way too strong to get out of the way.
Yep, so far just a limp and a check.
8 check.
Two Dukes of Hazzard references in the chat. Top pair for Kokostani. Zilch for Shevlyakov.
This is a pretty well-disguised hand. I wouldn't be surprised if Shevlyakov just stabs flop here. The delayed c-bet is also a consideration, but I think on ace-jack tray we probably do mostly just like one big blind betting.
Whoa. Ooh, snap call.
Snap call.
Next card. King ball.
And Kokostani's hand is pretty well disguised, I'd say. You know, there are a decent number of ace combos that might consider raising blind v blind. However, in this sort of high-pressure, three-handed setup, things do change. We don't want to be quite as aggressive as we would be at Chippy V. 2 barrels with the 10. Go ahead. Just make it like a mill ball.
Pretty close.
6 bet 800,000.
800,000. 8/10 of a mill ball.
8/10 of a mill ball.
I mean, Kokostani looks a little exasperated by this, but I think I'd be pretty happy in general. Obviously, you know, you've got far from the nuts, but that is an improvement.
Woo.
Twoper on the river.
I had a twoper once.
Shevlyakov with one last shot to quote-unquote bluff this.
3 million. Waves the flag.
8 bet.
Kokostani snap bets.
He's making pretty quick actions here, Joe.
And Shevlyakov is giving the commensurate double check. He didn't miss a straight. Thank you to Oscar Alejandro. It says, put up your dukes originates from Cockney rhyming slang. It is believed to be a shortened version of put up your Duke of Yorks, where Duke of Yorks is rhyming slang for forks. Makes perfect sense if you ask me.
Story checks out. That is one of my favorite Englishisms.
Story checks out?
No, the English say, how much you got? I got 10 bags. Bags of sand. Grand.
Okay.
Is Cockney rhyming slang. Got 10 bags.
6 fold.
I don't want to upset the Cockney community, but Cockney rhyming slang is real dumb.
Say that to Barney Boatman.
5 seconds.
Barney's a classy individual. Kokostani is limped into the small blind with 8-4 diamonds. Angle off with a raisable king-jack suited in the big.
5 seconds.
750.
Woo!
C3 raise 750,000.
Let's put more chips in the middle.
Seems, I guess heads up you call this, right? For sure. What about threads up?
And 8 fold.
Is it a fold? It feels like a fold.
Was it?
I mean, it was a lot. It was 7.5x.
It was call raise. Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
You're right, though, Joe. We do want to limp call with a lot of our suited hands. But maybe at the bottom end we can avoid on FTs. Just high risk, maybe even just marginally profitable if we play our hand perfectly through every street. 8-4 suited. We're not super jazzed about.
Oh my God, the tax conversation's back. Sweet Lord, baby Jesus, please no.
5 seconds.
We don't have to talk about that.
8 fold.
We don't have to talk about who pays taxes where. Let's just let it go. Angle off queen 3.
C3 call.
Limps in. Big blind has all the chips and an ace. What do you do? What do you
5
do?
seconds. And C6 check.
Check, check.
I realize that as Shevlyakov hits a deuce here, that elimination happened when I was about to explain my next superstition. So I have a shirt with a cowboy on it, like in like a rodeo pose, right? Like the cowboy's bucking, and he's got his hat in the air, and under the cowboy it says "wrecked."
Wrecked.
And when we get destroyed in the casino, we call it getting wrecked. And every time I've worn it, I thought it would be funny and ironic. I've actually gotten wrecked in the casino.
Yeah.
Now, on the flip side of that, a buddy of mine has a podcast about craps called Casino Tears.
Okay.
And he sent me a T-shirt that says Casino Tears on it. And every single time I've worn that, I've done great.
I think that's because Casino Tears is a great name.
It's a great name, and like the casino literally...
It's a great phrase.
Literally is crying. Angelov's top pair, still very good.
Casino Tears, that's great.
So I do wear Casino Tears now if I know I'm going to be gambling in the casino. And wrecked is actually out of my rotation.
And 6
Fair
check.
play.
So the turn goes check, check. 7's another straight card. Doesn't feel like Angelov's going to be that worried about it.
3 check.
Does not go for value.
And 6 check, showdown.
Shevlyakov checks behind. Angelov's going to pick up $1 million. A pot worth $1 million will only profit 600,000.
Sorry, I didn't hear. No, I didn't get it. Sorry.
Joe Stapleton does not seem like the kind of guy that pays taxes.
All right.
I bet you wish that was true, Joe.
I do wish that was true. I'm sick about it every year till it's done. Because the U.S. government's like, why don't you
prepay?
Why don't you tell us what you think you owe?
Oh, I hate that,
And
man.
if you get it wrong, you're in big trouble. Shevlyakov with a very strong pocket nines.
Pocket neeners.
Noin, noin. Noin. Noin, noin.
Noin, noin. Kookstani, Queen 7 offsuits. It's not a great hand. I wouldn't be surprised to see a fold. Again, if we're talking about chip EV, we might need to sneak in there with some calls, but I think the fold is going to be fine on the FT.
Joe Stapleton, when are you getting out here to Vegas? I don't know. I don't know. I might be there as early as June 1st. I might not come at all. It's still up in the air. I'm waiting for some key information to come my way. Shevlyakov ace deuce gets to raise into both blinds, both shorter stacks. Kookstani with a suited hand, but not great from that position. And Kookstani is the one that really has to be the most careful in this three-way situation. Does not want to go out before Angelov, who wakes up with a big one here.
5 seconds.
Yeah. As the shortest stack, I think we probably 3-bet this. We can see that Boris agrees. 1.85 mil.
Gotta go after it. Gotta go after the button raise from the big stack.
C6 fold.
Shevlyakov Surrenders. Boris Angelov cannot be stated enough. Finished second in this event last year. Is dangerously close to at least tying that and giving himself a chance to go one better. Would make EPT history.
Free fold.
Yeah, such an impressive stat there. Already guaranteeing himself just shy of 440,000 euros. What a life.
And 6 call.
So Kokostani's raised the button. Is going to have to contend with the chip leader in the big blind. Ace, king, 5, 3 hearts. Shevlyakov with the only heart. Pair of kings for Kokostani. Big blind checks.
What's the time? 4:30.
8 check.
Check, check. 6 on the turn. That's a pair now for Shevlyakov. Not enough to eclipse the king. But certainly showdownable at this point, I think.
Showdownable. It is possible, but not improbable.
6 check.
Might be tough to fold out an ace or a king. He's already beating the 5. He checks. Kokostani
Bet 400,000.
now is going to go for a little value after Shevlyakov has checked twice. $400,000. Does have that heart draw as well.
Five seconds.
Plenty of time bank cards.
What if he check raises?
I think anything is possible here.
Sorry, I say check raises. What if he
raises?
It is a check raise, excuse me, yeah.
6 raise 2,500,000.
Yeah. Why not?
A simple prediction coming to fruition.
You're blocking a set, you're blocking 2 pair plus, you're blocking hearts. Why call when you can raise?
And don't forget who he's doing this to, the player who is second in chips. It's going to be very difficult for this player to just ship it back on you without jumping off the old ICM tower.
Five seconds.
Nice move. What a play.
And that is how you work the big stack. That is how you apply ICM pressure. And that is how you wear a white shirt to a final table with no coffee on it.
Take notes, Cohen. Take notes. Different Cohen.
Shevlyakov back up to 97 big blinds. Angelov and Kokostani close, but Kokostani's got Angelov by like 1.3 million.
Seat 3 fold.
Pocket sevens now for Shevlyakov.
Seat 6 raise 600,000.
And
8 fold.
Kokostani cannot contend.
Yeah, big blind not so hot here. Really, really bottom of the range stuff. So Kokostani still 42 big blinds to 99 of Shevlyakov. Angelov 34 bigs. Still very, very, very playable stack, especially three-handed. Going to have a lot of opportunities to play from position. And definitely can widen up those ranges now that we've lost a significant number of the final table.
Kian asks, what do the commentators think of Alan Keating? Well, Kian, Alan Keating played on season 1 of the Big Game on Tour. He played on season 2 of the Big Game on Tour. He's recently on the Poker in the Ears podcast. And I think Alan Keating is one of the best things to happen to poker in a very long time. I think that he's great for the game. I think that he gets mainstream attention. I think that he understands that poker's got to entertain people, and he's a bit of a weirdo, and I like that too. And he won't tell me where his money comes from, and that's driving me nuts, but I'm going to find out eventually. But I'm a fan.
I'm also a fan. In fact, I've seen some hands recently, Joe, that involve Alan Keating that are truly some of the coolest hands of poker I've seen in a long time. Like, honestly, he plays the game great. He's been involved with some really big, sick pots. And, yeah.
Wow. What synergy we've just discovered here. And that, speaking of Alan Keating,
Seat 6, bet 300,000.
in the next hour, we are going to premiere the Big Game on Tour Season 2 extended cut trailer.
Let's go.
So check it.
Usually you got to pay extra for the extended cut, Joe.
Not this time. Free 99. Angelov facing a bet from Shevliakov. His pair of fours are way good.
To 900,000.
And is raising.
Why call when you can raise? And this might just get it done right here, right now. One of the cool things about check raising a hand like 5-4 on this flop texture is that your opponents do need to play slightly more honestly in general on a final table, right? Now,
5 seconds.
At this level, with the way we've been seeing these guys play, that doesn't mean you're not allowed to continue. It doesn't mean you're not allowed to fire back. Queen 6 seems pretty disconnected to try and make a move here. I don't know if this has the...
Tell you who would make a move with it.
What's that?
Amir Kokostani.
Hey,
oh my goodness!
I'll
tell you who else would make a move with it.
Seat 6 raise 1,700,000.
Alexander Shevliakov getting super out of line with no pair, no draw.
Yeah. That was what I was going to say, Joe. I don't know if this is technically the kind of hand that's supposed to have the components that we require to make a move here. But you know what? That doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want.
Five seconds. And 3 call.
Angelov goes nowhere. This pot is massive. What will the turn bring? It's a king. Doesn't hit anyone.
3 check.
Is it a card that Shevliakov will feel compelled to continue telling his story? Get those marbles out of my mouth. Angelov does not have as much to lose going out in third place as Kokostani does at the moment. It feels
5
like
seconds.
Angelov is dug in on this hand, but Shevliakov is doing his best to uproot him. And this is interesting. This bet is for less than the raise was on the flop.
Yeah, but if you look at the effective stack here, Joe, it's kind of like saying, I just want you to put a little bit more in, and I'll get a little bit more on the river.
To get the rest on the river, right?
Yeah, like it's important that we always assess, you know, bet size.
Oh.
But this small bet can be as threatening as a larger bet because it has that fear associated with it that I'm getting milked on the turn, right?
Shevlyakov absolutely punks Angelov. Angelov, unfortunately, just did not have the hand strength to fight back. Angelov now down to 24 big blinds. Huge gap between him and Kokostany now, who's got not quite double that, but a lot more than Angelov.
Yeah, pretty awesome move. Boris still got plenty of chips to play with, but on the shallower side, 24 big blinds to kick off this hand.
Free fold.
Kokostany opening ace-5. Shevlyakov with a very playable jack-10 in the big blind.
5 seconds. And seat 6 call.
Seat 6 call. We're going to a flop. Five tray. Pretty good flop for Kokostany. A mere pair of 5s.
6 check.
Shevlyakov checks to the razor.
And 8 check.
Razor checks back. Full house now for Kokostany.
And on these textures, suddenly, you know, high cards do just generally have quite a lot of value. If your opponent doesn't have a pair, ace high is almost always winning. King high can be winning frequently. Especially given that
400,000
pre-flop action.
400,000 the bet. Quick fold from the chip leader.
Yeah, it feels like you just want to deny some equity. You can still get called by worse there as well, of course. Like I said, on those textures, still get floated by, you know, ace-jack, ace-10, that kind of thing.
Это твоя глупая поддержка, да?
Maybe some king highs even.
Это его все остальные.
А я совсем один. Одинокий волк.
Сюда один приехал?
Free fold.
Предлагал девушке, она не хотела.
King 6 suited for Shevlyakov. Seems good enough for a poke.
Short-handed king 6 suited. Definitely pretty sweet.
Call.
4 hands left on this level.
And 8 check.
We play on. We play on. Queen 9-8, 2 diamonds. Interesting matchup here. Pair of 9s versus the flush draw. The 1 overcard.
Seat 6 bet 200,000. 8 call.
Doesn't matter. Ace on the turn. Shevlyakov first to act. Bet 200,000, 1/3 pot on the flop.
Seat 6 bet 400,000. And 8 fold.
And the just under half pot bet works on the turn to get
Ну, мне кажется, я стаж.
the best hand to fold.
Мне кажется, я был флаш. Было совпадение.
Без совпадения. Было?
Да.
Push draw.
Three hands left on this level.
6 fold.
Who do we got here? Oh, Mackie says, just tuned in. Love to see Angelov here. He was super, super lucky day one, and he knocked me out. Hope he wins it all. That's nice.
5 seconds.
600.
Seat 8, raise 600,000.
Alex says Kokostani said he's completely alone here. Offered his girlfriend to come, but she did not want to.
Oh, dear.
That's a shame. I'd be like, your percentage is going down, lady.
What did you get me for Christmas?
A plane ticket. You didn't use it.
All right, so play continues. And just a reminder, 100K, 200K are the blinds, 200K up top.
For like 2 more hands.
That's right. So 200K, big blind, 200K, big blind ante.
Seat 8, raise 425,000.
425,000.
3 folds.
Hubris says, God forbid the players speak their own language.
fold.
God forbid you say something reasonably intelligent.
I keep doing it.
Oh, okay.
You don't understand. We ask the players to speak English so that we can tell what they're saying.
Anglais.
Keep it on the up and up. Believe me, if we all spoke every language, sure, go for it. Same as on YouTube. We're moderating.
Parlez anglais. All right, so almost blinds up. As Joe just said, King 10 on the button seems like a hand we're going to play. Starts the hand with 21 big blinds. Let's just make this 400K to go. Maybe a smidge more.
Seat 3, raise 450,000.
Very nice.
Oh, you don't want to see this. Oh, my goodness.
Uh-oh.
Angelov running into jacks.
1.2.
Seat 6, raise 1,200,000.
Little less than 3x.
Yeah, power sizing here. This means we get to sneak in some more bluffs as well, Joe. And on a final table, a small 3-bet can be just as scary as a big one. So we don't need to increase our size in order to make this an effectively balanced bet size.
8 fold. 3 fold.
Oh, Angelov just gives it up.
If he folds, I had a hand, good hand, basically, not bad hand.
And blinds are up.
If he folds, I had a not bad hand. I 3-bet you as well and call you all in. Okay.
That was the
250.
last hand of the previous level. 125,000 to 250,000 to 250,000. You can tell that's a lot because it's hard to say. Where's my gold records at?
Six fold.
All right, small blind action.
Seat 8 call, 250.
Kokostani limps in.
Видел раздачу против
Angelov.
Фатила? Против Фатила видел раздачу? Нет.
Has the option.
Не то, что мискрик проебал экшен. Я.
Don't waste your time bank on that. Option checked. Ten, 10, 7. Queen high versus queen high.
Who wants it more, Joe?
I think the audience wants it. I think everyone loves it.
Seat 8, bet 275,000.
Nah, this isn't getting a showdown. Let's start betting.
275,000.
Angelov might even float with queen high here. This was a limp and a check. Your opponent will fire this board as a bluff very frequently. Queen high, therefore, will be the best hand. And you also have some scope for bluffing on later streets if you feel inclined to do so.
That is a spade on the turn and gives Angelov a straight draw and
check.
a flush draw. Not a particularly good straight draw, but it is a winner should he get there.
Yeah, I think the 6 of spades is a nice card to have if we do want to sort of start bluffing. But if we could just stick to our plan and just go for the check down, that's fine. And Joe, this is actually going to end up.
This this hand ends in a chop. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Oh man, I feel like I haven't done that once this trip so far.
Me and Maria nailed one from 8,000 miles apart.
No, amazing. Yeah, I just decided to stick with the plan there and just get to showdown with queen high. Story checks out. Like I said, when we're floating there, it does take some time to spot those moments. But when we float, we're really saying that our opponent's range is so wide in a limp-checked pre-flop pot that queen high just doesn't need to bluff, and I think that's kind of cool.
So after those blinds have gone up, you can see how big they are, top left corner of your screen. That gets Boris Angelov down to 14 bigs. And three-handed, those big blinds come around real often. Like here, he's got to fold the small. 7 deuce. Shevlyakov at 91 bigs right now, almost triple Kokostany and double Kokostany and Angelov combined.
Yeah.
We are about 9 minutes away from a break. Frederick Shu Ovison says, how long until next break? I'll kill you. King Jack for Angelov.
Yeah, we got to play this one.
C3 raise 1,750,000.
That's a virtual all-in.
C6 fold.
Half his stack.
And 8 fold.
No one can call.
There was Matru Karol to my belly. Давай, давай. $125?
125.
Shevlyakov gonna open things up here from the, kick things off, I should say. Very likely to open.
Five seconds.
And there's the open.
Seat 6, raise 500,000.
Jack 10.
Any big blind takers? Nope.
And 3 fold.
Terrible hand in the bin.
Bad news for Boris. That was a big blind gone. Why is there a different cast between Twitch and YouTube, asked Casper. So Hardigan clicked on a dodgy link and our Twitch page got hacked. And we can't get control of it back. Tonka and Finton
hacked the Twitch.
Got James with to be honest, a rudimentary phishing scam. You should be embarrassed for falling for it.
Amazing.
They were pretending to be Kylie Minogue. And Kylie said that she needed money for helicopter fuel. She was stranded in Australia.
5 seconds.
And needed James's help.
650.
So he clicked on the link.
The Twitch password.
Yeah, and then somehow they got into our Twitch that way. Commentators were using something recently, not knowing for all three players is no F word. Alex, you're really annoying me. Not now.
Getting through these hands now. Love threads up, Joe. You know I love a threads up spot. It's kind of my thing.
It is your thing, actually. But they're way too deep.
They are.
Even 17 big blinds is more than you'll ever have
in my whole life.
Spin and go.
It's not true. We start with 25, Joe. Doesn't last for long.
For 90 seconds, you have 25 big
For
blinds.
a whole 90 seconds.
Free fold.
Sebastian asks, when is the break? For you, right now, you banned.
Seat 6, raise 750,000.
Eight six for Chevliakov. He's going to raise Amir's big blind. Ooh, Kokostani ships it with 2 8s. Tony Twosome Town says that dealer is a pro, quickest deals. That's right, best dealers in the world on the European Poker Tour. So 88 big blinds for Chevliakov, 36 for Kokostani, 15 for Boris Angelov. Boris in big trouble. Last year's second place finisher, looking to make history if he can somehow take it down this time around. Ace Jack of Diamonds. This will be Boris's big blind. Ace 5 for Kokostani, folds it.
All right, any big blind takers? Oh.
Pocket 3s for Angelov.
This might be all in, guys. I don't think there's any other play here. We're too shallow to miss the spot to potentially generate fold equity or win a flip.
Angelov is all in. Did win his last flip all in with the pair, right?
Did indeed, yeah. And this is a big, big moment.
Huge moment. Angelov needs these 3s to hold to keep the dream alive. 7th place finisher Miguel Capriles on the rail.
Boris.
Pointing and thumbs upping.
Big moment, guys. Really, really sweaty flip incoming. Hold your breath.
Dimitar Danchev on the rail for Boris. 9-7-4, 1 diamond. Pretty clean for 3s. Chevliakov has 5 ways to eliminate Angelov. Angelov is 1 card away from doubling up. River.
Bravo, man!
3s hold.
Wow.
3s hold.
I need to take some lessons, Joe. This guy is flipping good.
3-handed poker continues. Boris Angelov. from the edge of defeat, now up over 30 big blinds again, more or less even with Kokostani, although slightly behind.
Yeah, so just a moment of pause here for the distribution, guys. 70 big blinds for Shevlyakov, 36 for Kokostani, 33 for Angelov. So really, it is getting pretty
It's time
close.
to play the game.
And now we got to start playing again, he says.
Nachito, playing the game.
Million 975 missing 100.
And I think that hand is going to take us into the break. By the time all of this counting and stacking and counting is done, that means another 2 hours of play have lapsed. And it is time to take a break. Of course, there are 24 more hands still to be played in this level.
All right, so they're on break, right? All right, you guys are on break.
20 minutes?
20 minutes?
It has been confirmed.
20 minutes, yeah.
Break time.
Can you check the button for me?
Можеш ли малко по-добър тайминг?
Let's have a look at the chip counts of the final 3 players. Alexander Shevlyakov, despite doubling up Boris Angelov in that hand, still the overwhelming chip leader. 72 bigs, which is double the amount of Amir Kokostani, who's got 36. 33 big blinds for Boris Angelov. It's a whole new ball game. These players are taking a short break. We want you to stick around. We've got great stuff for you. But when we get back, the little matter of playing for 1 million euros back from Monte Carlo after this.
Nine-7 for Castelluccio. He folds from under the gun. Ace-king for Mohsen Charania.
Mohsen should most def raise here.
And he does raise to 250,000. Folded around to Mike Dietrich. The table short stack. He has ace-9 of clubs.
You hate it, but with his stack, you gotta shove this.
He does.
He's definitely gonna get a call, and he's definitely dominated.
Cards go on their back.
Listen. Well, good luck, Mike. Yeah, you too, bud. Thank you.
Mike Dietrich will be looking for a 9 or some clubs.
Both would be preferable, and also no king.
Otherwise, he will exit this tournament in 6th place. Nice of Clayton Mosden to stick around and rail his buddy. 10-7-5 flop with no clubs.
Not the sweat he was hoping for. Now he's just looking for a 9 or running straight cards.
An 8 on the turn.
We got a gutter ball sweat.
Any jack, any 9, any 6. The river is a brick for Dietrich. He goes out in 6th.
Good job. Yeah, man. Good luck. Good luck. Yeah. Nice hand, brother. Play well. Yeah. Good play with you, Bernard. Yeah. Take care. Yeah, good luck. Good game.
Isn't it bad enough that Americans sneak into Canada to steal all their jobs, and now they're knocking them out of poker tournaments? Think about some international diplomacy, would you, Mohsen?
Blind still 60 and 120,000. It's been folded to Sergio Castelluccio on the button. He has pocket 7s and he raises. Kings for Mohsen Charania.
Definitely a spot for a 3 bizzle. Play the pot out of position without the betting lead, and you're pretty likely to get action from the button, who either has a hand or maybe doesn't want to give you the credit for having one.
Here comes the re-raise. 570,000 total.
And for Sergio, I think just calling here is the only play.
Lucille has folded the big blind. It's back on Sergio.
Unless you got some kind of soul read fold in you. 4-betting would be very bad with 2 7s. Look at that, a chip castle. A Castle Lucio.
Don't give up the day job. Oh, I forgot, this is your day job.
Whoops.
Castelluccio calls.
Perfectly fine hand to see a flop in position.
And that flop is low. Castelluccio could get in trouble here with an overpair to the board.
Very dangerous board for him. Easy C-bet for Mohsen.
And that bet is 420,000.
Sergio's probably pretty happy to call a bet here, but I think that happiness ain't gonna last long.
There's the call. String call.
That is unless the 7 hits, in which case, yeah, happy again.
What's a 9?
Still brutally, this card doesn't look too scary for a couple of 7s. Mosen should have no problem continuing to hammer away.
More than 2 million in the pot. And Mosen's bet on the turn is 720,000.
Got Faraz Jaka, Chris Moorman, Luca Pagano, watching 2 streets of value so far. These bets are starting to get awfully big. Sergio calls again here. It's going to be very hard for him to station the river. Unless, of course, the 7 comes again, and he will happily get it all in on the river.
Castelluccio has called a second time. Now nearly 3.6 million in the pot with 1 card to come. It's not a 7, but it is another low card.
Mosen gearing up to put Sergio in a really, really tough spot.
He's already extracted 2 streets of value. Will he extract a third? The bet on the river is 1.38 million.
And this is some cherry bet sizing from Mosen Charania, and Sergio's adopting the appropriate response. It's a huge bet, but still small enough to make it really difficult to fold. It's a work of art, really. And this is just so sick. These are the 2 biggest stacks that are left. It comes down to soul reading a lot in a spot like this.
Castelluccio calls. And Charania shows the kings to win that pot and take the tournament chip lead from Castelluccio. He's down to 5 million. Mosen Charania now up to more than 8.6 million. Blinds are up to 100,000, 200,000 with a 30,000 ante. Folded to Mosen Charania in the small blind. Queen 6 off. And he will call.
Totally fine to limp in that spot.
Jack 10 for Lucille.
Lucille could raise, but checking's fine too. It's a hand that flops really well. And you do want to make sure you actually get to see a flop with it.
So she checks. And the flop is King Queen 6.
6 setup. Somebody call the stretcher. Lucille's up and down. Mosen's got bottom 2 pair. There's so much action on this flop, it should come with an Arnold Schwarzenegger one-liner.
Charania has checked. Lucille bets her draw, 225,000.
Lucille's giving Mosen the chance to check raise.
He just calls.
Now this might be a hand where you'd see a lot of money going normally, but in their minds, Bernard's a lock for 3rd place, so they may not want to play a huge pot.
10 of clubs on the turn. Lucille now with a pair to go with her draw. Mosen checks a second time. Lucille checks behind. River for free, the 3 of spades. She doesn't get there.
See if Mosen likes his hand enough to go for some value. Yeah, that 10 of clubs was such a buzzkill. No one has a club. Straights came in. Better 2 pairs came in. Lucille didn't have to semi-bluff anymore. She's got actual showdown value.
Mosen does value bet, 460,000.
She may feel compelled to call.
She does call.
Wow. You eat hard. You eat hard.
Remember, Mosen just limped pre-flop.
Wow.
Lucille's gonna have the best hand there a lot of the time.
So she gives up the chip lead to Charania, but she still has a very big stack. We made such a thing about the fact she's the first woman to ever make the final table of this tournament. She could potentially become our first ever female grand final champion.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Charania with King Queen suited on the button, raising, makes it 410,000. Lucille folds the small blind. Bernard Guillon with Ace 4 in the big blind.
Thinking of doing something crazy, Bernard?
All in.
He shoves.
He knows those aren't aces, right? I'm kidding. He should probably shove with that anyway.
Mosen calls.
Just one little stack of yellows, all it took for him.
Practically a flip.
Good luck, Bernard.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Oh, that almost made me cry. I love him.
What a flop for Charania. Queen 9.
I have 3 queens.
Thank you, Mosen. We'd noticed. Guillon now with less than 1% equity. Lucille on the verge of going heads up against Mosen Charania for the title here in Monaco.
Yes.
Guillon drawing dead on the turn. He goes out in 3rd. Mosen Charania and Lucille Kai go heads up at the EPT Grand Final. 545,000 euros, the prize for Guillaume. Lucille has ace king.
Hello there.
Well, if she raises 8-10, chances are she's going to raise ace king.
You don't say.
Sure enough, 400,000. Pocket queens from Osen.
Well, hello to you too. Here we go.
He's making the blind.
And here comes the 3-bet. Mohsen Charania makes it a total of 855,000.
And one more time from Lucille.
Raise.
4-bet coming, which will no doubt lead to a 5-bet jam from Charania, which no doubt she will call.
Whoa, 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 let's not get ahead of ourselves, James. Mohsen can lay this down still.
Yeah, right. She makes it 2,055,000.
One more time from Mohsen. We could probably just get to the river.
All in.
He shoves, and she calls.
Here we go.
As 3 paire de dames.
You hate to see it come down to a flip, but both have played so good. Both want it so bad. I don't know any other way to decide this.
One of the biggest coin flips in EPT history. A ridiculously huge race with the championship on the line. 9-3 deuce, 2 clubs.
Lucille calling for the backdoor flush draw.
Her immediate outs are aces and kings.
Queens are holding. Queens are holding.
The turn is a 7, no club.
No additional sweat on the turn. The river card potentially for the biggest title in European poker.
If it's not an ace or a king, Mohsen Charania has won this year's EPT Grand Final. The river card. It's a brick! Charania is the champion! He pockets more than 1.3 million euros and he will lift that trophy. Commiserations on one side of the room and celebrations on the other.
Great performance by Lucille Cailly. You lost, kid, but you don't have to like it. And Mohsen seems a little shell-shocked.
Let's have a big round of applause for Lucille, everybody.
Lucille Cailly still made history today, the first woman to ever make the final table of this tournament. And Mohsen Charania's name will be in the history books. "27 players remain. Action at the feature table has been folded to Johnny on the button. He's got deuces.
Get out your wallet, Hardigan.
He raises to 25k. Queen 10 for Ludovic Geilich in the small blind. He calls. And Adrian Mateos is coming along for the ride with Queen 9.
And away we go.
Top pair for Ludo.
Look at that tenor is trying to get away.
Checked to Loddon.
Check.
He checks behind. King on the turn. Ludo still has the best hand. Checks again. Mateos now with a gut shot. Also checks.
Check.
And still no betting action from Johnny. 8 on the river. Geilich bets 11,000.
Little blocker bet with what is almost always going to be the best hand.
Ooh, what's Mateos doing?
He hates little blocker bets because they totally give away the strength of Ludo's hand, probably.
So it's a bluff raise to 55,000. And here comes Johnny.
That's because Johnny hates raises of tiny little blocker bets because they give away the strength of both people's hands, and you all owe me $50.
Johnny re-raises, so he's bluffing one guy and value raising the other. Huh.
I'm sure he'd be happy with 2 folds.
Geilic's passed. And Mateos, who has queen high, folds as well.
Show the bare ace. Show the bare ace.
Shows them the deuce.
Yeah, show the bare ace, that's what I said. You've got the bare ace there, I was so close to snapping, and hopefully you fold. Nice play, nice play.
I wouldn't have done it.
Actually set up the pot
I
to
wouldn't have
win.
raised you, but as long as he
Yeah, of
comes
course, that's the only way you could win the pot, but I was thinking that as well. And I was close to calling with a 10.
Well, Johnny's putting a lot of pressure on himself to do well here. How about we share some of the burden? How about we sweat with Johnny?
All right, I'll allow it.
Pocket 5s under the gun. He raises to 160,000. Adrian Mateos calls in position on the button. Muhyiddin Ferez in the small blind. Also calls.
I don't need to be rude, but I'm not super worried about Ferez just calling out of the small blind.
Hadi Al-Azmar, our qualifier, is in the big blind.
Yeah, it's fun. Everybody's in. You see, when you don't 3-bet, so much more. Now everybody can win.
Set, please.
Family pot. And an ace-9 3-flop. Ferez checks. Al-Azmar checks. Johnny checks.
Free card? Huh? What do you say?
No dice. 275,000 from Mateos. Ferez calls. Al-Azmar folds. He completely missed the flop.
So calling would be pretty weird here with a bet and call in front of us, and I know what I would do, but folding's never really been Johnny's thing.
Remember, those black chips are 100k apiece. This is a check raise to 715,000.
Aha, all right. See, now Johnny did raise under the gun, so he can rep an ace here pretty realistically. We're repping an ace.
Action back on Mateos. He calls. Muhyiddin Ferez folds. He had a 9.
Well, we got rid of one hand, and it was better than ours.
So heads up to the turn. Four of clubs. Having raised flop, Johnny checks the turn.
We're definitely taking an interesting line. Usually we're supposed to keep betting there.
So Mateos bets 650,000.
Now this says to me that Adrian is not too worried about what we've got, but if he had a really big ace, maybe he would have 3-bet before the flop? No?
Johnny calls. And this hand's going to the river. With nearly 3.7 million in the middle, Johnny only has 2 million behind. The ace of diamonds pairing the board.
That makes it tougher for us to rep an ace, but also it makes it tougher for Mateos to have one.
Johnny checks again.
All in.
And the chip leader shoves on Loddon.
Oh, boy. Calling here and being right is the kind of thing legends are made of, but calling here and being wrong is so stupid and obvious that when you do it, you pretty much die of shame. I think this is a super easy fold, but for some reason, Johnny doesn't agree with me. Johnny knows just how aggressive Mateos has been. I can't even imagine the amount of dynamic and leveling that has been going on for Johnny to be even thinking about calling here.
Clearly a tough decision for him.
Now that Johnny's so suspicious, I kind of want him to call.
Johnny folds. Mateos shows a bluff, jack high!
Oh, he didn't have to show it.
Sykt ikke stoler på instinktene, skal være blikksynere. Jævla dårlig!
Via con Dios.
No ace and I snap out. Because then it makes no sense what he's betting if it's not an ace. Ace you can easily bet. It's a queen, I snap out.
I don't even know how you even think about calling there.
So sure you were floating. When I called the turn, I was just gonna call the river. I had nothing.
I can't believe that was 10 years ago. It makes me feel so old. We're here again in 2025 in Monaco for the PokerStars European Poker Tour Monte-Carlo main event at our three-handed final table. That's right, just 3 players remain from a starting field of 1,195. Those 3 players, Alexander Shevlyakov, who is the chip leader with 18.1 million, Amir Kokistani, who has 9.2 million, and last year's runner-up, Boris Angelov, who has 8.3 million. So it's 72 big blinds, 36, 33 respectively. Still got a few hands to play at the 125,000, 250,000 blind level. Remember, we are now playing a set number of hands per level. 30 is the number, and the number shall be 30. So players back in their seats, ready to resume the action. I am James Hartigan. Joining me live via satellite, it's Maria Ho. Hello, Maria.
Hi, James.
Are you excited to be here for very much the business end of this tournament? 3-handed action, 3 players, all guaranteed 439k. One of them is going to win $1 million.
Listen, the final day of any EPT main event is exciting, but look at these 3 animals. I have been following the action, and they have made it way more exciting than usual.
No real surprise to see that Angelov managed to work his way back from the danger zone to being in contention, albeit the shortest stack right now, but with 32 big blinds, nothing to worry about.
Yeah, just, you know, still maybe trying to rebound from that insane pre-flop hand against Kokistani earlier when the 4 deuce, who knew?
And was it just me, Maria? I said it at the time, it felt like a hand from a bygone era. It felt like a flashback to the days of Benny Spindler and the aggressive Germans with their pre-flop raising wars.
Yeah, like all of these clickbacks, 5-bet, 6, I mean, geez, it was insane.
I know there is one particular viewer on YouTube who'll be very happy you're here. Earlier on, there was a question in the chat, where is Mrs. Ho and Englishman? So, whoever you are, you now have the combo you wanted. By the way, I do think that we could have a really good morning drive show on local radio. It's Mrs. Ho and Englishman.
That would be fun. I'm in.
So action back underway. We have Boris Angelov calling in the small blind with 10-8 and Alexander Shevlyakov with Jack-4 in the big. So, Maria, you said you've been watching the action. I don't know whether you saw the very first level, the very first hour of play today, where there was a questionable play by Shevlyakov that resulted in the elimination of Jamil Wakil.
I did not see that. I heard about it because I was monitoring the chat. That was around 4 a.m. here, so unfortunately, I did not catch it.
Very disappointed that you're not showing true dedication to your craft and getting up at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Next time. I mean, if I knew that things like this would be going on so early in the day, I would be.
We had so much controversy in the first hour, a complaint by Shevlyakov that resulted in electronics being banned from the rail so that all players would agree to show their cards to the graphic system. And then, of course, this hand, which is within the rules, but did look a little bit shady. Obviously, Shevlyakov said he made a mistake. I guess you've got to give him the benefit of the doubt, but it did look a bit sus.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to watch that back, but we'll keep an eye on Shevlyakov.
Well, Shevlyakov is drawing dead in this hand.
250,000.
I should say dead to a chop, but he folds the turn. Boris Angelov chips up and is pretty much even with Amir Kokistani right now. Both players with 35 big blinds.
Сомневаемся.
A reminder of the prize money jumps. And right now, the leveraging that Shevlyakov can do is not insignificant. He has got a 2-to-1 chip advantage over the other two, and he can play them off against each other, Maria, because that is almost 200k separating third and second.
That's definitely a nice position to be in. I think for sure we've seen just from the play that Kokistani is very clearly the wild card in this mix, right? And so whereas normally people might abide by the rules of ICM, you know, as the stack that has to, you know, be a little handcuffed in this situation, I don't know if Kokistani has shown that he likes to play by the rules, so we'll see how he responds.
Shevlyakov raising small to big with king, queen. The Spraggy for Amir Kokistani. A7 offsuit.
5. 8 call. 750.
No re-raise, just a call.
That's all.
The flop is Jack 7 deuce with 2 clubs. So Kokistani flops best, pairing is 7. Shevlyakov, look, with 2 overs to the board. Backdoor clubs, backdoor straight possibilities.
6 check.
Does not continue. Checks it to Kokistani.
I do think in this spot you can mix between betting or checking with middle pair, and you know, a lot of the times I would have expected if there was a bet that Shevlyakov would have continued with his hand. So
yeah. Well, it goes check, check. Shevlyakov doesn't hit one of his backdoor outs, but he does hit his queen and is now near enough a 9-to-1 favorite. So delayed C-bet on the turn. Into a pot of 1.75 million. He bets 500,000. And Kokistani with his pair of 7s calls. River card is the 8 of clubs.
yeah, I'm not sure that Shevlyakov expects, you know, hands like flush draws or 10-9, something, you know, with the gutter to have necessarily checked the flop when check 2. So I don't think this 8 of clubs really changes the strength of king queen that much on this board.
A bet of 1.4 million on the river. And I noticed that Shevlyakov has got a nice tower of white chips. That's right, the 500Ks are now in play.
8 pass.
Nice fold.
Shevlyakov increases his advantage up over 19 million, playing more than 75 big blinds. Kokistani drops down to 30 bigs, in third place right now.
I think the interesting thing about what we're hoping to see, you know, from these 3 players is really just the fact that there's been so much of a dynamic that's been established between kind of, you know, the delay catching up, these players having access to the information, not just from today, but, you know, even yesterday, there were already some plays that were incredibly interesting and, you know, deviating from the norm that I'm sure these people will want to be adjusting to. And so I think it's all about kind of how do you now use your perceived image if you are Kokistani, if, you know that at this point that information has been revealed to your opponents, how are you going to turn that on its head and kind of level them into doing what you want in a later situation? And so I think that'll be interesting to see, is just all of the real-time adjustments.
Of course, of course.
That are going to be made.
And that information only available to the players now during the breaks. Previously, we have had situations where players have friends, family, buddies on the rail watching the stream, giving them information from 30 minutes ago. With this ban on electronics now, there is basically no coaching, no information whilst live play is taking place. So you've only got like the 20-minute breaks every 2 hours to catch up with what happened during the previous session.
I mean, I think I'm wondering, James, why do you feel like, because it's happened, you know, in previous EPTs where somebody will go to the rail in between hands and look at their friend's phone and watch the stream with them. But why do you think it's this one that they've decided, you know, was it just the sheer number of complaints they got from the other players?
I think it was yesterday the frequency that Angelov was going over to look at the stream and actually not just get information, but actually look directly at the screen and be studying what was happening. And look, let's be brutally honest. After last year's World Series main event, anytime anyone is looking at a screen on the rail, you're concerned what's on it. And I think it's been a thought for some time that we should just get rid of all of it. And the fact that there was an objection by one or two of the players this time around, it's just like, okay, you want a level playing field? We'll give you a level playing field. No one has anyone on the rail watching anything. No one is going to get information unless you're on the break.
So after this event, you feel like it's going to be officially kind of written into
is a good
the
question.
rules of
I
the EPT?
don't know. I would imagine that Toby Stone will seriously consider it. The fact that it was made a rule for this event would suggest to me that this would become the norm moving forward. We just had the rule change announced by the World Series of Poker, removing electronics from players when we're down to 3 tables, keeping electronics off the rail. I just think, you know, in the information age, as we see technology advance, it just makes sense that to keep the game human, we just eliminate that element.
8 raise, 700,000.
Right. I'm all for it. I feel like, you know, it's just so easy these days to exploit the technology at our fingertips, and just kind of getting rid of it just allows for there to be no gray area. You know, you don't want people to even feel like someone might have an advantage they're not supposed to have.
Joseph Kelly says someone on the rail could have an earpiece and get info from someone off-site. The key is, and this is something that Mario made very clear, no time spent away from the table during gameplay talking to people on the rail. Going over and saying hello to someone or being with your rail when you're all in or there's a huge hand, fair enough, but no in-between hands going over any perceived coaching, even something like a pep talk is now all off the table.
Five, 6 call, 250,000.
Well, I'm glad this wasn't established during Irish Poker Open women's event final table, because you were, just from the photos alone.
No, I was watching the stream.
Like you were very supportive, giving a lot of pep talks.
And I was also talking about hands that were from 30 minutes ago. And, you know, I wasn't giving any coaching. I'm literally just giving information that was available to everyone 30 minutes after the fact. But equally, if they'd said, hey guys, no electronic device on the table, I would have absolutely gone by that rule.
For sure. But I hate the no pep talks thing, though, because I like that. I like getting encouragement from the rail. You know, I like being able to go over and, like, after losing a big pot, and then just having my friend or my significant other be like, no, you got this, regroup, recenter. It's always nice to just hear that.
I think the problem is that you kind of, it's hard to police what's a pep talk and what's coaching.
Right.
Anyway, 18 hands left to play at this blind level, 125, 250. Action here on the chip leader on the button. Shevlyakov raising with king 6.
8 plus. Five. 3 call, 500.
Angelov defends with a dominating hand, king 8. Queen 8, 5.
3 check.
Shevlyakov has completely bricked this, 3%.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, maybe if his hand was a little bit stronger, he can find some checkbacks, but I feel like it's kind of so weak that sometimes you might just want to barrel once and be done with it.
Well, he has picked up a bit of equity on the turn. Would you Adam and Eve it?
And I think, again, you know, this is a spot where, with that check back, Angelov has to feel pretty good about his pair of 8s, but you don't really want to start betting it just because you don't want to play a huge pot right now. You just want to kind of get into bluff catching mode with some of the weaker part of your range.
Six check.
Well, that king on the river might cost Shevlyakov some more here because Angelov has rivered 2 pair. Shevlyakov has rivered top pair.
3 check.
Yes, spades do come in, but now that Angelov checks, you know, might Shevlyakov want to bet this for value? Maybe thinking Angelov would sometimes barrel the turn with a flush draw once it goes check on the flop. And, you know, having that 6 blocker to the straight is also nice. There's just going to be fewer hands that are able to check raise in this spot. So you do see him
6 bet.
Going for value.
575,000.
$575,000. And I'm guessing Angelov is considering, yeah, whether he can raise here, and he does raise.
2,650,000.
2.65 million.
Yeah, and going back to kind of the blockers, the 6 of clubs is nice, but having no spades isn't as nice.
5. 6 pass.
Shevlyakov folds. And Angelov is going to put some separation between himself and Amir Kokistani.
Yeah, definitely a very fortuitous river there for Angelov to get a little extra value there.
Actually, Angelov's still trailing. Angelov's still the shortest stack, 35 big blinds, 37 bigs for Kokistani, 67 big blinds for chip leader Alexander Shevlyakov, and 17 more hands to play before the blinds go up again.
Still water, please. And 1 espresso.
Blood Drunk asks, is Joe on the floor? Probably quite literally. It's a well-reported fact that when on break, Joe does like to lie down and have a power nap. And that man can sleep anywhere. A cold, hard floor, he'll be snoring away. Kokistani has raised the button. Angelov folds the Spraggy and the small blind. Action on Shevlyakov. 9-7 of clubs.
Five. 6 call. 650.
Well, Jim Barino says, how do you get second one year and come back the next to get at least third? By being really good at poker.
Heads up.
And also, just, you know, there's certain things have to go your way to a certain degree. You can't get here on just skill alone, but it's still an extraordinary accomplishment to have made, I guess, 3 major final tables in a 12-month period. EPT Monte-Carlo 2 years in a row, and the World Series of Poker main event last summer.
Yeah, I do think that there is a special skill set that is needed to kind of get through really large fields. I feel like some players also excel more in larger fields versus smaller fields. I think, again, just the variance is higher when the spectrum of players in the field is so wide. And I feel like Angelov is really good at maneuvering through. And I'll never forget, because I was actually at Angelov's table on, I believe, day 3 or day 4 of the main event last year, and he was still playing a side event on his phone, and I'm like, oh, so day 3 or day 4 of the main's just not enough action for you, huh?
So this hand has got interesting. Obviously, we had the open-ended straight draw against the flush draw on the flop. Now the made hand for Kokistani. Shevlyakov drawing dead and betting 500,000, gets called. And I hope for his sake he doesn't make his straight on the river. He doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't make his straight, but he doesn't really have a lot of showdown value when called on the turn. So might that be enough of a reason for him to barrel again? We shall see.
Here comes the misdraw bluff.
Yeah, just trying to fold out some of those, you know, high one heart hands that Kokistani could possibly have, you know, hands where, you know, maybe the ace X with the ace of hearts, king X with the king of hearts, just hands that are, you know, trying to hit a flush on the river, but he's going to hear from him now.
A raise to 2 million, 3 million rather, and a fold from Shevlyakov. Okay, well, we talk about gaps narrowing. Shevlyakov now playing 15 million. Kokistani with 11.6 million. The one thing I'd say about the skill required to get through these big fields, Maria, winning flips really, really helps.
Yeah, that's, you know, that's a part of the game I'm still trying to master to this day, so it doesn't come naturally for everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
Five.
Angelov raising the button.
550,000.
Pocket sixes for Shevlyakov in the small blind.
5. 6 call. 550,000.
Come on, Amir. We want a family pot. Call out the big blind as well. Let's go 3-way to the flop. Queen 7. Oh, lame.
I'm disappointed in him.
Heads up.
Oh, I saw a 6 there. A set of 6s for Shevlyakov.
6 check.
And And he's checked it. Angelov with a gut shot.
Three, check.
Angelov checks it back. Does not hit a 10 on the turn. Now has just 10% equity.
Angelov was just trying to realize his equity cheaply with that check back. But now Shevlyakov still going to be quite cagey with a second check.
Three, check.
Seven of hearts on the river. Well, the board is straighty and flushy, but a set of sixes is still good.
And he tried his best to trap Angelov, but gonna have to start betting himself now. But the board is just so incredibly coordinated. Against, you know, two checks, it's kind of hard to imagine what you could get value from. Didn't go too big on the sizing, but Angelov just did not have a hand to call him with.
Shevlyakov back up over 16 million, around 65 big blinds. Boris Angelov hovering around 30. 16 more hands at this blind level.
Six pass.
Blind v blind.
Do you see that?
Five.
Cool.
Pakistani
250.
calls in the small blind with 6-5.
Five. Three, check.
And Angelov checks his option. So Kokostani, Maria, is originally from Kiev. He relocated to Hamburg during the hostilities, and he won the Eureka Hamburg event July last year. Won a six-figure score in that event. Described it as the product of 10 years hard work on his poker game.
Ah. And the, you know, successful four deuce off every once in a while.
Yeah, no books telling you that.
No.
Well, he's picked up the diamond draw on the turn to go with his pair of sixes.
Three, check.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is a straight.
Still checking it over, and Angelov just really doesn't have much. I mean, jack high, not really a lot of showdown here.
Three bet 500,000.
This bet just really designed to get, you know, a small pair here to fold, but obviously not the bottom end of the straight.
Kokostani calls the 500k, wins the pot.
No, jack high, value.
We've reached hand 100 of the final table. Blinds are 125,000, 250,000 with a 250k big blind ante. round to Boris Angelov in the small blind. The old Dolly Parton.
Five. 3 call, 250,000.
He completes. Shevlyakov with King 6. I don't think this hand has a nickname. Disappointing.
Check.
I feel like I don't even know all the nicknames for hands.
So you know
I'll
Queen
let you
7
know
is
when
the
I hear
computer
one.
hand, right? That's, I mean, I know no one has
Yes.
Queen 7, but the Queen and 7 on board. So because Queen 7 is the computer hand, we've decided that Jack 7 is the calculator and 10-7 is the abacus, just kind of working backwards in terms of value.
Okay, that makes
3 bet,
sense. I like it.
250,000. Six raise.
Interesting raise from Shevlyakov here.
Big pass.
Yeah, it has an overcard and the 6 having some interaction with that 7-4 for some potential backdoors, but you know, not a raise that necessarily every player would make. But I think we saw a little bit of this from Shevlyakov yesterday as well. Is, you know, sometimes I think some people play by the book in the sense of, sure, they have some light 3-bets, they have some raises, but they're all kind of hand dependent. So,
Yeah.
you know, having relevant blockers and things like that. But yesterday, I think we saw him 3-bet Angelov's pre-flop open with something like 8-4 or something like that. And so I think it just goes to show that Shevlyakov has some of these moves in him where it's not necessarily about, you know, having the right type of hand to raise with, but just a little bit of like that feel player in the sense of kind of just dynamics plus game flow.
5. 6 call, 250,000.
Blind v blind
Those are
again.
really just kind of the soft skills of poker you can't really teach, right? Is to be so in tune with the game flow that you're like, I just know this is a spot where this is going to work.
That's all.
Kokostani checking his option. Ace, King 6. The powerhouse that is 10 high, still ahead.
Six bet is 250.
Joe M, Ace 4 off already has a nickname. We call it fake aces. Because you get faked out. You look down at it, you think you've got aces, then you realize, oh, it's a 4.
8 pass.
That one I knew. Is there a name? There's not like a nickname for every pocket pair.
No.
Like for most there are. But do we have one for 6s?
I don't think there is one for 6s.
Yeah.
Five. 6 raise, 500,000.
Button raise from Shevlyakov with Queen 3 of diamonds.
8 pass. 3 pass.
That's right, Wild Warlock. 10-3 offsuit is called the Kitchens. Pocket fours are sailboats. We've got the Snowmans, the Stars Nuts, the Paul Daniels, the Ladles, the Crabs, the Ducks.
Five.
Wave.
Pakistani raising the button.
8 raise, 525,000.
Makes it 525k.
3 pass.
He's got suited Spraggy, ace 7 of clubs, king 10 of hearts for Shevlyakov.
Six call, 525,000. Heads up.
Shevlyakov has defended, has not connected with the flop. Ace high still good.
6 check.
Yeah, not much on this board for the ace-7 either, but
8 check.
no real back doors available to Kokostani. Does check back that ace-high showdown.
Six check. Eight bet, 425,000. Six pass.
Ten more hands to play before the blinds go up. Boris Angelov, by the way, has dropped down to 25 big blinds. We're now in a situation where Amir Kokostani, who sits in second place, has close to 50 bigs, so he has almost a 2-to-1 advantage over Angelov.
Yeah, Angelov just hasn't had, you know, a lot of big hands, but also just really remaining patient and understanding that his chip position, but also with the way that he's seen his opponents play, you know, he just is probably waiting for a good spot to kind of catch him in the shenanigans that they've been up to.
Yeah.
Five. Six call, 250,000.
Check.
8 check.
Blind v blind, unraised pre.
Heads up.
Jack high with the advantage.
Six bet, 250,000.
I mean, I think at some point Kokostani is certainly going to be aware of the fact that Shevlyakov has been taking a lot of these spots, you know, where he limps in or it's BVB and he's just leading, you know, very frequently on flops. And at some point, I do think that that is going to be something that Kokostani might want to try to exploit.
Three-handed play continues at the final table of the EPT Monte-Carlo main event. Domak asks, how long will this event last? All we can do is guess. It will keep going until we're down to 1. We crown a winner tonight.
6 past.
It's blind v blind. Kokistani in the small has 10-6 off.
5.
Raise.
This should be a time bet. Raise is not an official.
Kokistani has raised it.
8 raise, 625,000.
625 total. Boris Angelov has ace-8 in the big blind.
Three call. 625,000.
Decides just to call the raise. And that takes us heads up to the flop. Angelov near enough a 2-1 favorite. And we have a 9-7 deuce flop with 2 clubs. Kokistani with the gut shot straight draw. Angelov with the bigger club. Should we get running crunchy cards? And look at this, without much hesitation, Maria, Kokistani is continuing.
Yeah, and, you know, a pretty decent size C-bet here. I do feel like, especially, you know, considering Kokistani raised from the small blinds, unless you have an overpair here, this board is not necessarily going to be that favorable for a lot of the other range, the ones that contain, you know, 2 overcards and things like that. So not surprised to see Angelov continue here.
Kokistani pairs his 10 on the turn. Now has 77% equity and has shoved on Angelov. So Angelov, ace high and an open-ended straight draw.
Wow. I mean, this is definitely a very confounding bet and situation for Angelov. You know, does a hand like, let's say you have an overpair, right? If you have like jacks or queens or kings, do you take this sizing? Would you bet this size and put Angelov all in with the hand like that? I mean, obviously, the better ace highs would probably not be taking this line. They probably would be checking a lot of the times on the turn, you know. So I don't think Angelov is afraid that Kokistani would ever be doing this with, say, like ace queen or ace jack or a better ace high. He's probably wondering, does Kokistani have a hand like queen jack? You know, maybe king jack, a hand that has some of that straight draw equity and is just trying to get Angelov to fold a pair or something like that, a 7x, something kind of weaker in his range that doesn't love to call this all in, but is ahead of some of those straight draws.
I think Boris Angelov has just played his last time bank card, so he literally has 30 seconds left to make a decision. He calls! Angelov calls all in with 23% equity. He has the straight draw. His ace is live. He can spike an ace, jack, or 6 on the river to survive. Right now, he is behind.
Туз, двойку. Двойку, тройку, четверку. Давай. 3, 4, 5.
Boris Angelov's dreams of going one better from 2024 depend on the outcome of this hand, depend on this river card. It's a blank. And Boris Angelov will be eliminated in 3rd place. He was the runner-up last year. He has to make do with a 3rd place finish in 2025. He'll cash for 439,200 euros. And we are going heads up now. Angelov understandably disappointed, but it's still an amazing accomplishment to make back-to-back final tables, to make the top 3 2 years in a row.
Yeah, I know it feels bad now, but definitely a whole lot to be proud of after he has some time to digest that final hands. I mean, I can understand why he decided to make that call again. There's just going to be some bluffs that Kokostany has when he decides to put them all in on the turn. I just feel like Angelov decided that he thinks there's a chance his ace high is best there, but if not, he still had outs to improve. And again, with the way that Kokostany's been playing, just so unpredictable, you can't really blame Angelov for, you know, going off of what he's seen in game. I think it's so easy for us watching and people in chat to be like, wow, why did he call off there? But I think it's a totally different ball game once you're in it.
So an interesting dynamic, Maria. Now we're heads up. It's actually Amir Kokostany who has the chip lead, but it's very close and it's very deep. Kokostany is going into the heads-up battle with 18.2 million. That's 73 big blinds. Alexander Shevlyakov with 16.9 million, 67 big blinds. And I wonder if there'll be any potential deal negotiations, considering there is a 400k difference between first and second.
Yeah, I mean, for as good as the structure is, I feel like there's definitely going to be a chance that those discussions will take place. Again, as you mentioned, they are quite close in chips.
Well, players going to take a short break while we reset for the heads-up battle. An opportunity for us to let you know what is coming to the PokerStars YouTube channel very soon. In just a few weeks' time, you'll be able to enjoy this. So here we are, Joe, back in Vegas, back for a new season of the Big Game on Tour.
Let's play some poker.
We knocked it out of the park with the first Big Game on Tour. I'm excited about the lineups we have this year. Jen Tilley is back.
People would say, if you're welcome with the big cash games, that's not a good sign.
Can you spell
quads?
And guess what? Alan Keating is back this season.
Ah, Mr. Keating. I'm not here for redemption. I'm here to cause some chaos.
Much like the Joker needs Batman, I need you.
We've got a sports star at the table, Gerard Piqué.
When they told me I was playing with a legendary defender, I was pretty disappointed when I found it was you.
That is so rude.
Sam Grafton, he's all the time, blah, 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 blah. And I'm going against him, I tell you.
I won. Stop showing off, mate. Come on.
We've got a comedian.
Gotta say I didn't like it when a Wolfgang gave me a big old bang.
We've got some other high-stakes players, like Jason Kuhn.
Gonna sit down and blast around and have a good time doing it.
We've got Andre Akari.
The Brazilian bulldozer.
Griffin Benja.
Let's go.
Those guys are legends. I got a lot to prove. I think the viewers are in for a real treat.
There's gonna be bigger pots.
Bomb pot.
Here we go.
Come on now.
There's gonna be emotional moments. There's gonna be rebuys.
I'm going to add 100.
I'm adding 100.
Wow. Big blow to the ego.
You shouldn't berate the fish. I feel like such a schmuck.
Stop.
Good to be back eating.
Yes, the Big Game on Tour is back. Season 2 premieres Saturday, May 24th on the PokerStars YouTube channel. New episodes dropping every single weekend. Don't forget, as a bonus, the week before the new season starts, you can watch the audition show on May 17th. This is where we go behind the scenes, and it's just shy of an hour, and it will show you how the 3 loose cannons for this season were selected, what that casting process involved, and why we chose the 3 players that we chose. The first table, by the way, the first 5 shows you're going to get to see on YouTube feature Jennifer Tilley, Sam Grafton, Andre Akari, Griffin Benja, and Gerard Piqué. Maria, I know you've played with some of those players, and I'm sure that you're also expecting this to be pretty awesome to watch.
Yeah, I mean, what a lineup. I feel like there's going to be a lot of smack talking, and I mean, with Grafton there, it's always just going to be loud.
So the big game on tour was filmed at NAPT Las Vegas in November 2024. 3 tables, that's 15 episodes, coming soon to YouTube. Saturday, May 24th is when it premieres. New episodes every weekend, and that Loose Cannon audition show available from May the 17th. You can watch it while you are playing Scoop, which of course kicks off very soon. Now, we still have to wrap on EPT Monte-Carlo before we get to the Spring Championship of Online Poker, which does indeed start tomorrow. I want to talk about this hand from earlier on, Maria, because I don't think you got a chance to see it. Because we have this hiatus right now while we're waiting for the heads-up battle to begin, I think we can bring you an action replay. So the first thing to say is that it was Shevlyakov, it was Alexander who was not cooperating with the card readers, who was saying, I don't want to show my cards because I don't like the fact that players are getting information from the rail. And that's when Mario came over, discussed it with Toby Stone and said, you know what, guys? We're changing the rules. Shevlyakov then cooperated. Now, some people saw him as making a very dignified objection and going about it the right way. To some people, he was a bit of a villain. And then a hand happened against Jamil Wakil where, for many people, he became a legitimate villain. Accident or angle shoot? Let's watch the hand back all the way through, and you can decide what you think happened here. Wakil opening to 270,000 with Queen Jack of Diamonds.
Shiny.
Coppola with Ace 5 of Diamonds.
Shiny.
More diamonds, more shiny diamonds.
5. 3 pass. 5 pass.
Angelov on the button also has Queen Jack, unsuited, folds. Shevlyakov in the small blind. Ace King.
YOLO.
Did you say YOLO?
Okay. Israeli
So,
360.
5.
360.
ooh,
You can't make it
that
360.
is
Oh, no, it's
a
370.
no, not a misclick. Did not see that Wakil opened under the gun. So this will then serve, I believe, as a min raise and make this hand very interesting.
So he thinks he's raising small to big here.
3x, yeah, which is what his standard raise would have been.
Raised 270,000, and then the gentleman on C8 said 360,000.
So you have 61. Open raises. There.
270.
It's gonna
and
have
then
to be
360.
420, I
Yes.
believe.
120. What is that? How much?
270.
420, I think it has to be. 270? So
Yes.
Plus 150. Yeah, it's 320. Index.
420.
So it's 420, right?
420.
Supposed 270 plus 150 is 420.
Yeah, that's that. So
Then 420.
Plus
Confirmed.
Plus 150. Plus 150.
Then
We
420.
would have resolved this 7 seconds ago if I was there.
420, not 420.
Yeah. 8 raised. 420,000.
Which is the min re-raise.
9 pass.
Okay, so this is actually going to be very complicated for Wakil. I know this feels like a great opportunity to just peel and see a flop, but guys, he just thinks Shevlyakov was 3xing from the small blind. I mean, that's going to be, could be ace 6 off, king 10 off, a lot of different hands that is just going to fold to a shove. I think Jamil Wakil is going to go all in here.
all in.
Oh my God,
Was
well
not an
predicted.
opportunity. I really missed the action.
And Shevlyakov calls. So Jamil Wakil at risk and behind.
8 call.
And yeah, honestly, I don't think that that was an angle, but it would be a pretty strong one because
it worked.
Yeah.
It would have worked, I should say.
I mean, Shevlyakov instantly said, look, I really didn't see the action.
Tu dis qu'il a fait exprès, le mec?
And Jamil can't believe he finds himself here. Just 32%, somehow getting in 30 big blinds plus with Queen Jack.
Oh, look at that look.
He doesn't believe him. I don't think he believes it was a misclick.
Yeah. It is a bit suspicious. But
faut prendre des courses, il a fait exprès.
Wow, he can't even handle the heat.
oh man, that's. But can still get lucky here. Look, it's not like he has ace jack. Not a good start. No diamonds.
Wakil at risk, needs to hit a queen or a jack on the turn or river. 4 outs, or we are down to 5.
Really feel for Jamil here.
It's a king, it's top for Shevlyakov. It's the elimination of Jamil Wakil. Our 6th place finisher who cashes for 199,750 euros.
Yeah, like 20 people.
What?
Oui, mais justement, il s'est pas rendu compte que l'autre l'a fait.
You will check.
If he didn't tell me you just did it to someone else, I mean.
I'm so sick about this.
We're only 15 hands since this final table, and already so much has happened, so much controversy. The one thing I will highlight, thank you to StatTrick for making this observation. Do with this information what you see fit. Shevlyakov has not announced any raise at the feature table in all the time he's been there. This was the first time he verbally announced his raise before he put the chips in.
That's enough for me.
Ooh, that is an interesting observation.
That's okay.
So you're gonna be big blind, please? 120,000.
So understandably, Jamil Wakil feeling a little bit sore about that bust out.
I am too, man. I love that dude.
We are down to 5, and Shevlyakov has increased his chip lead, now playing 11.5 million, close to 100 bigs. So that was earlier on. That was the controversial hand, Maria. From what you saw, thoughts?
Wow. I mean, listen, not knowing kind of the context until it was discussed after the hand took place, I thought that maybe it could have been an honest mistake because, you know, it was kind of, it looked like Shevlyakov wasn't super focused pre-flop. I think he was like looking around, reaching for his tee maybe. And then at that point also, you know, someone sitting at the table had just gotten up to go talk to somebody on the rail. So there looked like there was like a little bit of distraction or commotion going on where maybe he could have not been fully paying attention and noticed Wakil's open. But then hearing kind of Angelov and Wakil talking after the hand, and then, you know, that little mention about what StatTrick said about that was the first time Shevlyakov had announced his raise size at the feature. I think all of those things, you know, when there's smoke, there's fire. You do have to kind of start putting those pieces together. I can completely understand why Wakil looked so shell-shocked at it all. You could see he was obviously trying really hard to keep it all together. This is just a huge spot. And I mean, you really have to feel for him. So I think given all the information that we know, maybe we don't owe Shevlyakov the benefit of the doubt, but normally speaking, you know, I would like to be able to give that to somebody the first time that I see something happen like that. But there is a little bit more additional information that needs to be taken into consideration in this situation. So, I mean, it's really hard.
Yeah, well, Shevlyakov finds himself heads up against Kokostani. And these are the stacks. 73 big blinds for Amir, 69 big blinds for Alexander. It is going to be a deep stacked heads up battle, and we still have a few hands to play, 12 hands to play at the 125,000, 250,000 blind level. And as we go heads up in the EPT Monte-Carlo main event, let's welcome Joe Stapleton back to the booth.
Hello, my babies. My heads up babies.
Yeah, sadly, the Boris Angelov redemption story is over. As I just said, Joe, still amazing, remarkable, back-to-back final tables, a second and a third in consecutive years. But you could see how disappointing it was for him to fall short 2 years ago.
I'm glad I didn't see it. I don't deal well with the emotional side of poker when it's myself, and I really, as an empathetic person, I don't like it when Jamil Wakil went out earlier and I could see how gutted he was. I don't think I could have handled seeing Angelov going out as well.
But interestingly, it is Kokostani with the chip advantage now. Shevlyakov has been chip leader for the majority of the
call.
final table, but not right now.
Six-four tray, bottom pair for Shevlyakov. Do you every once in a while just forget how to say Shevlyakov?
Sometimes I have to look at the letters and basically phonetically go syllable by syllable.
Sound it out, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm like, she'll leave it. No, wait, read it.
Three check.
Ooh, it goes check, check. And royalty shows up on the turn. And it is by far the best hand now for Kokistani.
Seat 8, bet 2 million.
Oh, I thought 100.
What?
100. Oh, sorry.
That's 2 million.
Big overbet. Probably going to get a fold.
Just make a mistake.
But, you know,
with this.
if you bet a little smaller,
Too much.
might have kept
folds.
Shevlyakov
Yeah.
interested.
I'm going to say that was a genuine mistake.
Я думаю, по 100 тоже.
I don't know, maybe fighting fire with fire.
I think the sickest part about just watching the hand that happened earlier is just that you know that there's always going to be people in poker that will try to take advantage of certain situations, and it's so hard to sometimes be able to spot every time someone might be shooting an angle. You just really have to be on top of it, but it's just so unfortunate that there's no real getting away from it, you know, whether it's in day one of a tournament, whether it's on a final table, you know, you're bound to run into that type of player at some point.
I know that this isn't the point, but I'm so impressed that people can even think
And 3 check.
of ways to angle like that. Like, it would never even occur to me in a million years that I could gain an edge by behaving that way. Like, I'm not smart enough. Like, you have to be smart and evil. Now, I'm not saying that that is what happened, but the people who do it.
Seat 8,
Right.
bet 300,000.
No, I know exactly where you're coming from, but the thing is cutting my teeth at Commerce in the early days of my career just really taught me how to spot the angles. I feel like that's like the school of hard knocks. You just get thrown into the fire immediately.
You get angled all the time at Commerce. Have you ever done it to get back at someone?
No. I agree with you. I don't really know the spots. Like I don't know what it takes to kind of conceive of how to do it. And so I feel like sometimes I might not even notice because I'm just like, oh no, like that doesn't seem like a thing. But
even
it is.
keeping the one chip back thing, which is not an angle, it's just a smart strategy. Like, I just wouldn't even think of that. So Shevlyakov has made it 500K, which is a min raise.
5 seconds.
Kokistani has king 10. Looks like Kokistani's got a fair amount of time bank cards left. Hey, Maria, I don't want to say that Monaco's expensive, but they've completely eradicated second homelessness. Six five
They're
five.
called the unhoused.
No, it doesn't work. Second unhoused. They've eradicated people having a second home. I'm not sure if you picked up on that. That's what
No,
second homelessness is.
I get.
Oh wow, her connection. My joke was so bad, her connection's becoming destroyed. Kokistani facing a 300K bet with king high. Would be the best hand a fair amount of the time, it feels like.
Seat 8, fold.
Correctly lays it down. To all the people in chat saying swing and a miss, it's a joke that you kind of have to be smart to get, so.
Я реально перепутал.
Да, я понимаю. Они же только дали фишки.
Лучше? Да, король. С хорошим кикером.
Well, whether or not, you know, people are rooting for Shevlyakov after seeing that hand, I feel like this will be a very interesting heads-up battle regardless, because I think we've seen from both of these players that they're really willing to get out of line, and that's what we like to see.
We like to see suited connectors in the big blind. Ace, 9, deuce, 2 clubs. Clubby, clubby, clubby. Hey, Maria, in the club, we all fam.
I don't get that
Seat
one.
8 bet 300,000.
In the club, we all fam. Kokistani bets 300,000 with 5 high. What a gut shot.
This is like, is it not a joke and you're just speaking in slang or something?
In the club,
I know what those things mean.
We all fam.
Okay.
Ace on the
Noted.
turn.
Seat 3 bet 550,000.
Okie dokie, 550 with the semi bluff and the best hand.
And 8 fold.
And job done. Here, Maria, I sent you a text.
Is this like a meme? I'm so confused.
I'm sorry. This one I'm not going to say it's for smart people. It's for cool people. It means in the club. In the club, we are all family.
No, yeah, I get it. No, I get.
And the guy had clubs.
That.
He had a club draw.
Oh, okay. Sometimes you make like you say things that are not like relevant to the actual poker hand.
That's true.
So
That's
I
fair.
didn't make that connection.
That's fair. Shevlyakov, see? 500,000 with
And
Queen
8
Jack,
call.
Jack 9 for Kokistani. Two, 3, 4. I'm going to do it low to high this time.
Yeah, both players whiffing
check.
on this flop. Shevlyakov, of course, with the betting lead here.
I mean, these guys are so deep. We should just fast forward this a little bit.
Seat 3 bet 350,000.
Pretty rough call here with Jack 9. I guess the Jack of Diamonds, does that matter at all here? Or can we just fold?
I think you can fold,
8 fold.
8 fold.
but you could see that Kokistani doesn't like it. It's easy to feel, you know, just the first few hands of heads up, and you're like, oh, I started with a chip lead, and just like that, now I don't have the chip lead anymore, and maybe, you know, I'm getting bullied a little bit. You know, just a bunch of raise, c-bet, take it, and you know, you just need to remember, again, as you mentioned, they're so deep that these small pots, you know, they're not really indicative of what is going to happen for the remainder of this heads-up match. And I think Kokistani also has established he's a bit of a feel player, right? So if he feels like somebody is, you know, raising or betting at a higher frequency than maybe they should, he will just exploit that naturally, I think, because that's just a part of his game anyways. So I don't think he has to worry too much right now that, you know, perhaps he's getting taken advantage of in some way.
And seat pre-call.
Okay. King 7 versus 8-6. Queen, Queen 4. These are some pretty boring flops.
3 check.
I mean, I think what chat's asking for is for you to take out the cranker.
You know, I don't want to say Monaco's expensive, but their baseball diamonds are designed by De Beers. Kokostani takes that one down with the best hand. You know, Maria, the only kind of nobility you won't find here is the discount. Hello? Hello, is the line gone?
Yeah, hi, it's on. It's on.
Are you still there?
No, I could hear you loud and clear.
Okay, got it. You know, my hotel offers turn down service by DJ Snake and Lil Jon. Hello? Hello, is the line gone? Are we still up? Is the satellite link still going? They only have one food stamp, and it's the upside down Jenny.
5 seconds. And 8 fold.
Hello. Hello. I'm not going to look at chat.
No, it's fine, but like you're trying too hard.
I'm not going to look
at.
I'm not going to look at chat for a while. I asked for a girl's number and she said 5,000. Hello. Hello.
Like, just, you know, Stapes, I feel like you need to give it a break and then come back to it.
That was a break. Their worst oil spill in history was truffles.
5 seconds. Seat 3 raised to 1 million.
Okay, I'm going to stop. Okay. Chevliakov with ace queen. A monster heads up.
And seat 8 fold.
No action. Still pretty close here. Chevliakov still out in front. Got about a 9 big blind lead. 73 bigs playing 66.
Three raised to 500,000.
Kokostani facing a raise.
8 raised to 1,600,000.
Re-raises with king 3.
Like it. Yeah, I think these are the type of hands that you do want to 3-bet bluff with, right? Just hands that have one high card, nice blocker. You know, hands that aren't going to play that well post. You're fine just folding if they 4-bet, but you're super happy when you can get away with the 3-bet.
It's this one. I think it's the next one. I still have one, so. All right. So this one's still 250.
Is there a way to watch the action without the commentary? Sure. You banned. Oh, sorry, you meant my commentary. Shoot, I thought you meant yours. Whoopsie. Now it's without your commentary.
And a 8 fold. So you guys have a new blind level?
Blinds are up. So what does that shrink us to? Now 150,000, 300,000. 59 big blinds playing 56 big blinds. Oh, they're practically forced all in.
150 for you. Thank you.
Yeah, still plenty deep, and at this stack depth, you know, we're just going to kind of see more of the same. You know, there's going to be a lot of opens. You know, there's going to just be kind of wide defends.
C3 raised to 600,000.
I feel like the dealer's doing such a good job announcing the raises that I have nothing better to do but read more of these jokes.
Five seconds. Seat 8 call.
Okay, King Jack versus Jack 5. 10-7 tray, another big whiff for everybody.
Yeah, I do have a feeling that with Kokostani's hand,
check.
though, a c-bet from Shevlyakov, if he decides to go for it, is not going to work this time.
Seat 3 bet 1 million. 8 call.
The stab here by Shevlyakov quickly called by Kokostani, who picks up a draw finally.
Yeah, not an insignificant sizing on the flop, right? 1 million into 1.5 million was pretty substantial, but you know, I'm surprised by the speed of the call. I'm not surprised by the call itself.
That 5, by the way, does put Shevlyakov, come on, in the lead.
We need a ticker of like how many times you say it wrong.
It is not.
But now you're in your head about it.
It is not intuitive. Oh, runner, clubber. Hey, Maria, in the club. We all fam.
We all fam.
There it is.
I got you now.
Maybe I should say in the clubs, and then it would make more sense. I think that's a good note.
Seat 8 bet 1,500,000. Seat 3 call.
1.5 million the bet. Shevlyakov calls with the pair of 5s. It is no bueno. And that is going to change the chip lead. Amir Kokostani now in front.
I wonder why Shevlyakov turned his hand over.
To show how bad beat he got. That's why I do it. So unlucky he got, how he made a great call. Except for that club.
Anywho.
I did mention the blinds went up, but I can say it again. 150,000, 300,000 with a 300,000 big blind ante. Wait, you're saying, sorry, my producer's saying, do more of the Monaco jokes? Okay, I guess. Sorry. My boss is telling me I have to.
8 call.
Kokostani limps in with 6-4 suited. 7-6 for Shevlyakov. Jack 6 deuce. Both players hit that 6.
Free check.
Kokostani with kicker problems, but it looks like there are lots of ways to chop this hand.
Seat 8 bet 300,000.
Kokostani backs.
Free call.
Shevlyakov calls. Amir and Alex, I think we're going to go with from now on. 5 on the turn. It's a draw for Kokostani to go with his out-kicked 6.
And 8 check.
10 of diamonds on 5th Street.
Free check.
Yeah, just not a great river for either player. It's hard to conceive that a bet will get, you know, a Jack X to fold here and the flush comes in, so you can understand why it just goes check, check to the river.
Man, you got to bet to fold out slightly better sixes. Says the guy that can see all the cards.
I really don't understand why do people keep turning their hand over when they're losing to the hand that had to show first. Truly, this is a real question. I mean, listen, if they don't want people to go over to the rail to watch the stream so that they could get information, why are they just showing the information in real time that doesn't need to be shown?
Maybe they made a gentleman's agreement to show their hands every time.
Okay,
thereby
listen,
eliminating the need to waste precious break time watching the stream.
If that's the reason, I could get behind that. I was just curious because that happened 2 hands in a row, so it felt weird.
Sit 3, raise 600,000.
Dimitri says maybe it's just because they are not good.
And 8 call.
Queen 8 versus 2 4s, another big old whiff.
Eight check.
To KW on YouTube, who had the last name Wickhill not all that long ago. We all love Jamil Wickhill. I realize you're someone who's close to Jamil Wickhill, but trying to get Maria Ho to give a hot take on a live stream, man, you're barking up the wrong tree. It's just not going to happen.
Well, and also I feel like, you know, I didn't know that there's a personal connection to Jamil. Like, first of all, I was very clear that it was so obvious and understandable why Wickhill would feel so upset in that situation. And of course, with the information that Angelov had told him, of course he's going to assume that he just got angled. And I'm not even saying that he didn't. I'm just saying that it's hard to know without the full context of being there, of seeing what happened in the previous hand that Angelov was referring to. And I also just think that in general, yes, is it hard to kind of be in a game where there will be players that might try to take advantage of those situations? Sure. Is it a part of the game? No, not in the sense of how it's played or in the rules, but there isn't something stating that people cannot do that, right? I feel like that's the point, is we're not able to kind of catch those situations sometimes until it's too late, unfortunately. And poker is absolutely a game of skill, and it's not about doing whatever it takes to win. But we will encounter players that will do what it takes to win, and sometimes they are unfortunately going to get away with it. And so we all feel for Jamil in that situation. But I can't sit here and blanket say that I know for a fact that Shevlyakov was shooting an angle, because I don't know that. Does it seem like the evidence might point that way? Sure. But, like, would I say that without beyond a shadow of a doubt? No.
There you go, KW, the hot take you were looking for. Kyrgyzstanis flopped a 5 here.
And free call.
Shevlyakov is going to peel with ace high. It's a domination rotation situation. 8-5. With 93% of the equity now.
Eight check.
8-5, way ahead. Domination, rotation, situation, confirmation. Evan says, if you don't have prof, don't say these things, speaker. Shevlyakov firing 350,000 into the abyss. Kakistani, what should I do?
Yeah, just a really small bet here with ace high, trying to get a little bit of value, I think, from some king X perhaps, but Kokistani obviously gonna go for the raise, just a matter of sizing here.
3 million.
3 million.
Oh, I meant 2 million. I meant 1 million. Wow, Shevlyakov hasn't folded yet.
Five seconds.
Come on. It's ace 7 of, nope, that doesn't work. Ace 6 of diamonds.
Right, certainly, you know, running through the hands that Kokistani could have here that are bluffs, you know, maybe something like 8-6 diamonds, as you mentioned, something that kind of, you know, whiffs flush or straight draws.
And sit free fold.
Does decide to fold.
Хороший пас, потом посмотришь.
Kokistani adds to his chip lead. 67 to 48. 26 hands left in this heads-up level.
You are big man. Free.
Look at that slide. Josh Kaysen Poker in the chat. What's up, Josh? Josh, one of those great poker content creators out there doing sketches. Recent guest on the Poker in the Ears podcast in the last couple of months.
And sit 8 call.
It's not really going to be a lot of hands off in heads up play. You know, there's going to be some hands that you will fold pre, but, you know, certainly this deep, almost all the hands are playable to a certain extent.
2 pair for Kokistani, checks to Alexander, who does have a straight draw.
Free check.
6 of diamonds on the turn.
8 bet 500,000. And 3 fold.
Bet from Amir, fold from Alex. What do you think of this one from Oscar? Monaco's so rich, every shower is pee. Hello, is the line gone? Hello. I think that's what they meant to say. They meant to say, throw the word gold in there possibly, but you know. Josh says, hello, Maria, who does not need prof.
What's up, Josh? Thanks
5
for
seconds.
joining us.
8 call.
Kokistani limps in with King 7. Queen Jack for Shevlyakov.
C3 raise 900,000.
Go.
And sit 8 call.
Okay, big pot, 2.1 million in the middle. Here we go. 9-8-9. 2 overs and a straight draw for Shevlyakov. King high is the best hand. Shevlyakov's going to continue a pre-flop aggression.
3 bets. That's 550,000.
Yeah, I wonder if Kokostani is kind of looking at this board, maybe looking at that king of spades in his hand and thinking, could I potentially just float in position?
500, how much? I call. 3.2 million in the middle. 3 of spades. Both players with a big spade. Kokostani with the bigger of the two.
Free check.
Yeah, this is so interesting because Kokostani has a really nice blocker with the king of spades, and maybe just wondering, you know, could I potentially rep
500,000, excuse me.
Yeah, could I potentially rep a flush here, given the fact that I called pre? I could certainly have a lot of suited combos that I would continue with pre-flop, and I do think that we want to see the triple. Oh,
Shevlyakov catches the river.
yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean he wouldn't be put in a tough spot if Kokostani decides to go big on this river.
Eight check. Showdown.
And Kokostani, yeah, Shevlyakov shows the jack. You do have to show both cards. All right, well, this time Kokostani mucks. And that is going to be yet another momentum shift. Shevlyakov not back on top yet, but pulling to within 10 big blinds. That was the biggest pot they played in a while. Actually kind of liked this one from Fifth Business. Is Monaco near the French city where they do the Star Trek II festival every year? Khan! Yes, that's correct. Thank you for your question.
Sit 3 raise. 600,000.
Do you remember the time I quizzed you on Star Trek versus Star Wars and I was accused of being sexist, Maria?
Yes.
Sit 8 raise. 1,800,000.
Shevlyakov attempted to raise 9-6. It's just been repopped by 10-4. Kicks it in. Vince Ball says, Maria, check your DMs if you're interested in a personal health coach. Look, Maria is on a very strict diet of raw milk and cold plunges, and she does not need your advice for that.
Yep, saunas, cold plunges, raw milk. What else? What else am I doing? Gluten-free. I mean, I think that's obvious living in LA,
and
right?
bathing in beef tallow, I believe.
Bathing in beef tallow.
You think I'm joking?
Cool.
Sit 8 call.
Kokostani's going to limp in with King Tray. 9 tray for Alex.
And free check.
Eight, 5-5, 2 clubs.
He didn't speak.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What now? Not again. It's gonna get a fold.
What's going on here?
Удобно.
Oh, well, at least they're having fun.
I mean, it almost feels like even though the intensity can be ratcheted up once your head's up because you feel so close to the W, there is a little bit of relief in the sense that you got here, right? Like, I think there's a little bit of a weight that is off the shoulders once you settle into heads up play where it's like, okay, the worst case scenario, I finish second and still take home heaps of money.
615,000 euros for second place and a cool million for first. That's what they're playing for. Pocket sevens for Alex. Queen 5 for Kokostani. King, Queen 6. Whoop. There we go.
8 check.
The disappearing, reappearing graphics. Kapow. King, Queen 6. 2 overs for those sevens. One of them connecting with Amir.
C3 bet 400,000.
How strong is second pair here, Maria? How jazzed are you to have a queen?
Real jazzed. I mean, heads up, even just having a pair is great, let alone second pair with the diamond as well. I think, of course, you are going to be a little bit wary of the fact that sometimes your opponent can have King X here, but really you're just happy to continue calling. You know, if this turn goes check, then I think Kokostani has a real case to put in a nice value bet on the river, but
now I know you're a human being, Maria, and you
you
still like hope for certain cards, right? Do you ever hope that this goes check so that you can bet river? Like, are you thinking about that? Or are you just dealing with things as they come?
I try to deal with things as they come, but like, of course, you know, in a really big pot, I'd like to try to anticipate what I would like the action to be so that it would allow me to kind of play optimally, but no, you just got to stay in the moment.
Kokostani does get a chance to value bet the river, but does not get paid. Once again, widening the gap. 72 bigs for Kokostani, 44 for Shevlyakov.
Yeah, and as far as we know, right, Stapes, there has been no deal discussed. So I think that also can account for kind of why we're seeing what we're seeing. You know, sometimes once a deal is made and they're only playing for, you know, a smaller amount between them instead of the difference between first and second as it's written. I think that sometimes makes the play go a little bit faster, but it kind of just feels like they really are just, playing a 350K heads up match right now.
They sure are. Explains why there's a little bit of risk aversion, it feels like, which is totally understandable.
3 check. And 8 check.
And this 8 on the turn gives Kokostani a gut shot to go with the best pair. Sorry, an up and down draw to go with the best pair. Shevlyakov with the gut shot.
C3 bet 300,000.
I mean, a pair
300?
and a straight draw. Come on. Let's go.
And sit 8 calls.
Come with me to the river. 9 of clubs. And if it can somehow show down, that pair of 6s is the winner.
Yeah, not too bad of a river card for Kokostani's hand. Yes, the flush comes in, but other than that, you know, any Queen X, any Jack X misses here.
Sit 3 bet 1 million.
A mill ball to call.
And I don't think that you expect Shevlyakov to bet this river with, you know, say like 8s and 9s or even 10s and 9s too often. And so because of that, you know, it's really kind of
Kokostani lets it go.
polarized to flushes or straights or boats. Kind of surprised to see him
I'm not
give
sure.
it up, to be honest.
Bottom pair on a straighty, flushy board. Paired
I'm
board.
going, but I think it's a bad fold.
Oh. I like folding and then saying you think it's a bad fold because you're right one way or the other.
Six.
Seed 3 raise 600,000.
We got a raise. Ace 9. And we're certainly going to have some more chips go in. Queen 7 suited.
And 8 call.
I do think one thing that Kokostani should be more aware of is kind of his timing tells. I feel like, you know, we saw him make that super quick call earlier with the King Jack of clubs on the flop, but then we saw him kind of tank call on the turn with his Jack 6 just now, and I feel like it's giving Shevlyakov an indication of kind of his hand strength, and it's like if I saw my opponent doing that on the turn, I would be more likely to bet rivers, right? Because I could tell that they had a hard decision on the turn.
I completely agree with that, Maria. And as you know, I normally think your analysis is garbage. But that I totally agree with. Top pair, top kicker for Shevlyakov.
And 8 fold.
That pot goes to Shevlyakov as well. It's 2 in a row for him.
No any more break?
Do they have still a break?
Next break's in about 20 minutes. 19 hands until the next level. I think we'll probably hit the break before the 19 hands.
Now what time is it?
And what time is it? It's 3 minutes past 7.
Oh, okay. Good. 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Raise.
Seat 8 raise 650,000.
Ooh, we're going to 650 now. It's getting real.
Free fold.
It also does feel like Kokostani was asking when the next break is, because a little bit of that exhaustion feels like it's setting in, especially again when you are playing heads up and there are no hands off. You know, you don't really get to just sit back and give your mind a break.
3 raised to 600,000.
I know I'm personally dying to go out there and rip a dart.
Cool. And 8 call.
Do you want to tell me how many drinks you had at happy hour last night and what time you went to bed?
Yes, I do want to tell you that as we go heads up to the flop because we're playing heads up. 2 pair for Shevliakov.
Seat 8 check.
Pakistani checks. I had 2 white wines, maybe 3.
Seat
Maybe
3 bet,
Maybe 3. They're
fold.
small, so it's hard to keep track of. They're small bottles.
Maybe 7.
2 white wines, maybe 3, a Heineken, and I think I left with a Heineken in my back pocket. But I left at like 11:30, which was maybe an hour after we got done.
And then?
And that was it. I went back to my room, and I mean, I can send you the link of what I watched if you want. Might be geo-blocked in your location, but
How many hours of sleep did you actually get?
I mean, I've been sleeping really terribly on this trip, so
5 seconds.
I think I got up about
8 call.
6:30, and then I went for a walk. I took like a 2-hour walk this morning down to the harbor and back.
5 seconds. And 3 check.
Today's the first day I didn't go to the gym. I've been getting up and riding the exercise bike at the gym, but I figured like a 2-hour walk could take the place of that, and I get a little fresh air and sunshine. King high flop, queen high ahead.
8 check.
Have you been for Froyo lately?
No, I haven't. But I think I have a cheat meal coming up soon. That's when I'll do it.
Do I still owe you a dinner? Someone asked that in chat, and I can't even
Yes.
remember. I
Yes.
do. Okay, wow.
No, isn't it funny how the person who owes can't remember, but the person who's owed definitely remembers?
No, that's not funny. That's exactly how it should work.
Seat 8 bet 500,000.
Pakistani betting with the best of it.
And 3 fold.
Are you taking visitors, Maria? If I came down and took you to dinner in the next few weeks when I'm back, is that something you're able to do or no?
I am, but I won't be in town. When are you going to go to New York?
It depends if I'm going to Vegas for the World Series or not. If I don't go to Vegas for the World Series, I'm going to go do a couple of weeks on the East Coast.
Okay, because I'll be on the East Coast then.
Okay.
Do you like musicals? Want to go see a show on Broadway?
I mean, you already saw Glengarry Glen Ross.
I did.
That's
It's really, really good.
That's what I want. That's what I want to see the most. It depends on the musical.
Seat 8 raise 1,800,000.
Getting a little freaky here pre-flop. Kirkistani has had enough. He's had enough of this.
He got bored.
This King 8 nonsense.
You know, every once in a while, Kokistani, I don't know, is this like a randomizer he's using, or is this just like when he gets the itch?
Seat 3 raise 3,800,000 and seat 8 fold.
Maria, I don't ask this of you very often, but would you mind replying to this person 1 minute to post who says she doesn't want to have dinner with you?
No, I definitely want to have dinner with Stapes if he's paying.
I agree. Pretty sick 4-bet there. Thank you, Dex Drive.
Yeah, very, very sick, but somewhat unsurprising, I think, given his opponent. I think once you know that your opponent is somebody who is very likely to be 3-betting out of line, it kind of makes you able to open up your 4-betting range against that person. I think it is highly opponent dependent. I really don't think that you would be seeing that 4-bet with King 8 offsuit very often against a player that you don't have that kind of information on. But definitely a great way to exploit, you know, that part of your opponent's game once you catch on.
And not only did he take that hand down with some massive aggression, but that closed the gap between the two of them. They're basically even again.
Yeah, and I definitely feel like I saw a few questions in chat about people asking, you know, who do we think is the better player? I feel like given what I've seen so far, I would say that Shevlyakov is probably playing a little bit closer to what would be optimal. But PokerStars definitely has a lot of different moves in his arsenal, so he's not going to be one to be run over. And so I think this is just going to be a tough match all around. I don't think Shevlyakov is at any point or in any way going to be underestimating PokerStars.
Seat 3 raised 1,200,000.
It looks like we've reached the point of the match where players are just going to start swinging. We had a bet with nothing, a raise with less of nothing.
And 8 fold.
And Shevlyakov, just through sheer muscle, has now regained the chip lead. 3 pots in a row. $13 hands left on this level. 9 minutes left before the break.
Five seconds. Seat 8 raised 600,000, 650, sorry, 650.
PokerStars opening with Queen 8.
And seat 3 fold.
And Shevlyakov gives one up for the first time in a while. Armakala asks how rare it is for a relatively unknown player to get really close to winning or even winning these types of tournaments. Let's say top 5 or 10. Happens all the time. That's how players become known, by winning a big tournament.
Yeah, like one person really comes to mind. I think his name is Chris Moneymaker, maybe was his last name.
Doesn't ring a bell. It sounds like a made-up name, TBH.
Seat 3 raise 600,000.
Shevlyakov coming in hot with the 9-6, Jack-6 for PokerStars. It's a good answer there from Kat as well. Says pretty often in the main event it happens, less so in the high rollers. Oh yeah! Ace 7-7.
Eight check.
PokerStars checks.
Free bet 400,000.
How sticky do you want to get with Jack High?
Well, if the last few hands have been any indication, maybe a
And
little
8
sticky,
fold.
but
That trophy itching to be handed to one of these two players.
Eight fold.
Just an open fold from Kokostani this time. I wonder if they are aware how close we are to the next break. Should happen in the next couple of hands. Just to go back to that question about how often an unknown wins a poker tournament, ultimately I think that's one of the main draws of poker, is that anyone can win. Do the people who are good have an advantage? Absolutely. Are they going to win more often than the people who are less experienced? Yes. But every once in a while, you get a really cool underdog story. Both these players are amateurs. I believe Kokostani is a dentist in his real life, and Shevlyakov works in IT. Sorry, he works in it.
Seat 8, raise 1,800,000.
I mean, I think, I don't know why I want to try to reopen this can of worms, but do you think that if somebody is an amateur, do you think that lends itself more to them angling in that spot, or no, or just kind of not being aware?
I think no. But, you know, look, the times I've been angled the hardest have been by amateurs.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'll tell you right now, Norm Macdonald, I would watch him angle people all the time, and he would get away with it because, and then after the game, somebody would be like, did Norm Macdonald just angle us? And they'd be like, yeah. I think Norm and Chad and Norm Macdonald had a huge falling out because Norm angled them, and afterward, Norm just went, it's poker.
Yeah, it's interesting. I sometimes wonder, it's like, you know, on one hand, you're like, oh, well, maybe the amateurs just don't know any better.
5 seconds.
But on the other hand, maybe they get away with it more because they feel like people just assume they don't know better.
I mean, look, if you were going to play against other amateurs and angle, you might not get spotted as often, right?
Mm-hmm.
You might get away with it more. Kokostani raising a very bad hand.
And seat 3 call.
Shevlyakov is going to call with king high. Jack 10-6, another pretty huge whiff for both players.
Free check. Eight check.
Check, check, 9 on the turn. Guess 7 has a little more equity now with the gut shot. I like this comment from Be a God, who says, so you can't even escape dentists at poker. You should not want to escape your dentist.
Seat 8, bet 1 million.
Kokostani now trying to get away with this bet. Has a gutter. So does Shevlyakov, though.
And free fold.
And the bluff works. We'll call it a semi-bluff. And these two are at a dead heat again. 58 big blinds apiece for what's going to be the last hand before a break.
Even Stevens.
If you heard that screaming and moaning, that must be people who are watching the stream.
Free raise 600,000.
600K from 10-5 and 9-5. All right, I'm definitely cranking it on the break.
And 8 call.
There's nothing like having an hour-long conversation with Maria Ho to make me want to crank it.
Wow.
Jack 9-6. All right, okay, people have, there's a pair out there. There's a heart draw for both players. Something.
Yeah, let's see some chips fly, guys.
Kokostani checks the best hand.
Sit free bet 400,000.
Certainly too strong to fold a pair of nines with a 5 of hearts here. $400,000 is just over a quarter pot bet.
Yeah, there's just not really a reason I could see where you want to be raising here with nines and the flush redraw. You just want to continue to call and really giving Shevlyakov a nice stare down, though.
Excuse me?
And 8 call.
Huh?
Call, okay. I just heard. Turns an ace. Kokostani is 75% favorite now.
8 check.
I do just want to make an additional note on that timing, though. Do you understand what I'm saying about like some very apparent hesitation coming from Kokostani in spots where, you know, he tanks and then calls versus situations where he very quickly feels very decisive in his action?
For sure. There's hesitation
So
and
hard.
there's hesitation and
Yeah.
excitement.
Right. It's just so hard to believe that his opponent's not going to be able to read into that.
So this 7 on the river
8 check.
doesn't change the outcome of this hand.
And 3 check.
It goes check,
Hold on.
check. Shevlyakov is going to see the pair of nines. Which means that Amir Kokostani
Break now?
is going to pick up the last hand before the dinner break.
1 hour break.
1 hour.
For me or for everyone? For everyone, all right.
1
You have
hour
break.
dinner break commencing now. Maria Ho, thanks so much. Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
And that's going to be a wrap on Maria for EPT Monte-Carlo 2025. Not quite a wrap on this tournament yet. A grudge match taking place between Amir Kokostani and Alexander Shevlyakov. The lead changed hands multiple times. Right now, Amir leads Alexander by about 8 big blinds. Still plenty of hands left to be played on that level. And still plenty of poker to determine who's going to win 1 million euros back after dinner.
Wakil opening to 270,000 with Queen Jack of diamonds.
Shiny.
Coppola with ace 5 of diamonds.
Shiny.
More diamonds, more shiny diamonds.
5. 3 pass. 5 pass.
Angelov on the button also has Queen Jack, unsuited, folds. Shevlyakov in the small blind. Ace King.
YOLO.
Did you say YOLO?
Okay.
Israeli
So-
Railways
360.
5.
360.
Ooh.
You can't make it
That
360.
is
Oh, no, it's
a
370.
no, not a misclick. Did not see that Wakil opened under the gun.
The minimum.
So this will then serve, I
Floor,
believe, as a min raise and make this hand very interesting.
So he thinks he's raising small to big here.
3x, yeah, which is what his standard raise would have been.
raised 270,000, and then the gentleman on C8 said 360,000.
So you have 61. Open raises. There.
270.
It's gonna
and
have
then
to be
360.
420, I
Yes.
believe.
120. What is that? How much?
270.
420, I think it has to be. 270? So
Yes.
plus 150? Yeah, it's 320.
420.
So it's 420, right? So
420.
supposed 270 plus 150 is 420. Yeah, that's that. So
Then 420.
Confirmed.
Yeah.
plus 150, plus 150.
Then
We
420.
would have resolved this
Thank you.
7 seconds ago if I was there.
420, not 420.
Yeah. 8 raised, 420,000.
Which is the min re-raise.
9 pass.
Okay, so this is actually going to be very complicated for Wakil. I know this feels like a great opportunity to just peel and see a flop, but guys, he just thinks Shevlyakov was 3xing from the small blind. I mean, that's going to be, could be ace 6 off, king 10 off, a lot of different hands that is just going to fold to a shove. I think Jamil Wakil is going to go all in here.
Oh my God,
Was
well
not an
predicted.
also- I really missed the action.
And Shevlyakov calls. So Jamil Wakil at risk and behind.
8 call.
And yeah, honestly, I don't think that that was an angle, but it would be a pretty strong one because
It worked.
yeah.
It would have worked, I
Yes.
should say.
I mean, Shevlyakov instantly said, look, I really didn't see the action.
Soy popu creo.
Tu dis qu'il a fait exprès, le mec?
And Jamil can't believe he finds himself here. Just
Il a
32%,
fait
somehow
exprès,
getting in
c'est un jeu
30
de
big
fou.
blinds plus with Queen Jack.
Oh, look at that look.
He doesn't believe him. I don't think he believes it was a misclick.
Yeah. It is a bit suspicious, but
Il faut prendre des courses, il a fait exprès. Hein?
Wow, he can't even handle the heat.
oh man, that's. But can still get lucky here. Look, it's not like he has ace jack. Not a good start. No diamonds.
Wakil at risk, needs to hit a queen or a jack on the turn or river. 4 outs, or we are down to 5.
Really feel for Jamil here.
It's a king, it's top for Shevlyakov. It's the elimination of Jamil Wakil. Our 6th place finisher who
Good job.
cashes for
He did it against
199,750 euros.
Yeah, like 20
Raise, mais il a mis
people.
300.
What?
Oui, mais justement, il s'est pas rendu compte que l'autre l'a fait.
You will check
If you didn't tell me you just did it to someone else, I mean.
I'm
So
sick about this.
we're only 15 hands since this final table, and already so much has happened, so much controversy. But one thing I will highlight, thank you to StatTrek for making this observation.
Good luck,
Do
guys.
with this information what you see fit. Shevlyakov has not announced any raise at the feature table in all the time he's been there. This was the first time he verbally announced his raise before he put the chips in.
That's enough for me.
Ooh, that is an interesting observation.
That's okay.
So you're gonna be big blind, please? 120,000.
So understandably, Jamil Wakil feeling a little bit sore about that bust out.
I am too, man. I love that dude.
We are down to 5, and Shevlyakov has increased his chip lead, now playing 11.5 million, close to 100 bigs.
Thank you. 9 raise 260,000.
Pakistani opening from the cutoff with 9-7 of clubs. Queen 5 of hearts for Coppola.
3 pass. 5 pass.
Je vais te sur.
Sorry. Thank you. 5. 6 call, 260,000. Heads up.
9-7 versus 6-4. And an 8-7-6 flop.
Yeah, a piece for both players here, but I don't think Angelov will get into too much trouble. Starting with the lead. I think this is particularly nice because you do want to protect against hands like, you know, your ace jacks and ace queens and not allow them to check back. But you're also not that attached to this hand, even though you have a pair and a straight draw. And yeah, facing this raise, I think you can just comfortably fold.
I mean, I feel like a lot of leads are hands exactly like this, that to me it screams that you're not super attached to it.
Yeah, but there are just some combos that you might be more inclined to continue, like even like a queen 9 of diamonds, or like a 10-8 or a 9-7. But 6-4 is the kind of one that, oh, and you know what? He calls anyway. Wow. So Angelov doesn't buy it, or perhaps thinks that as the 7 comes on the turn.
Always coming.
It's the year of the 7. Last year was the year of
Romania.
No, it's the year of the 7. Last year was the year of the 6. This is the year of the 7.
Six bet. 300.
And was this year always coming?
That's right.
And Angelov gets back to his lead game. And now Kokostany thought he was changing his tune for a second there and just calling.
9 raise 800,000.
2 raises, 2 streets in a row. Who does that?
Yeah, Angelov can't believe the situation he's finding himself in, frankly. This is not... He's not playing by the rules as far as he's concerned. Kokostany shouldn't be raising when he leads from the big blind on this text. There should not be raising the turn. So what's the deal here, man? What's the vig?
5.
It's okay, Angelov. Your rail will be able to tell you in half an hour. Oh, wait. No, they won't. This changes everything.
Six pass.
Kokostany's turn raise gets the job done. So he's now playing 47 big blinds. Coppola, the shortest stack of the 5 remaining players, with 42 big blinds.
This feels very unheard of now, right, James? To have 5 players with 40 or more big blinds?
Yeah, it's
pretty remarkable.
Quite weird, the dynamic we went through, ending day 4 with 18 players and maybe being a little bit behind pace. And then catching up and more yesterday, and coming back today with a pretty deep stacked final table with an elimination in the first hour of play, resulting in a significantly deeper average stack than you'd expect.
Five, 9 pass. 3 pass. 5 pass.
Boris is going to have to play very, very cautiously against the chip leader. He doesn't have a good seat being on the right of Shevlyakov. This is a pretty strong hand to have blind on blind. But you just really have to play defense here.
Raise 420,000.
Well, here comes the punch.
Yeah, and Angelov needs to play really tight in this spot. Shevlyakov is keenly aware of that.
He did announce his bet there, right? Was it an angle?
6 call, 420,000. Heads up.
Ten tray deuce with 2 clubs.
6 check.
And more importantly, 1 heart. Angelov will definitely want to be seeing a turn card drawing to the effective nuts. 2 ways.
Eight bet, 240,000. Six call, 240,000.
Somebody sent across the article of the incident that Angelov is referring to.
Oh, what, the hand against Obrishkov?
It's got some similar qualities to it, but I don't know if it's really the smoking gun people are going to want it to be.
No.
6 check.
So Angelov actually with the advantage, pair of 4s, but it's near enough a post-turn flip.
Yeah, and even forget about the numbers here. If Shevlyakov comes out firing with a bet over 1 million chips, I really don't know if Angelov's going to bother continuing, even though he has turned that pair.
500,000.
Having said that, just 500,000, I think that's going to be just okay. I imagine Shevlyakov is sort of targeting some hands that maybe were unpaired on the flop when he bet quite small, that are still unpaired. Perhaps something like an ace-7 of hearts, which would have check-called the flop and folded the turn.
6 call, 500,000.
A lot of interesting rivers. That's not one of them.
Didn't you just say 7 of hearts?
I don't know what you're talking about.
That is crazy.
So Angelov has a lock on this, has checked it to Shevlyakov. Is he going to bluff the river? And will we get an Angelov hero call?
I think this river, this fact that he called the turn, Shevlyakov has a bit more definition of the strength of Angelov's hand, that he's not dealing with an unpaired hand. So,
5.
I mean, at least not most of the time. Let's just say he had ace-9, ace of clubs. He would call twice, of course, but you'd hate to lose at showdown to that. Let's see if Alexander goes for this. Oh, he's looking. And it doesn't appear to be a very large bet.
800,000.
800K into 2.4 million.
And maybe this is just simply a matter of not being prepared to try to bluff Angelov off those decently paired hands. Like if he doesn't think that he's going to fold a 10 or he would have to bet 3 million, why don't we just bet a third pot, make it look value-y, and the times Angelov does have,
5.
you know, ace-8 with a club or something, he can just fold the ace high. Shevlyakov doing a real good job of making it seem like value, if anything, like wanting to get a little more with a 10. Not wanting to scare off something like a turn 4 or a flop 3.
One-time bank card played so far.
5.
Second time bank card deployed, extending the shot clock for another 30 seconds.
Six call, 8.
And there is the call.
Wow.
Angle of Heroes with a 4 and is right and wins a 4 million chip pot from Alexander Shevlyakov. Shevlyakov still chip leader. Boris Angelov not that far behind. 9.4 million playing 8.78 million. Cheer for your boy.
Can I have
Clap.
the time, please?
And
Ace Queen for Galinsky.
5. 5 raise, 250,000. 6 pass.
Makes it
8
250,000.
9 pass.
Gets around to the big blind, which is Coppola. He flicks it in.
250,000.
200.
Pocket trays.
250.
Another 5,000.
Joe is so small he can't break the surface tension of the water. That's very sweet. When I was a kid, my grandpa told me I was so fat I could float. All right, Coppola with a full house.
3 check.
Whoa.
That's fun. That's so fun.
Yeah, there are some ways that
125,000.
Galinsky can lose very little on this board, and there are ways that he can lose a very lot. And the very lot comes in the form of facing a check raise here, because, and you can see the lift of the right eyebrow from Galinsky being like, wait a minute, is this what I'm going to have to deal with here? I have to reckon with this Coppola check raising me here. How often does he do it with air? I'm too strong with ace queen to fold.
I would have folded 15
5
seconds
call,
ago.
375,000.
But Galinsky is calling with 2% of the equity. 2 times out of 100 will end up with the winner by the end of this hand.
Yeah, ace or queen is big trouble. Jack, nice and clean.
A big old whiff for Galinsky, which is probably the best thing possible.
I think if Coppola bets under 800, Galinsky might feel inclined to call again.
3 bet, 750,000.
There's the under 8. Can Galinsky find the tight fold? I know it's like he just says ace high,
this
but
isn't tight.
It just Joe, please open up your mind. If Coppola
That shot was tight.
If Coppola has yeah, this is actually a tight shot. Damn. Ooh, damn.
I think this one's just someone standing in front of the camera.
5 call, 750,000.
Oh, yeah.
He's continuing, man. Like, this screams 6-7 or, you know,
5-3.
Some rogue 2-spade bluff that's not
Pocket
picked up
threes.
more equity. Hopefully.
Rivers the ace of spades. That is top pair for Galinsky. Potentially the worst card possible for Galinsky.
I applaud Enrico Coppola, though, playing this fast. Had he played it slow, we would have seen a check on the turn.
Now they're
almost
just
surely.
showing off. We get it. You went to film school.
3 bet, 950,000.
Coppola going for
5
3
calls,
full
950,000.
streets. Gets called. That is a massive pot.
950,000.
4.8 million total. And Coppola goes from last to third.
Kind of a nice river bet, too. Just like not getting too greedy, not allowing Galinsky to make a big fold, just giving him too good a price with ace queen. That's going to fly him up the counts.
Only behind Angelov and Shevlyakov now, who are tied for first.
Heads up, Paide.
If If you don't mind, sir, to push the chips a little bit when you bet.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Just to help me. Thank you so much.
Five folds.
Oh boy.
This could get very interesting.
This could be a thing, yeah. Coppola, ace-10 of diamonds, ace-king for Angelov. And
5 seconds.
Shevlyakov still to act behind.
Yeah, I expect to see a 3-bet here. Somewhere to the tune of 1.1 to 1.2 million, I would imagine. At which stage Coppola is going to have a very complicated decision, because as we can see, it is ace-king from Angelov, but this could just as well be king-jack, king-9
folds.
suited.
How much of a stand is Coppola going to want to take?
I actually wouldn't fault Coppola for continuing in this hand and does decide to call ace-10 off. I think we need to sort of fold or shove, probably lean fold. Suited combo, more playability. We can float small bets on 1 diamond flops more comfortably.
Jack-8 tray. Ace-high versus ace-high. Ace-king-high is out in front.
Check.
Nobody likes a whiner. Angelov checks. Coppola, don't do it.
I mean, it might work. At least on the turn if he follows up. The thing about Enrico, and maybe this speaks to why we see Angelov checking, is that when he is checked to, he often does bet, even if necessarily it's not the right hand to do it with. And that's what makes sort of the toughest kind of recreational player on average, is the one that takes aggressive action instead of passive when they sort of maybe don't really know what they should do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Angelov is going to call here because of the same reason why we see with Coppola actually having a worse hand. But this pot is getting beefy.
It's growing.
Yeah, 4.3 million chips in the pot. Angelov with just 3 million behind. Oh my goodness.
10 of spades on the turn. Domination rotation. Coppola with the best of it.
Wow. Incredibly unfortunate. So unlucky for Angelov. Coppola out of nowhere from the treetops rips that 10.
Check.
But gives the free card for that 16%. Any queen does the trick, doesn't come. I'll tell you what, assuming this goes check, which it very well may, expect to see a very disgusted look on Angelov's face, as this is the last hand before break.
6 check.
Sure is. It does go check. Coppola is going to pick up this 4.3 million chip pot. That is going to put him second in chips and leave Boris Angelov as the shortest stack.
Sorry.
Oh, the turns have tabled. Wow. Our chip leader after about a level and a half. Now the short stack.
Coppola second in chips.
Je voulais bluffer sous la pique.
Angelov has 10 big blinds, pocket sixes in the small blind. I think we know what move he's going to make.
It's got to be all in.
It's triangle time for Boris Angelov. And Shevlyakov calls with queen 10. Is that a snap call?
Yeah, I think it is, James. I mean,
Big moment for sure, but with the big blind ante in there and short-handed, we're actually going to dominate a lot of the hands that want to shove here. Angelov being the shortest of the stack, that makes sense too. Most desperate to make the move and not restricted by ICM.
Dimitar Danchev among the players on Boris Angelov's rail. He needs to win this race to survive. The flop is 7 deuce deuce. Sixes looking good. Never call for outs when you're ahead, buddy.
Oh.
Boris Angelov just has to fade a queen or a 10 on the river. 6 cards eliminate him.
Nisko. Bravo!
That's a double up.
Come on, the boys.
Come on, the boys.
Come on, the boys.
Boris Angelov still the shortest stack at the table, but has just doubled to 22 big blinds.
Yeah, James, I think that Queen 10, you know, is often going to be flipping against that range. You're often not going to have as much equity as you'd like. However, I think it's so far within what would be considered a standard call blind v blind at that stack depth that it just becomes mathematically sound to run it. You know, you're playing against a player who's very capable of making the same move with Queen 9, Queen 8. He might make the same shove with 8-7 suited, 6-5 suited. A lot of these combinations need to be played that way in order to maximize our EV from this position when we get blind v blind. And just a flip, good hold.
Five pass.
Galinsky folds. Boris Angelov with ace queen.
17 big blinds in the cutoff. Again, I feel like we're just going to want to open this small.
6 raise. Raise 450,000.
Shavlyakov does have a nice hand here in position.
5.
Is he going to do something spicy? No. Folds the button, so it's round to Kokistani in the small blind, who has 8-3 of hearts. That's most likely a fold. And so it's Enrico Coppola in the big blind, who has Queen 4 of diamonds.
Yeah, and one of the benefits of having a non-all-in open here from the cutoff with a hand like ace-queen is you do get action from hands like Queen 4 diamonds. I actually think Coppola is doing nothing wrong here. This seems very standard to defend a Queen 4 of diamonds. In fact, most of our suited hands probably end up in this calling range. So we're going to the flop, and it is Queen high.
Top for Angelov, and generally speaking, when Coppola has a piece of the board, especially top pair, he does tend to commit a lot of chips.
Yeah, and you know, in these circumstances, it seems quite fair. Making top pair in Texas Hold'em is really hard, so we do generally have to be sticky. Let's see if we can do some damage limitation here or improve to possibly 2-pair plus for Coppola. Continuation bet.
75,000 is the C bet from Angelov.
That's right, James. Nice and small, just a smidge over min. I think this is textbook from Angelov, especially at this shallower stack depth.
Coppola makes the call. Turn card is a diamond. Now things get interesting.
Oh dear, James.
Coppola has picked up the flush draw.
Now the 3, despite bringing in the backdoor flush draw, is a very good card for ace-queen in general, right? Unless your opponent has Queen Deuce of clubs or Queen 3 of spade, you know, hearts or whatever, just picking random suits, of course, it's going to be a brick. It's not going to change the strength, average strength of hand too much. So we're going to go for more value here with the ace-queen, and we can see it's getting value from hands like Queen 4 of diamonds, but that's a lot more equity, James.
Yeah, so we've got a pot of 1.75 million, and this second barrel on the turn is 675,000. Wow,
Oh,
Coppola
dear.
shoves on Angelov. And Angelov calls with top pair, top kicker. And is going to have to fade a diamond or a 4 on the river.
28% of the time, ace queen is not going to do it, but a great spot regardless. 72% equity for the favorite ace queen in Angelov's hand.
Near enough a 3-1 favorite here. Boris Angelov looking for that all-important double up, looking to fade that diamond or 4 on the river.
Да, дама е добра. Дама е добра карта.
Never realized. Thank you.
The river card is the king of clubs. It's a clean run out for Angelov.
Nice end.
Celebrations with the boys as he doubles up to 7.2 million. Boris Angelov now third in chips with 36 big blinds. Enrico Coppola has dropped down to 20 big blinds. Mariusz Galiński remains the short stack at the table with 14 bigs. Shevlyakov opening under the gun with ace king of hearts makes it 400,000. Round 2, Galiński in the small blind. Who's got ace 9 suited.
5.
All in.
Galiński all in again. This time he's going to get called and he will be dominated. Angelov folds, Shevlyakov calls, showdown.
Yeah, rough spot for Galiński. I think he's doing the right move again here, James, especially against one of our chip leaders with that wider open. Runs right into it. Domination situation activated.
Galiński at risk and behind.
Lewandowski.
Не смотри, не смотри.
Извиняй, аз всяка година ще правя финал на тъпен турнир. Имах пик.
Robert Lewandowski, dawaj.
The flop is Queen Jack 10 with 2 hearts. Could you flop any better, Shevlyakov? Galiński cannot win the pot outright. Galiński is drawing to a chop.
It's pretty rare. We're almost drawing dead on the flop.
And now he is drawing dead on the turn. We are going to lose Mariusz Galiński in 5th place.
GG, bro.
The Polish player who cashed both the main event and the high roller at EPT Prague bows out of the EPT Monte-Carlo main event in 5th place for more than €250,000, 259,900 to be precise. We're four-handed and we have a monster chip leader in Alexander Shevlyakov, who's got 16 million, 80 big blinds, pretty much a 2-to-1 chip advantage on Amir Kokistani, who's second on the leaderboard.
Yeah, James, that was a massive, massive spot. Shevlyakov now just sort of a black hole sucking up all of those chips, and that means there's sparse little for the rest to fight for.
And the ultimate hashtag fun fact from the desk of StatTrick.
Thank you.
We have seen 2 eliminations so far, both players dispatched by Shevlyakov holding ace king of hearts.
Good Lord.
Six raise, 450,000.
Raises to 450,000. Shevlyakov folds the small blind. Kokistani in the big blind has 4 deuce.
This might actually be a fold. What?
Raise, 1,500,000.
Oh my Lord, I love it.
Wow. Why so big?
That is spicy. Bottom of range, 3-bet. You know what? Throw out the rule book. Kokistani is loving it.
2.6.
Oh, look at this!
Oh my days!
Angelov responds with a 4-bet. 2.6 million. Can you find a 5-bet jam here with 4 deuce?
Surely not.
It probably
Surely
would
not.
get a fold.
I absolutely admire the gumption, but the click back is just devastating. He's thinking,
5.
why did I 3-bet 4 deuce offsuit?
He didn't fold there. He put out a time bank card.
4 million.
Oh! What? He finds a 5-bet!
Yeah.
What on earth is going on here?
4 million.
What year is it, James?
But here's the question. Why not a jam? Why are you 5-betting so small?
Okay, if we see a 6-bet, I'm quitting poker forever.
If we see a 6-bet, just give Boris Angelov the trophy.
Just give him the trophy now.
Five.
Angelov considering his options. He's played a time bank card. He is suspicious of this 5-bet.
He definitely is.
6 pass.
But elects to let it go. The spirit of Benny Spindler alive and well here in Monte Carlo as Kokostani plays power poker and shows it.
He showed it. Unbelievable.
And that changes the dynamic substantially. Kokostani firmly second in chips with 10 million.
Nice hand.
Boris Angelov down to 5.6 million, 28 big blinds.
We have got an all-in.
6 fold.
I would imagine this all-in is coming from Enrico Coppola, who shoves with Jack-3 suited.
Say what?
That's 2,750,000.
2.7 million.
It's like 13, 14 bigs.
I was going to say that's more than 10 big blinds. Chevalier-Kov calls with the 6s. Big blind is out.
Oh, dear.
And Coppola is at risk with one of the worst hands in poker.
This is vaguely reminiscent of Paris. Not really sure what the Jack-3 is doing here, but Coppola has been feeling the vibes well so far. See if the universe rewards this.
He's got one over and he's suited. I guess it's unlucky to run into 6s. I don't know how to put a positive spin on this.
Comunque andata è stata bello. Comunque andata è stato bello.
I mean, Chevalier-Kov, given how poor Jack-3 suited is, isn't as big a favorite as you would like. But it's up to Coppola to make up some ground. There's a 3. One pair for Coppola, not good enough to win this pot just yet. Turn is the 5 of spades, so that reduces Coppola's outs.
Street flash potential.
And Chevalier-Kov, yeah, has a straight flush draw. Doesn't need to hit it. Just needs to fade, and does. Coppola with the questionable shove with Jack-3 suited. Hey, a little moment of tenderness right there. Woo. Gotta love Europe.
Can we spread out?
Final table brotherhood.
Huh?
And that is going to be GG for Enrico Coppola, who is going to walk with a nice chunk of change. I'm not going to lie, I'd be in a bit of a hurry to spend my 337,000 euros also. So maybe that explains what we just witnessed there. Enrico Coppola, now the cock of the walk-off. Boris in big trouble. Last year's second place finisher, looking to make history if he can somehow take it down this time around. Ace, jack of diamonds. This will be Boris's big blind. Ace 5 for Kokostani, folds it.
All right, any big blind takers? Oh.
Pocket threes for Angelov.
This might be all in, guys. I don't think there's any other play here. We're too shallow to miss the spot to potentially generate fold equity or win a flip.
Angelov is all in. Did win his last flip all in with the pair, right?
Did indeed, yeah. And this is a big, big moment.
Huge moment. Angelov needs these threes to hold to keep the dream alive. Seventh place finisher Miguel Capriles on the rail.
Boris.
Pointing and thumbs upping.
Big moment, guys. Really, really sweaty flip incoming. Hold your breath.
Dimitar Danchev on the rail for Boris. 9-7-4, one diamond. Pretty clean for threes. Shevlyakov has 5 ways to eliminate Angelov. Angelov is 1 card away from doubling up. River. Threes hold.
Wow.
Threes hold.
I need to take some lessons, Joe. This guy is flipping good.
Three-handed poker continues. Boris Angelov from the edge of defeat, now up over 30 big blinds again, more or less even with Kokostani, although slightly behind.
It's blind v blind. Kokostani in the small has 10-6 off.
5.
Raise.
This should be a time bet. Raise is not an official.
Kokostani has raised it.
8 raise, 625,000.
625 total. Boris Angelov has ace-8 in the big blind.
Three call. 625,000.
Decides just to call the raise. And that takes us heads up to the flop. Angelov near enough a 2-1 favorite. And we have a 9-7 deuce flop with 2 clubs. Kokostani with the gut shot straight draw. Angelov with the bigger club. Should we get running crunchy cards? And look at this, without much hesitation, Maria, Kokostani is continuing.
Yeah, and, you know, a pretty decent size C-bet here. I do feel like, especially, you know, considering Kokostani raised from the small blinds, unless you have an overpair here, this board is not necessarily going to be that favorable for a lot of the other range, the ones that contain, you know, 2 over cards and things like that. So not surprised to see Angelov continue here.
Kokostani pairs his 10 on the turn. Now has 77% equity and has shoved on Angelov. So Angelov, ace high and an open-ended straight draw.
Wow. I mean, this is definitely a very confounding bet and situation for Angelov. You know, does a hand like, let's say you have an overpair, right? If you have like jacks or queens or kings, do you take this sizing? Would you bet this size and put Angelov all in with the hand like that? I mean, obviously, better ace highs would probably not be taking this line. They probably would be checking a lot of the times on the turn, you know. So I don't think Angelov is afraid that Kokostany would ever be doing this with, say, like ace queen or ace jack or a better ace high. He's probably wondering, does Kokostany have a hand like queen jack? You know, maybe king jack, a hand that has some of that straight draw equity and is just trying to get Angelov to fold a pair or something like that, a 7x, something kind of weaker in his range that doesn't love to call this all in, but is ahead of some of those straight draws.
I think Boris Angelov has just played his last time bank card, so he literally has 30 seconds left to make a decision. He calls! Angelov calls all in with 23% equity. He has the straight draw. His ace is live. He can spike an ace, jack, or 6 on the river to survive. Right now, he is behind.
Туз. Двойку. Двойку, тройку, четверку. Давай. 3, 4, 5.
Boris Angelov's dreams of going one better from 2024 depend on the outcome of this hand, depend on this river card. It's a blank. And Boris Angelov will be eliminated in third place. He was the runner-up last year. He has to make do with a third-place finish in 2025. He'll cash for 439,200 euros. And we are going heads up now. Angelov understandably disappointed, but it's still an amazing accomplishment to make back-to-back final tables, to make the top 3 2 years in a row.
Yeah, I know it feels bad now, but definitely a whole lot to be proud of after he has some time to digest that final hand. I mean, I can understand why he decided to make that call again. There's just going to be some bluffs that Kokostany has when he decides to put them all in on the turn. I just feel like Angelov decided that he thinks there's a chance his ace high is best there, but if not, he still had outs to improve. And again, with the way that Kokostany's been playing, just so unpredictable, you can't really blame Angelov for, you know, going off of what he's seen in game. I think it's so easy for us watching and people in chat to be like, wow, why did he call off there? But I think it's a totally different ball game once you're in it.
Well, the chip leader is first to speak here with pocket sixes. He's counting out a raise to 135,000. Round to Adrian Mateos in the big blind. Queen 10. He defends.
This will be a race if we see all 5 cards. The trick is to sometimes not see all 5 and win some of the ones by betting that you'd lose at Showdown.
A set for Ferez.
Check.
Mateos checks his gut shot. And Ferez checks behind.
Oh man, you gotta bet your sets. You're losing value and giving free cards.
Mateos turns a straight.
Look, the jack was coming no matter what, so it's not like the check hurt him that much. But now would be a bad time to stop playing it slow.
Mateos leads the turn for 250,000.
Oh boy.
Ferez raises to $500,000.
It's not really Ferez's fault, but in general, you don't want to be checking when you're ahead and raising when you're behind. For your health. And now that Ferez has shown himself to be strong, I'd say there's a pretty good chance Mateos tosses in a few more betting discs.
Here comes the re-raise. A 3-bet to 1.3 million.
Now, I really think the move here is to just call. If you're behind and you get it in, you're in really bad shape. If you're ahead and you get it in, he's probably folding. At least if you just call, your opponent can bluff again on the river.
I'm all in.
Ferez shoves, and Mateos calls with the nuts.
It's a straight. It's bad. You got outs though, dude, bro. All of Senegal on its feet.
This is the biggest pot of the tournament so far. Adrian Mateos gets a huge double up unless the board pairs on the river. Kings, jacks, nines, and the K6 all eliminate Mateos. The river card is a 10.
Yes! 10 of diamonds.
That changes everything.
Yes, it does. We have a new chip leader.
Leave it 6.
Yes. Blind's now 61-20. Ferez has ace-9.
Hey, that's his lucky hand. That's the hand he busted Johnny with.
He raises to 310,000. Mateos with 7-4 of spades.
Hey, we are heads up, and Mateos is going to have the post-flop advantage, so a call here is perfectly reasonable.
He defends. And what a flop. Top pair for Ferez, 2 pair for Mateos.
That is some post-flop edge, but also what a cooler. Heads up, this is a bigger cooler than the one where they keep a cryogenically frozen Marlon Brando.
425,000, the C-bet from Ferez.
It's got to be very tempting to raise here.
Mateos does check raise. He makes it 1.1 million.
Ferez might just think Mateos is trying to push him around, the big bad pro.
Three-bet coming. 2.675 million.
Ferez has also got backdoor hearts. And once he's shown himself to have something here, it's entirely possible Mateos goes to play this fast as, which I am totally on board with.
All in.
Mateos moves all in.
Too many chips in the middle to fold now.
Ferez calls, and the cards go on their backs.
Dobles contra as 9. Doble stopper, sí.
Ferez has run pretty good this whole tournament, but that can all change in a blink of an eye.
Ace of hearts, 9 of clubs, pair of aces. Adrian.
The turn card. Jack of diamonds. So if Ferez spikes an ace, jack, or 9 on the river, he's the grand final champion. 8 cards that give Ferez the win. It's a blank. A huge turning point in the match.
That was the big double up opportunity he was waiting for. Now he's in the lead. Now he can put it away.
Adrian Mateos now has a 7-1 chip lead over Muhedin Ferez. Back to the action. Mateos, commanding chip leader.
Well, this is a different story than before, eh?
Ferez with ace-6 of spades. He raises to 410,000. Mateos has him dominated with ace-8. He shoves on Ferez.
Ace on ace, heads up, one player short. This could be for all the monies.
Ferez calls! And this could be it!
He doesn't need an ocho, he just needs no seis.
More than half the time, Mateos seals the deal here. Here comes the flop. And there's the ocho!
That is just about gonna do it. It might finally be Ferez Bueller's day off.
It could be over on the turn. Spain has been waiting for its first win on the EPT for 11 seasons. And the wait is over! Adrian Mateos takes down the EPT 11 Grand Final! And a great showing from amateur player Muhedin Ferez, who finishes second.
Buenos dias, Adrian.
So here we are, Joe, back in Vegas, back for a new season of the big game on tour.
Let's play some poker.
We knocked it out of the park with the first big game on tour.
I'm excited about the lineups we have this year. Jen Tilley is back.
People would say if you're welcome at the big cash games, that's not a good sign.
Can you spell quads?
And guess what? Alan Keating is back this season.
Ah, Mr. Keating. I'm not here for redemption. I'm here to cause some chaos.
Much like the Joker needs Batman, I need you.
We've got a sports star at the table, Gerard Piqué.
When they told me I was playing with a legendary defender, I was pretty disappointed when I found it was you.
That is so rude.
Sam Grafton, he's all the time, blah, 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 blah. And I'm going against him, I tell you.
I won. Stop showing off, mate. Come on.
We've got a comedian.
Gotta say I didn't like it when a Wolfgang gave me a big old bang.
We've got some other high-stakes players, like Jason Kuhn.
Gonna sit down and blast around and have a good time doing it.
We've got Andre Akari.
The Brazilian bulldozer.
Griffin Benja.
Let's go.
Those guys are legends. I got a lot to prove. I think the viewers are in for a real treat.
There's gonna be bigger pots.
Bomb pot.
Here we go.
Come on now.
There's gonna be emotional moments. There's gonna be rebuys.
I'm going to add 100.
I'm adding 100.
Wow. Big blow to the ego.
You shouldn't berate the fish.
I feel like such a schmuck.
Stop.
Good to be back eating.
Welcome back to Monaco and the PokerStars European Poker Tour Monte-Carlo main event, where we are heads up. The final table is down to the final two players. They're returning from the dinner break here at the Monte-Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort. It's relatively even, and they are still pretty deep stacked. It's Amir Kokistani from Ukraine against Alexander Shevlyakov from Russia. 63 big blinds, playing 55 big blinds. We are at the 150k, 300k blind level. It's James Hartigan alongside Griffin Benja.
Hello, everyone.
Griffin, I'm sure you were very excited to see that promo for the big game. Very soon, we'll see you in action.
Almost as excited I was to notice that the establishing shot is darker because it's night now.
It is indeed. We are starting the evening session, still playing for a difference of around 400,000 euros in prize money, 615k to the runner-up, 1 million euros to the winner. They were approximately even when they got heads up. I'd say the stacks are very similar to what they are now, Griffin. but I don't think there has been even the suggestion of looking at the numbers.
Yeah, which is really interesting. As Joe was, pointing out last level, both these players, I don't know if you'd call them amateur or recreational. They have normal jobs. They're not strictly professional. So normally when two players of that nature would be here, you'd expect them to look at the difference between a 400,000 euros, but
yeah,
they're going for it.
They are going for it, playing for the money, playing for the glory, playing for the trophy. And they are back on the main stage, ready to resume this heads-up battle as we continue to play 30 hands per level. That is the new norm on the EPT now. When it gets to a single table, when it gets to a final table, instead of it being timed levels, it's number of hands. And I believe, Griffin, we still have 8 hands to play on level 34. 8 more hands at 150-300.
Only one way to find out. Let's play 8 hands. We'll get used to this eventually. So far, seems to be working quite well.
I would say that we probably got heads up a lot quicker than many would have anticipated at the start of the day, which is why this is a pretty deep stacked heads up battle. The shortest stack being Shevlyakov. So we're playing, what, 53 bigs effective?
Yeah.
Still a lot of play in this tournament. And a reminder that we welcome your questions, your comments, your analysis. I want to put an asterisk against that one. But generally, you can get in touch with us via the live chat on YouTube. And you know what I'm going to ask for. If you are watching the stream on YouTube, please do give us a thumbs up. Please click the like icon underneath the video player window. Let's try and get this stream to 3,000 likes. We're at 2,700 right now. We've got about 5,000 people watching. I'm sure many of you have liked already. If you haven't already clicked that thumbs up icon, please give the stream a like. Oscar says, tell them they have to finish before Knicks Celtics. Well,
presumably that would be 2 a.m. Eastern.
Right.
Which would be 6 hours ahead of us.
First hand back, it's unraised pre, and neither player really has much.
But Kokostany has last action, so takes more. And that should do it. That should do it.
Oh, but instead, we are going to get the check raise from Shevlyakov. 300,000 becomes $1 million.
Yeah, we're upping a pretty thin value range here, given that it's Nate's high texture. But all the same, it's if Kokostany doesn't have anything, it's like, how do you proceed with Jack 3 off? So 8-6, it's an interesting selection. I kind of get it with that diamond in hand. You can turn some straight draws. Yeah, nice spot right there. File that one under pots that most people don't win.
Okay, so this Knicks Celtics game, let's find out when it is.
I mean, surely it's...
It can't be 2 a.m. Eastern, Griffin. That doesn't sound
Sorry,
right.
2 a.m. our time would be... Sorry, I'm opposite. I'm all mixed up. It's probably starting in 5 hours.
Okay, well, I would love it if this was done before then. No, Stelios did not agree a deal. They are playing for it all. And yes, Jarno, you're right. The chip count hasn't really changed after the first session of Heads Up. So there is the prospect that we are in this for the long haul.
8, check.
That's funny. I don't think 2 a.m. Eastern sounds right. Like they're playing sports out there at 2 a.m.
I think it's a lot earlier, by the way, Griffin, because people are saying the game starts in 30 minutes.
Oh, well, then you shouldn't even have brought it up. Not you, but whoever asked. Yeah.
I'm going to take the over on 30
It's an
minutes.
afternoon game.
Not for the Knicks Celtics. I'm sure that genuinely is starting in 30 minutes. What I'm saying is I'm going to take the over on this being done in 30 minutes.
Eight raise, 1 million.
Kokostani's turn
Free call, 1
to
million.
check raise with a pair of sevens, and Shevlyakov calls with a pair of sixes.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot more sort of merging kind of protection raises as we get deeper in stacks, less defensive, you know, concern about bloating pots, and then suddenly your SPR shrinks. A lot of situations like what Kokostani's doing here is,
Three,
I think if he check raises his hand, he can get value from worse hands sometimes, like he has with this 10-6.
Yeah.
So many bad turn cards for a hand like Jack-7. Oftentimes you will just get folds. But when you get continues, again, sometimes you're going to be ahead. Whether it's in the form of straight draws, flush draws,
1,500,000.
some big ace high floats.
8 called, 1,500,000.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Yes.
2 pair, bet on the river, and a snap call from Kokostani. Not a believer.
And that is going to see Shevlyakov move ahead of Kokostani. He has reclaimed the chip lead. It's 20 million playing 15 million right now. Talk a little bit about these two players. Alexander Shevlyakov, 37 years old, originally from Russia, now lives in Slovenia. Has made 2 EPT final tables, not main events, both 10K high roller events.
Those count. I heard 10K high rollers are actually more important than main events. So if you've won a 10K high roller, like I have.
The clue is in the word main. Not a professional, as you mentioned earlier on, Griffin. He works in IT. He qualified online to be here via a 530 euro satellite on Stars, aiming to become the 8th Russian EPT champion. Then we have Amir Kokostani, originally from Kiev, Ukraine, relocated to Hamburg, Germany during the hostilities, played the Eureka Hamburg main event last July and won it. Bested a field of 645 to win more than 110K. Says this tournament has been a lot of fun for him.
Going deep in a tournament is very fun.
5.
He is a dentist by trade and says poker is a hobby, but a hobby he very much enjoys.
Eight pass.
So we saw the limp from Kokostani, the raise from Shevlyakov, the fold, taking us to hand 142 with the final table. After this, there'll be 3 more hands before the blinds go up.
Three call, 300,000.
9.
8 raise,
Call
900,000.
and a raise.
Three pass.
Nice work there from Kokostani. A bit surprised as to the sizing. It was a bit small for me, 3x. You don't necessarily, want your opponent to call when you have king 4 off, but using that big blocker and trying to get one through, punishing those, it looks as though Alexander's probably going to be playing 100% of buttons and wants to sort of just dissuade him from limping his poor something like 8-3.
Five.
Cool.
8 call, 300,000.
Carly says either they sit here for hours or on the next hand they'll go all in.
Five,
That's
three.
why I love poker. And right here, right now, I'm going to say this is going to take an extraordinary cooler. This is going to take a huge setup to be done. These guys, I think, playing pretty cautiously.
3, check. 8, check.
Check, check on the flop. Jack on the turn, and Shevlyakov is almost unbeatable.
Three, check.
Good resistance from Kokostany
bet,
not finding a bet on that flop. Shevlyakov would not have folded the queen high.
A bet of 300K from the 4-3. Shevlyakov with the best hand, the only draw, makes the call. Seven on the river. Queen is good. Balag says, who won the event? It's still going, dude.
8 bet, 700,000.
The heads up.
Now, wouldn't this be a brilliant call from Shevlyakov? Kokostany, literally the stone not low of his range right now at this 4-3. Surely would expect a quick call from something like, oh,
Three
there it
calls,
is.
700,000.
Queen high call, playing for EPT trophy and €1 million. Have
Nice
a go,
call.
Alexander.
Nice call. And Alexander Shevlyakov now has 21.6 million. Amir Kokostany playing 14.1 million.
Yeah, and as much as that other hand was separation, this one is really
Yeah.
sort of a message sent, right?
Gambit Bambit asking how much for first and second. They've both locked up 615K, but the winner of this tournament gets €1 million. They're basically playing heads up for 400K plus the title and trophy. Playing for a place in poker history. Shevlyakov with the advantage right now.
Another 300. Another 300, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. Five.
Small
Three
ball
calls,
for the win.
200,000.
Shevlyakov feeling very confident.
Got a bad lookalike for Shevlyakov, Griffin. The suggestion from Fifth Business, Danny Houston. I don't hate it. I think it's pretty solid.
If he is who I think he is. No, not for me.
3 bet.
Remember, it's
300,000.
meant to be a bad lookalike. Just a suggestion. Just an inkling.
Maybe when he was younger.
Yep.
This one looks a bit, but
Yep.
still, I still don't. Maybe it's because all these photos of Danny Houston, he's smiling, and I haven't seen Shevlyakov smile yet.
A serious Danny Houston.
Okay, no, I see it now. Yeah. Okay. Good work, good work.
Final hand of this blind level. Check 6.
5. 8 call, 300,000.
Kokistani has called.
5. 3 raise.
Shevlyakov is raising.
Yeah, a hand with some nice playability. Queen 8 suited. I think you can go either way here between check and raise.
8-5.
You don't want to run the risk of, you know, getting limp raised here and having to fold out a hand that can have so much potential on the flop. But if he doesn't really expect that's much of Kokistani's game and he really wants to establish a raise range over
200,
that
400.
constant limping, I think you have worse candidates than Queen 8 of clubs.
400. Thank you.
Okay.
Both two very serious individuals. No love lost between them. Feels like they're both here with a job to do.
8.
And the other is just in their way.
800,000.
So this is the first hand of the new blind level. We're now playing 200,000, 400,000 with a 400k big blind ante. Button raised from Shevlyakov, called by Kokistani in the big blind.
He's got the Adrian Mateos.
8 check.
I'm saying that because I just watched the on the break he winning EPT Monte-Carlo with that hand. What do you know? Just the nuts for Shevlyakov. Want to do it with me, James? 7, 8, 9, 10.
3 bet, 1,500,000.
Everyone loves a flop straight.
They do indeed.
Ooh, and Kokistani might actually be facing a sizing that he can make a big fold to. 1.5 million into 2 million. Haven't really been seeing these kind of flop bets, so that you can see the suspicion from Kokistani here being like, what's going on here? Would you really do this with air?
5.
Why all of a sudden so big? And I'll tell you why. Because Shevlyakov is applying the principle of, well, if I have a big hand but I'm not paired up on the board, way more likely my opponent has a piece. Let's get as much money as there in there as possible, hoping that he does have one. But is a pair of 7s with a 4 kicker too low in that range? What a disciplined fold from Kokistani. Really, I know it doesn't seem like much bottom pair, your opponent's flopped a straight, but the nature of heads-up poker, you're not doing a lot of folding of pairs on the flop when it's, you know, only 2 diamonds. That was a nice fold. And all of a sudden, a 2-to-1 chip edge for Alexander Shevlyakov.
Yep.
Five. 8 raise, 900,000.
Kokistani going to mix it up a little bit more now. Feels like the limps maybe haven't been as effective as he would have liked.
5.
We saw him limp this exact holding just a few hands ago. So mixing in some raises now. Shevlyakov with that 1 big, 1 small. Could really see him do anything here. But fold being the least likely as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, he goes for the raise. And he's just been,
2,700,000.
James, he's just been really dialed in over the course of the last couple days. Nary a step wrong, and this is another great example. Seeing that Kokistani probably wants to change gears a bit, maybe start raising button instead of limping, and pow, just attacks
8 call, 2,700,000.
Okay.
Surprised by the call?
Very surprised. I will say that the wow, and has outflopped Shevlyakov. I will say that sizing wise, wasn't the biggest 3-bet. You put in 900, he made it 2.7. Usually the out of position 3-bets are sort of in the larger 3.5 plus range. But this is not the hand you do want to be calling a 3-bet. Kokostany, I guess, wanting to make a stand here.
2.6.
3-bet, 2,600,000. 8 all in.
And he quickly goes all in. Yeah, I think that's the only way to do it.
And Shevlyakov obviously can't call.
3 plus.
And that is a very significant pot going back to the way of Kokostany. We are now even Stevens.
Yes,
boing, boing.
we are. 18 million chips for Shevlyakov, 17.7 for Kokostany. So pretty much playing 44 big blinds each.
Yeah, very surprised about the sort of erratic nature of that hand for Kokostany. I mean, you know, I know we've suggested that he's not technically a professional, but the way he's been playing, you know, I've been complimenting Alexander a lot.
Yeah.
Kokostany's been very, very solid. Hasn't really been getting too out of line. Has been pretty aware situationally. But that time he just said, screw this guy. He's not even making it more than 3x. Let's see a flop. If I flop something, I'm all in. And, hey, wrote the script and we all played it out. That was a pretty ideal turn of events, but hopefully that little stroke of fortune will have him lock in now and not make a habit of doing things like that. I mean, having 6 million chips in the pot with 4-3 off between the two of you, maybe not the best course of action going forward.
8 check.
Shevlyakov limps. Kokostany checks. 9-9-3.
Eight check. Three check.
Diamond draw for Shevlyakov, who also has the best hand with king high.
And I think Kokostany is showing some warts a little bit here. This is a pretty poor bet, I have to say.
3 call.
With the limp pre-flop and the check. You know, if Shevlyakov had 6 high, he would probably just bet the flop. I mean, it reeks of showdown value when you check back this board. So just throwing in a bet with 8 deuce and now again throwing in another bet, I think this speaks to some
8 bet 2,500,000.
some inexperience in heads-up play.
Kokostany betting 2.5 million as a pure bluff. Now, this is a double paired board, Griffin, but
he's just going to quickly call.
Shevlyakov has to call, right, with the flush.
Yeah, he'll give it some thought, but there's no version of this where he folds a king high flush.
5.
When you consider spades missing and the chance that it's just some rogue bluff, as it turns out it is, you just have to pay this off. I mean, look, even if it was, it's not impossible that he might slight overbet diamonds here as well, because, you know, Shevlyakov doesn't really necessarily have to have a 9 or a 3 either. So it could, ooh, wow, very surprised by this.
He folds the flush?
Wow, okay. I mean, I hate to be that off base, but I just don't, you know, maybe it's just so out of character to see Kokostany overbet a river. Maybe he's just never seen him do it before and he just believes him.
We are going to be here for a long,
that one is really throwing me for a loop.
So Kokistani with the chip advantage, 18.5 plays 17.2. Both players between 40 and 45 big blinds.
I wouldn't want to discount the small chance that he didn't realize he had a flush. Like he thought he just had king high on the turn and then the river. But he may have also just folded a flush. Wow. Incredible.
I mean, I did highlight the fact it was a double paired board, but even so, I think heads up, you can't be throwing away flushes like that.
I mean, look, if Shevlyakov decided that he was not beating any value, that he would never overbet a weaker flush,
5, 3.
he just believed him, I guess.
I guess we have to give Kokistani points for getting that fold.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he he thought his opponent had that.
No, it's not like I'm going to bet him off this flush.
Yeah. I mean, I criticized the turn bet from Kokistani, but if the plan was to always then overbet the river, your opponent would have to make something like, I don't know, like a flush or something to call.
8, check.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
How's the chat reacting over there to that fold?
Well, a few people saying there could be a boat, right?
It's true.
3, check. 8, check.
So just a pair of sixes for Kokistani.
You guys know how hard it is to make a boat, right? When there's two on the board and two on...
Yeah, I mean, I think a couple of people saying what you said, Griff, which is maybe he didn't know he had a flush. Maybe he didn't double check his hand.
I think it's... it just... Look, he just called him with 2 streets with queen high, right?
Yeah.
And now he's folding king high flushes. I think he misread his hand.
Yeah. I mean, if he did misread his hand, that's... Oh, I mean, that could have been a turning point if he makes that call.
I mean, we've been watching this guy for how many days now? Does he seem the kind of guy who makes some sick read and folds a flush just from 2 streets of betting?
Yeah.
He just called him with queen high, and so I don't know.
Again, evens, Stevens.
Big hand alert.
Okay, Shevlyakov, you have the king of spades and the jack of diamonds. Kojak, the Ving Rhames variety.
Why is the Ving Rhames variety?
Because Telly Savalas is superior, so king jack suited is Savalas, king jack offsuit is Rhames.
What's the connection between the two people?
They both play Kojak.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
The detective who loves you, baby, with the lollipop, bald head.
Okay. 8, check.
Are you sure about this, Ethan? That's my Mission Impossible Ving Rhames.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, specifically I'm talking about Ving Rhames as Kojak.
No,
I love
understand.
Ving Rhames.
I was just making a Ving Rhames reference.
I just think the Kojak reboot was probably a bit of a misstep in his oeuvre.
We've been here before, Ethan.
Can I point out that your Ving Rhames in Mission Impossible is very similar to your Bane in Dark Knight Rises?
8 pass.
A bet and a fold. There you go. We're educational. Taylor didn't know until this moment that Ving Rhames played Kojak.
Neither did I.
There was a reboot. They tried to bring back Kojak. It was a 70s cop show with Telly Savalas. They did a reboot. Did not last long. I don't know whether the Ving Rhames version had the lollipop. That was always one of the things. He was always sucking on a lollipop. And his catchphrase was, "Who loves you, baby?"
Did you?
Yeah. Push.
I mean, I tolerated Kojak. It was like Saturday evening entertainment before the A-Team.
Да, видели, пожалуйста, спасибо.
Before
So it's
TJ
kind of-
Hooker became a thing.
So it's kind of the king jack off of TV shows.
Yeah,
You know, I'll get
yeah.
it here before I get aces
Yeah.
later. I'll play her. I'll try to flop top pair, and you know.
5.
When the aces though.
8 raise, 900,000.
Very strong heads up hands alert.
3 call, 900,000.
Chevliakov calling, which I like. Stay under repped with the disguised ace. Wouldn't want to 3-bet here and be forced to fold such a hand. Strong hand. Technically, pre-flop. Heads up. And sometimes you get boards exactly like this where Kokostany might just start barreling, try to get you off
8 bet,
a
500,000.
perceived 8 or king by the river. The rules, they shift a bit. Heads up, they change. You got to get much stickier than, say, you know, the hijack raises and then you defend with an 8 or a king. You know, you kind of have to fold more often. In this format now, we're going to see a lot more
3 call, 500,000.
calling down with single pairs. So let's see if Kokostany gets a card he feels comfortable barreling.
Check.
3.2 in the middle. We did just see one of the first overbets of Kokostany on this FT. This would be an interesting spot to attack those 8 and king X's, but instead plays it cautiously. Difficult for Chevliakov to really have a bluff range here outside of
3 bet,
maybe
2,200,000.
Jack 10 or, you know, Jack 9 with backdoor flush draw or something like this. But are you really going to try to bluff off queen high or an 8 or anything like that? Not really. You just kind of have it here. Usually a king, sometimes a small ace like he has.
Zhao, do you anticipate this heads-up match also being a marathon similar to last year's? No anticipation necessary, Zhao. I kind of feel we've already kind of hit marathon territory. 88 said, I'd say raise the blinds. How about we jump from level 35 to level 38? Would anyone miss levels 36 and 37 if we didn't play them?
You know, James, back in my day, Jack Salter was asking for a triangle at 6, at half 6.
That is true.
5. 3 raise, 800,000.
It's 9 p.m. We've gotten soft.
I love the fact we got insight there as to what Griffin will sound like in 7 years.
Cool.
8 call, 800,000.
Another good hands alert. As Kokostany's relinquished the chip lead once again.
Check.
It's been a funny heads up actually for Kokostany. The 2 hands that I've criticized were the most important in this heads up battle, and he's still at a deficit to Chevliakov. It really feels like the energy will eventually go over to Alexander, but
3 bet, 400,000.
still, again, we're playing so deep. Things can change.
Call, 400,000.
King high bets, ace high calls. King high gets lucky.
8 check. 3 check.
Five pairs.
8
Quick check from Kokostani. And he's about to get put to the test. I don't think that Chevliakov intends to check this. Will want to get that snap-off value that we've seen from Kokostani in certain spots with what appears to be something like a 3 or an ace high.
800,000.
Doesn't get greedy here at all. About 27% pot bet. Just begging him to call. I'm your Huckleberry.
800,000.
Show me the bad news.
Bad news is ace high is no good.
800 for the 8.
Okay, so now Chevliakov has opened up a near 2-to-1 chip lead. 23 million playing 12.7 million. That's 55 big blinds playing 31 big blinds.
Just in case you thought James Hardigan was lying. Numbers.
Can you say again, please?
My chips don't lie.
No.
No one does a rendition of Shakira quite like Griffin.
I feel like there's a really good parody song there, by the way. Chips don't lie. I was just saying.
William says, thanks to the commentators for all their hard work, as well as the team behind the scenes. Yes, huge thanks to the entire production team for the hard work this week. We've had some long days.
Yeah.
Especially the cash game that you got to play in, Griffin. It was an early finish for the players in the main event, but we kept going. We had to stage a completely separate live stream that day. So yeah, everyone's worked really hard this week. So shout out to everyone who's brought the stream to your screens.
Three raise 800,000. Five. 8 raise 2,500,000.
Kokostani's jacket's starting to annoy me, Griffin.
Yeah.
A soft fleece.
Bit crinkly.
Would be less...
3 pass.
aggressive on the microphone.
But if this place started raining...
That is true. And to be fair, when the rain comes down here in Monaco, it really falls hard.
Yeah.
So having your anorak on, being prepared at all times is not a bad shout.
Five. 8 raise 800,000. Five. 3 call 800,000.
Raise and a call. What is this? Hand 155. King, tray, deuce.
3 check. 8 bet 400,000.
20% pot bet. Not going to shake Shavlyakov, I don't think. Queen high might still be good. You have the backdoor straight draw. But aggressive action it is.
1,500,000.
It's one of those interesting things with Shavlyakov that
5 million.
Oh, what
raise,
is
5
happening
million.
here?
baby. Such an unnecessarily large 3-bet on the flop too. I love it. It just because I say unnecessarily, and what I mean is that you could probably accomplish the same thing by making it 3 million.
Yeah.
So if Shavlyakov does happen to have a king here, you're screwed. But it doesn't give Shavlyakov any more room to click it back or anything like that.
I
Good
mean,
instincts.
Shavlyakov would have seen that hand earlier against Angelov, where Kokostani got massively out of line with 4 deuce. That re-raise isn't always a made hand.
This guy's got moves, and he's getting Shavlyakov to fold flushes, and he's 3-betting flops. I mean, he's come to play. He wants that trophy.
He wants that 1 million euros.
I mean, dentist salary, I think he wants the trophy more. I guess $1 million's a lot of money, maybe. Maybe slightly life-changing for most.
I appreciate both players can speak the same language, but they have been reminded so often that they should keep it to English when there are cards in front of them.
3 call.
As per the standard rule of most live tournaments.
8 check.
King 9 versus Jack 4, unraised pre, and a Ace Jack 9 flop.
Yeah, slice of the pie for both. One piece a little larger than the other.
3 check.
Shavlyakov going to check it back with that mid pair.
8 check.
Well, that's going to make both players feel a lot more comfortable about their respective pairs.
3 check.
But it goes check, check again. Okay, and now Kokostani pairs his king and is going to lead river, and a good chance this gets paid off.
8 bet 800,000.
Yeah, this is going to be a show-me situation for Shavlyakov, I think. He doesn't like it, though.
Five. 3 pass.
Good fold. So perhaps doesn't think Kokostani necessarily has a lot of river bluffs in situations, and was correct there, but not correct.
I love the fact we got to hear him singing to himself.
Yeah.
Reminded me of that classic clip where David Cameron resigns and walks away humming to himself, not realizing his microphone's still live. Well, it's evened out again. Shavlyakov still with the chip advantage, but Kokostani not that far behind again.
Eight call 400,000.
Calling with 3s.
Yeah, I like this. I would hate to raise this and get 3-bet, because then you probably have to shove 40 big blinds, which is a lot.
3 raise 1,200,000.
I think this would play as a really nice limp shove as well in the sort of 20, 25 big blind range. But at 40, we can just call this, play some poker.
8 call, 1,200,000.
The raise called by Kokostani, and we will see a flop. Which is 10-4-4. Shevlyakov with the advantage.
Yeah, on a board where Kokostani will surely lose at least one street. Threes are going to be good a lot against the bluff range and even some of that pre-flop value range. His 600K bet, and he throws out all his time bank chips. Bit dramatic. Bit dramatic, Amir. I mean, even if he is ahead right now, you're getting a good enough price to hit that.
Yeah.
Hit that crab.
8 call, 600,000.
Calls the 600K. And this hand goes to the turn, which is the 5 of spades. Bold prediction from Nice Time Na. Kokostani's about to blow up. Kareem says he's lost.
3 bet, 2 million.
I don't expect this hand to go much further. I mean, Kokostani may call this bet, Griffin.
Yeah.
He may get to a river, but he's not going broke in this hand.
No.
8 call, 2 million.
J8 says he's going to go all in soon. I don't think so. Not on this board. Not with threes.
Well, we have noticed a trend with Shevlyakov that he's been believing Kokostani a lot.
True.
I would say that the opposite is true from Kokostani to Shevlyakov. We've seen some really quick river calls. Amir has not been buying what this guy's been selling. And as far as runouts are concerned, they do get brickier after the 4-4-10,
3 million.
but not by much. You know, it's better than seeing an ace, king, or queen on the, or a jack on the Turner River. This is a big inflection point at this heads-up battle. If Kokostani calls here and is wrong, what a great shot. Wow.
5.
This would slip Amir under the 7-figure club. Pardon me, 8-figure club. We'd be down to 9.5 million and a huge deficit.
Kareem is still smelling an all-in. It's not an all-in, it's a call from Kokostani. Shevlyakov wins one of the most significant pots of this heads-up battle so far. 14 million chips. That's really going to separate him and Amir Kokostani. Alexander Shevlyakov now playing 26.1 million. Amir Kokostani, as Griffin highlighted, has dropped below 10 million, 9.6 million. 64 big blinds, playing just over 20 bigs. TY says 2.9K likes is stressing me out. If you haven't already liked the stream, please give us a like.
I don't think I've liked it yet.
Come on, Griffin.
Watching it all week.
Let's try and get to 3,000 likes during this heads-up battle. Oh, we've hit it. We've hit 3K. Thanks to everyone who's given us a thumbs up. Thank you for liking the stream.
Yeah, I hadn't liked it yet. That's funny. I have it on all the time, too. Uh-oh.
3 call,
9-9.
400,000.
Shevlyakov with the stars nuts. completes. 7 deuce for Kokistani, who checks his option.
Yeah, now playing at a 22 big blind stack depth.
Great flop for Shevlyakov. Would have been even greater if there'd been a 7 out there.
I've seen worse starts to a hand. Can Shevlyakov mix in some checks here? Oh, he does find it.
Wow. And the diamond draw now for Kokistani, the deuce high flush draw.
8 check.
Yeah, we will see betting from Alexander now, wanting to charge all those hands that have some sort of draw. Perhaps my opponent here has a queen, that kind of thing.
3 bet 400,000.
But just doesn't have anything.
And Amir Kokistani has dropped down to 20 big blinds. Another 17 hands to play until we put the blinds up. Action starts with Amir Kokistani.
5. 8 raise 800.
Raises with suited dolly.
And Shevlyakov can justify
5.
just shoving here
3 call,
or just calling. Has elected to go for call. I think it's kind of interesting. I think a lot of players would shove here heads up, but perhaps Shevlyakov feels so confident about the post flop that doesn't want to risk running into some sort of big flip or cooler.
3 check.
Has been outflopped here by Kokistani.
8 bet
Yeah, who's going to bet his
800,000.
pair of 9s?
Three call 800,000.
No club in hand, but king high's can be good enough at the time here.
Has now picked up the gut shot.
3 check. 8 bet 1 million.
And with Shevlyakov checking immediately, a quick bet of $1 million from Kokistani.
Yeah, and might be actually extracting max value with this unorthodox wager. Not very standard to be betting third pair, miserable kicker on the turn and getting value from your opponent's hand. But yeah, Shevlyakov getting the price now, but still needs to hit, 10 cards. It's not easy.
Does not hit. Instead, Kokistani improves to trips.
Three check.
Shevlyakov checks a third time. Kokistani
8 all in.
goes for max value, moves all in, and Shevlyakov is seriously considering making a king high hero call here.
It just, yeah, it certainly feels really strong. But why, if you had an ace here, would you bet all 6 million when I could have a 9? Right? I think that's what Shevlyakov is thinking here. And if you just had a 9, why would you bet $1 million on the turn? So he's bouncing around different sort of principles of the hand, but yeah, finds the right decision.
Well, obviously many tournaments being played here at EPT Monte-Carlo. The vast majority are in the books. Most of the tables now inside the Salle des Etoiles are empty, but there is one tournament still in progress. A heads-up battle between Maria Konnikova and Italian player Vincenzo Ventimiglia in the last chance Hyper Turbo. And if we go over to that table, Maria Konnikova has put Ventimiglia all in pre. Ventimiglia calling, showing 6-4. Maria with Jack 5. There's a Jack and a 4 on the flop. And a clean run out for Maria Konnikova as she takes down the last chance Hyper Turbo for 15,910 euros.
Atta girl, love to see it. Maria's just awesome, brilliant writer, fantastic poker player. Congratulations.
Second, 10,500. Okay, thank you.
So most other tournaments are now done. We continue heads-up action in the main event, straight back to the main stage, where it's King 9-6 on the flop. It's a pair of sixes for Kokostani. Joe Stapleton back with us in the booth.
Hello, my babies. Still trucking here. Oh, we're down to 2.
You're a funny guy.
We didn't give you the heads up?
Oh, good retort, Griffin. You got to give him credit for that one.
That one-on-one. Yes, that was good. Sorry. Didn't mean to. I was just trying to think of another one. But yes, it was good.
So as this hand plays out, news from the floor. We're currently on level 35. We've got 15 hands after this to play at this blind level. The players will be told at the end of this level that they will be playing 20 hands per level from level 36 onwards. 2 pair now for Kokostani. So we used to have a system at EPT final tables. When we got short-handed, we would reduce the length of the blind levels. Considering it is still taking around 90 minutes, around an hour and a half to play 30 hands per level heads up, the floor have decided that to bring it in line with how EPT final tables used to run, we can reduce to 20 hands per level. 2 pair is good, and Kokostani wins some back. Shevlikov still has nearly a 2-1 advantage over his opponent.
Still doesn't look like he's having fun, though. Are we having fun yet? You know, I only watched the first couple episodes of the new season of that. I don't know what is it about these new, like sort of the, not the re, but you know when
they don't have the same bite, but it does pick up a little bit.
Yeah.
There's something less gritty about the sequel, The Party Down.
Yeah.
20 years later or whatever it is.
I just think the 20 years later stuff, it's just never good. Dumb and Dumber 2, I never even saw it. I resented the reviews.
I actually
so much.
really liked Dumb and Dumberer.
No way.
Yeah.
Really?
I thought it was pretty good. I also
Not
thought
the prequel of the
I also
sequel.
thought the prequel was pretty good too.
Oh my god, I need to watch it.
Yeah, I thought it was solid.
Amazing.
It's hard to look at them because they're old, right? Like I think that's just seeing like your favorite stars like having aged that much is like a little difficult, and to see a guy like in his 60s acting is
I'm
so
so
stupid.
glad you've given a positive review to Dumb. I think I'm gonna watch it tonight.
I liked it. All right, we've got 2 players, both of them going to this flop. Top pair for Shevliakov. Kokostani has just barely missed flopping trip 6s. Just 1 card away.
And 8 check.
Oh my God, Martin McCloskey.
What'd he say?
He said basically he's blah 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 ban me.
Oof. Is it selfish of me that he said you and not me?
No, it's okay if you like are like I didn't get the axe this time. No, it's fine. Check on that flop.
Yeah, and now
C3 bet.
I was actually going to applaud the patience of Kokostani
8 call.
by not betting that 8 high on the flop. Like, oh, look at you dodging a landmine. As long as an 8 or a 5. Oh, no. No, I'm definitely going to lose at least one straight.
Yeah, this 8 on the turn, not great. Not a great improvement for Kokostani.
Can't sound out 8 without not great.
1.5 million, the value bet from Shevlyakov. A bet that could get called from time to time.
Time after.
Who was it that folded the flush? I heard you guys going nuts.
Shevlyakov called a folded king high flush on a double paired board, but it wasn't like a check raised river. It was just like
to a bet.
Yeah.
Kokostani does pay it off, and that is going to give Shevlyakov a 3-1 better than chip lead.
Yeah, back to the 7-figure club. Sorry, pal.
Only in Monaco would being in the 7-figure club be bad. The trophy's looking extra shiny, extra unobtainium. Unobtainium. Why did I say the thing from Avatar? I meant unobtainable.
Five seconds.
Shevlyakov limps in with 4 high. And the 4 is dominated, crushed by Kokostani, who moves all in. Great read on Kokostani's part.
But worth noting, a lot of big blinds to shove. 22. So if Shevlyakov can mix in some traps, that'll go a long way.
Let me know when the floor comes to announce that they'll be playing 1 hand per level. I guess 2, so maybe 4, so they each get,
5 seconds.
2 big blinds and 2 small blinds per level.
Toby doesn't have the stones for that.
He doesn't have
Pull rank like that.
No, he knows that the players would murder him.
And 3 check.
I don't know. 100 players versus 1 Toby Stone. What do you think?
It's a flip. 10-10-6. Shevlyakov pairs his 6.
3 check. 8 check.
Check, check. Turn card. Deuce of diamonds. 2, 3, 4, 6. That is a straight draw. Did anyone fold a 5?
C3 bet 400,000.
Pair of 6s is still the best hand for now. And
C8 raise 1,500,000.
Snap raise. And I think, Maria was pointing out in our last shift together that Kokostani does have some timing tells.
You've been seeing other commentators?
Only because it's been required of me. Shevlyakov does not fold to the raise. River's an ace of diamonds. Kokostani is playing. Nope, not quite playing the board. The 4 is playing.
I mean, look, great bluff card here for Kokostani.
That's true.
8 check.
Well, he gives up.
But gives up. Shevlyakov, proud of that call on the turn. Did not face any river aggression.
Yeah, I think he's most proud of just that his opponent didn't go for it there because it's a very difficult river with the diamonds coming in.
Like a river. Like a river.
Denial is a river.
In Egypt.
It's referencing the new Dochi song title.
The phrase is denial ain't just a river in Egypt.
I know, and the pun for the song title is denial, like denying something, is a river, because denial.
As you young people think that everything that you see has been invented just now.
No, I know that
it's the same pun, but worse. Kirgistani all in, 10-9 suited.
Oh, I see what you're saying now. Goddamn Uncle Stapes, you're always right.
I'll tell you what you're right about. Poker analysis.
That's 7,200,000.
How many jobs are there out there like that?
You're in one right now, you dummy.
Oh,
And
this thing's on?
C3 fold.
Kokistani takes those 15 big blinds. Puh. 17 big blinds? He's all in with 10-9 suited. He's on with the Grafton.
Nico says he is losing his patience and he could be speaking about anyone right now. Me, Griffin, Shevlyakov, Kokistani. I mean, you're anybody's guess who's losing their patience.
What are we talking about now?
Good Lord. $19 big blinds for Kokistani.
Anyways, it's the song where she goes, whoosha.
5 seconds.
Like she did at the Grammys.
Sit 8 call.
It's really neat, buddy.
Do you know Dochi?
I don't know Dochi.
Oh, you're missing out. Chat, let him know.
And I ain't no closer to knowing Dochi after this ringing endorsement.
And free check.
Okay, we're going to the flop. 6, 8 tray, pair of 8s for Kokistani, pair of trays for Shevlyakov.
Free check. 8 bets 1 million.
Well, he's just calling out the guy's cards like that, right? 8 bets 1 million. The dealer's got reads.
And free call.
Doesn't want to fold a pair just yet. Can you blame him?
And you know what he just said after that?
3 calls.
3 called.
That's one way to speed things up.
Yeah.
The dealer just calls her hands out.
8 bet 1,500,000.
Double flush draws now. Straight draws would still be in play in the forms of like 9-10s, a turn Jack 9, Jack 10, 5-4. A lot of different ways that Kokistani doesn't just have top pair, right? Flush draws either side, either red flushy.
See, poker analysis, you're undefeated, buddy.
For all those reasons and more, that is why Shevlyakov calls with bottom pair on the turn.
3 calls. And yet another dastardly river. 3 checks.
8 bet.
8 bets.
No way.
Getting 3 full streets.
What a boss bet. This is like a dentist who's in the zone kind of energy.
Well, he is a dentist. He may, in fact, be in the zone.
He's got the fluoride out for this one.
And free call. Showdown.
Nice. Value bet.
Shows Shevlyakov the 8.
Yeah, Shevlyakov gave him a tip of the cap there, which is hard to get out of Alexander. That is a pretty advanced value bet to make and gets us back to a more interesting deficit in chips. 22 million for Shevlyakov and all the way up to 12.5 million. So I think Alexander realizing that maybe Amir is going to be tougher to finish off than he might have thought.
Kokistani picks up 33% more chips on that hand. now has closed the gap to smaller than a 2-1 lead for Alexander.
And 8 check.
Ten tray versus 9-8. I see a 9, but I also see 2 clubs.
Action.
In the clubs, we all fam. See how that's supposed to go? Did you guys notice if you were listening earlier?
Why someone wasn't doing it well with you?
Maria was like, what are you talking about?
Free check.
You know, that's one of my comfort shows. I've watched it all the way through, like,
so good.
4 times.
8 bet 500,000.
I don't think I can name a better comedic duo. I mean, there's some that I would
Key
hold
and Peele.
in the same regard.
Key and Peele are better.
Key and Peele, the show is better.
Free call.
But the chemistry between Abby
and
Alana is just out of this world.
Yeah.
Bet on the turn is called after check on the flop.
In case those are wondering, we are talking about Broad City. 5 or 6 seasons that ran.
8 bet 2
on
million.
Comedy Network, I believe.
Comedy Central, that's
Comedy
right.
Central.
Kokistani bets 2 million with nothing. With a busted flush draw.
Yas, Queen. Go for that bluff.
Five seconds.
This should cover it. Keep the
Sir,
change.
We don't take those. It's like the dinner vouchers for the wrong days.
I got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday.
Sorry, it's Saturday.
Yeah, whatever. 2 Tuesdays equals a Saturday.
Yeah.
And free fold.
Nice bluff by Kokistani, who closes the gap even further.
Yeah.
You know, speaking of Key and Peele,
you sent the message?
I did. Oh, I tagged them on Twitter. I didn't text them.
Oh yeah, that's not going to get a reaction.
But I'm headlining at the same comedy club where they used to perform in Amsterdam all the time when they were part of a sketch troupe there. Key, Peele, Mike Barinholtz. And a week from tonight, I'm at that comedy club, 10:15 show. If any of my Dutch friends want to come hang out. It's my last night in Amsterdam. It's the last night of my epic 53-day adventure.
Is this a separate adventure from the one that was included in Vegas? That was your tour. That was different, right?
That was a road trip. That was a comedy tour.
So you since then you've been home and then you went on a 53-day.
I've been gone from home for 47 days or something right now.
Wow. Do you have any pets?
Not anymore. I assume. I went Wisconsin, London, Dublin, London, Tokyo, Cannes, Monte-Carlo, then London, then Amsterdam, then back to LA.
Wow.
And I will have headlined in on 3 continents on this trip.
I was thinking of inviting you to my 40th birthday party, and now I know you never would have come, so my fear of rejection was
If you had invited me before I planned this trip, I probably would have worked it in. We've got a flush draw for Kokistani. 10 high also ahead right now.
C3 bet 400,000.
Flush draw, Kokistani. It's been a nice turning of the tide here for the Ukrainian.
And the tide could turn even further after this hand. 8 on the turn.
8 check.
I cannot be trusted with a white sweater. I've tried. White shirts.
You got to stop eating spaghetti in them.
You know me, I love my spaghetti.
Check on the turn leads to a free 6 of clubs on the river. 10 high will win this in showdown.
8 check. And 3 check. Showdown.
Well, Shevlikov does
10
not.
high is going to win it.
Yeah, does not bluff the 5 high. 10 high takes it down, and Kokistani continues his clawing back. 50 big blinds for Shevliakov, 36 for Kokistani. So, this is what's happening in the room right now. It appears as if nearly every other event is finished.
Hello, darkness.
Pretty soon, I mean, there are people standing on the sidelines waiting to vacuum right now. Now, if you guys remember this, obviously you didn't see it because we have a crackerjack team that cleaned up after my mistakes. But last year, during the trophy presentation, I said something wildly inaccurate, and they blew off the confetti, and they told me I had to do it again. And I went to Dirk Van Luke, and I said, sorry, man, we got to do that again. And he went, ha, 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 cool, I'll see you. And I was like, no. We got to do that again. And then I spent the next 10 minutes on my hands and knees picking up confetti by hand to make sure that it was all off the floor. I wasn't the only one doing it, by the way. I was doing it because other people were having to clean up after my mess.
8 check.
And we did it again, and no one on the live stream knew anything, but I was so embarrassed. And I'm not doing it again this year.
I was actually also picking it up, but I felt like I didn't need you to see me.
3 check.
We were all
I didn't see you. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah,
that you felt like I didn't need to see you because I didn't.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
We all
it's almost as if
we all pitched in.
It's almost as if you
you
weren't there at all.
Yeah, but I was. Yeah.
Both players have rivered a 9. Kokistani's kicker is a problem.
It takes a village, Joe, as they say. Sometimes it's the unseen friendship that.
No, there always needs to be someone in the village just sort of, staying home, making sure that no one steals the TV.
Yeah.
And that's what you were doing. Shevliakov value bets $1 million, doesn't get paid.
Good fold. I mean, that was ultimately second pair. I know it's straight.
Pretty strong hand, heads up. Especially given the fact that there was no betting action at any point. I lost my fingers, ass. Are they playing to a winner, like, no matter how long it takes? Yes. I've never seen a match pause heads up and come back the next day.
Oh, I had someone say something really funny to me.
Yeah.
Actually, a few minutes ago. So I was talking about how we were watching the football matches, Tottenham or whatever at the bar down the street.
Tottenham Spurs.
Yeah, it was the Spurs and the thing was all.
Yep.
So this UK guy says to me, he's like, "Oh yeah, you're a hockey fan, or you watched the hockey last night?" I'm like, yeah. He's like, "I heard someone told me that there's a rule that if you get into 6 or 8 overtimes, that they introduce more pucks." It's never had to happen since the 1950s. Is that true? And I was like, I got to be honest with you, I don't know. And he looked it up and he realized that he had been pranked. He'd been had by some Canadians.
It's like when you go to Australia and they tell you about the drop bears.
What are the drop bears?
Drop bears are vicious koalas that will drop down out of the trees and scratch your face off.
Nice.
Yeah.
And 8 call.
Did I ever tell you my bears in Japan story?
I feel like you have, but I'm willing to hear it again as we see this 8 on the turn, which brings about a legit gut shot now. This deuce, this crazy-ass deuce is the best hand for now.
Yeah.
Free check.
Fuyo Cooch says drop bears will mess you up. River is an ace.
8 check. Free
Shevlikov is going to get to show down this deuce. Yeah, yeah, you're good. You're good. Deuce is good. Better show it. There you go. Show the deuce. Show me your deuce. In 1 hour and 45 minutes local time, it's going to be tomorrow. And you know it starts tomorrow? The SFCWOOP, the Spring Championship of Online Poker, runs until June 2nd. Final table streamed all the live long month. Me and Griffin, James, Nick are going to be broadcasting May 26th through 28th, the 5K main event. Lots of satellites you can get into here. 50-cent Power Path, regular satellites for 55 cents, 75-cent spin and goes, 60 million guaranteed across all the scoop events. And there's leaderboards. There's leaderboards, 250K in added prizes. Scoop tickets. There's a Scoop League challenge again where you can back your favorite team pro to get gold power passes. There's all kinds of fun and games happening during Scoop.
And a free call.
And we're
Two
going
strong heads up hands here.
That's right. We've cranked it, I guess, during the Scoop promo. Ace high.
Free check.
Johnny, who asks, are these streams going to be only on YouTube as well?
500,000.
The answer to that is a hearty, I don't know. Twitch exclusive, I'm being told. So not just on YouTube, not on YouTube at all.
And free call.
Because why would anything make sense or be consistent? They just like to keep me guessing, make me look stupid. 3, 4, 5, 6. Pair of 4 is already the best hand. Now we have the best draw as well.
8 check.
Yeah, not much reason for Kokostani to bet. Oh, but then he gets
Yeah.
river.
Nobody expects a river lady.
So my bear story?
Yeah, sure. Your drop bear story. No, your bear in Japan story.
Yeah, so I was in Japan. I don't know where we were. Maybe we were in Hokkaido or Sapporo or somewhere. Going on a big hike. We were told before, there can be bears, like, just look out for bears kind of thing, whatever. We're on the trail and I see a bear print, like a paw print on the ground, bigger than my head. It's kind of terrifying. I was like, this is pretty nuts.
Mm-hmm.
We tried to go further, and then we were called in because there had been too many bear sightings.
Wow.
So we got in, and then we went, and I was like looking at the map, and there was this
Nice
sign.
fold, by the way, Pocket Force.
Yeah, very nice. There was a sign that just had, Japanese writing, and what looked like a white guy eating a bag of potato chips. I was looking, and it was just saying, basically don't do this.
Don't eat food.
Don't all that.
Don't have
and
food
as
out.
I was doing it, I literally had a bag of potato chips in my hand.
Oh my God.
that I'd been eating on the trail.
Oh, you're such a dummy.
Imagine if that's
How are you even
imagine
alive?
how
I don't
that's-
even know how you're alive.
Imagine that's
Like,
how I went out, eaten by a bear over a
you're
bag
just
of
like,
Lay's.
hey, is it cool if I bring this bag of chips and also like maybe wear some
granola
pregnant bear pheromones while I go out there?
It was the rubbing myself in smoked salmon that was really the most dangerous part.
I'm gonna bring my boombox. I'm gonna play the sound of young bears. 10-6 tray. 2 clubs.
8 check.
Ace high is the best hand.
Free bet 500,000.
500,000 the bet from Shevlyakov. Pretty tough to stick around with 8-5 here. No club.
And 8 fold.
And he doesn't. $60 big blinds for Shevlyakov. 26 for Kokostany. So back to a more than 2-to-1 lead.
Very strong ace-7 of
raise,
spades here on the
900,000.
button. Playing 26 big blinds. Shevlyakov not going to want to make a habit of folding suited hands. Maybe this one.
The suited 7 gapper?
Yeah, you aren't super thrilled by, but a little more playability than your average raggy hand heads up.
Just a couple of hands left on this level, by the way.
Free check.
King, king, jack. No diamonds, unfortunately. No spades either. But ace high, always going to have some value heads up.
Seat 8, bet 700,000. No worries. I have it, no worries. And folds. 3 folds.
Just 2 hands left to be played at this level. Yeah, I feel you, buddy. I feel you. In fact, I'm going to check out for a little nap.
Bye.
Joey's sleepy.
Joey's sleepy.
By the way, nothing will ever get me used to the fact that that man can just go down on a hard floor under a table and be asleep like that.
Is he really asleep when he does that?
Yeah, and I wish I had that skill.
I always hear him complaining that he doesn't sleep well on trips and stuff. Well, does he need to be under a table?
I do think because he is constantly tired, that's why he is able to just fall asleep randomly.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. I'm sure he'd prefer to not have naps on the floor during the day and get a good night's sleep. But
he suggested that he might have like sleep apnea. He needs to get one of those like mask things. I feel like we're responsible. We should have made sure he got it if he needed it.
How about when he goes to sleep, you hold his nose?
Okay, I can do that. Boy, I always thought him and I should share rooms anyway, so.
I just think for one event we should do that. Like he should show up and you're there in his room.
Yeah, that'd be good content. You know, you get a little guacamole stain on one of the guy's pillows and he never wants to hang out with you again. Ace of Deuce.
Seat 8, raise 800,000.
Nine of Deuce.
Suffice to say, this is a dominated hand.
And 3 fold.
Shevlyakov folds, and that is going to conclude level 35. Blinds going to level 36. So we're now playing 250,000, 500,000 with a 500k big blind ante. Mario will confirm this will be the first of the 20 hand blind levels.
Just place 20 hands per level. Since normally we would half the clock to 45 minutes. Now we just play 20.
Okay, thank you.
And you blind, right?
Yes.
Thank you. So it's 500 now. 255.
Mario's had a busy day.
Yeah.
Doing a great job, if you ask me.
Yeah, 200 more. We need to put.
Shell Freighter says, I'm going to Monaco on vacation next week. Probably will catch these two playing heads up.
No problem.
I understood that reference.
It will get pushed to its conclusion. I mean, we were having flashbacks to the Buonanno Jack Salter heads up Griffin, I mean, which went until like 5, 6 in the morning. This will be done by like 1 a.m. I mean, okay, it could go beyond midnight, but it'll be done by 1 a.m. Who's got what here? Ooh, open-ended straight draw against a pair of 5s.
A check. And free check.
King on the turn. Kokostani still with the best hand.
A check.
Shevlyakov with the draw.
Bet here could be very effective against the exact hand that Kokostani has.
A check and free check. Showdown.
Check, check. 5 is good. Evgeny asks how many hands have they played already. I can't remember when we went heads up, but we are about to deal hand 177 of the final table.
That is not helpful at all to the question he asked.
Well, no. How long have they been playing? Do you mean since the start of the day, or do you mean since the start of Heads Up? They are two different questions.
I think it's Heads Up, yeah. I would say they've played around 45 hands.
Of Heads Up? I'll take the over on that.
I'd say they played about 75 hands.
They went heads up
5 seconds
on hand 106.
Yes, it's 75. I'm a genius. Ooh. Tintin. The Adventures of Tintin.
Seat 3 raised to 1,500,000.
Underrated Steven Spielberg movie, by the way.
And 8 call.
Wow, Kokostani calls the raise with 10-7 off.
Yeah, a bit of a loose limp call. I think probably the worst 10 you want to be doing this with is 10-9, maybe 10-8, suited 10-7. 10-7 off, you're cheating a little bit. And again, we've seen some roguish pre-flop behavior from Kokostani every now and then. Like the raise call with the 4-3 off. And now they're both open-ended, but Kokostani has the spade in hand. Shevlyakov desperately wanted to get this checked through, so takes his time.
Seat 8 bet 1 million.
It's a very loud dealer.
Free call.
Don't we need to say anything? He's doing it all for us.
Actually, a great river for Shevlyakov because it might give Kokostani enough showdown value to give up. Whereas a bet on the river, the river was like a 5, might have worked with the 10-7.
Okay, so Shevlyakov again opening up that distance, but this feels like a cycle we go through, Griffin. Shevlyakov gets to a 2-1 chip advantage, sometimes even a 3-1 chip advantage, and then Kokostani crawls his way back. Next thing you know, even Stevens.
I resent the implication, James. I have a flight in the morning. See if this is the time where things shift.
Free call. 5 seconds. Seat 8 raise. 1,500,000. And free fold.
Johnny says they don't even give you a day to enjoy the location, just straight home the day after it's over. Sheesh. We've been coming here for many, many years, Johnny. Don't worry, we've seen all there is to see of Monaco over the years. Although, hashtag fun fact, I'm going to stay in Nice tomorrow night.
Yeah, I went to the pool today. First time.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Did you make it out of this area this year? Did you see Casino Square? Did you go to the Palace?
Don't push your luck. No, of course not. I went to the Trinity one night.
Oh, the Irish bar?
Yeah.
Okay.
As far as I got.
I mean, it's still a walk. It's still up the hill.
I convinced everyone to have baby Guinness shots with me because I just thought there were some cute, like Guinness with Kahlua. Turns out it's just Kahlua and
yeah.
Baileys.
Yeah. There's no actual Guinness in it.
Yeah.
Of course, you famously wandered into Casino Square a couple of years ago where you forgot when where the venue was.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, what'd you expect? I probably hadn't been back here in like 2 years.
Seat 3 bet 1 million.
Kokistani has paired his 3.
Tell you what, the only real loser in this heads-up match going late is Statrick, who really wanted to get a special slice of pizza before it closed at 11:30.
Well,
so it's the best in the world.
Some fellas are lucky, and some ain't.
8 raise
Some are
2
you.
million.
Yeah, he actually had a smaller dinner tonight in case. It was so
Oh,
cute.
that's gambling, and sometimes you lose. Did you let him have his own dinner this evening, Griffin, or did you force him to switch plates with you?
I would never do that to Patrick. He's a big growing boy. He's taller than me. Is he taller than you? No. Must be in between us.
The strapping young lad.
Yeah.
Where are we at? Hand 180. Blind still 250,000, 500,000, and we'll stay that way for another 15 hands after this one. JST asking for a reminder of the prize money. Both players have locked up 615k. There is $1 million up top, so they are effectively playing for 400 grand.
You're waiting all guys for us, yeah? To finish.
I think this might actually be the last tournament
I
playing.
think there is still table running. Just a few.
Oh, that's so good.
Susan says thank you for EPT Poker. Living in North Norway where it is cold and cloudy, it's very enjoyable to watch and listen. I'm glad we are bringing you some comfort, Susan.
8 fold.
And to you I say,
Yeah.
Harrig.
Thank you.
I know a little Scandinavian.
I know a little Scandinavian.
Well, Norwegian, yeah.
It's not a single language, Griffin.
No, well, like Norwegian and Swedish, they understand each other, okay?
That is true, and Danish as well. They share a little, but they are independent
All
languages.
I know is Norwegian curse words, and that's one of the expressions. It's
okay,
but it's not too bad. It's the least of the other ones. I shouldn't say. How is my pronunciation, my northern Norwegian friend? If you're wondering how I know those
C3
words,
call.
James, when you play Counter-Strike against and with
Seat 8 raise all in
Norwegian
and
people.
fold.
That's all you hear is them cursing. Eventually you learn. Oh, she's impressed.
She hasn't responded.
She said very good.
That's not her. It's somebody else.
Oh. Well, Johannes is clearly someone who speaks Scandinavian. He likes.
He points out first of all that it's Swedish, not Norwegian.
Oh no! Here we go.
What up now, Swedes? Woo!
Did we just get a "Don't you know" pump it up in the chat? Someone's still in Ireland. Are you on a bender?
I would say the atmosphere at this final table is slightly different.
Seat 8 call.
Time to strike says, I put the stream on and fell asleep like 5 hours ago, and there's still just 2.
That
like he expected more.
Is true. Speedy wants to send thanks to Joe. We'll make sure we pass on the message. Thank you, Joe, for the PokerStars poker tutorials. Helped me a ton. Kind regards from Belgium. I'm glad that Joe's poker tutorials have helped you.
That is fantastic. Yeah, good. Oh, James, is it you that does the tutorials?
It is, but that's
okay.
fine. I don't mind Joe taking the credit for them.
Heads up, chip counts. Alexander Shevlyakov with 23.25 million. Amir sitting on 11.45. We are at the $500,000 chip blind level.
I do feel that we're kind of like 1 or 2 hands away from being even again. I know why, because it's just been this pattern that we followed.
And 8 call.
One thing I can tell you is that we are 14 minutes away from the next break.
Tell you what, Statchik, if you think that I can run to get you your pizza, I'll try in 14 minutes.
Well, I think you're clear, right?
I am.
Nick will be back after the break.
I could go
right,
get him a
there we
slice.
go. We found a use for Griffin. Pizza run.
I don't know if I'd make it up that hill in time.
Pre-check.
Ooh, top tizzy.
Nice. That was 14-1-4 Fizzgig, the next break.
Seat 8 bet 1,500,000.
Shevlyakov with not much. I mean,
not enough.
We can see he's drawing dead.
And 3 folds.
And folds his hand. So now it's 42 big blinds playing 26 big blinds.
Ровно. Как это ровно?
30 ББ, плюс-минус.
Ничего себе, ровно.
Ну, все близко.
Или это мне комплимент?
Invest More says, what kind of watch is Shevlyakov wearing? It is not a watch, it is a Whoop band. It's a fitness tracker with no screen. Just sends all the data to your phone.
You know, if I was doing the rules for like speaking another language,
Seat
I would
8,
say
raise
you're allowed to do it if there's
1,100,000.
subtitles. I've become so invested in this heads up. It's like I'm watching a show at home on Netflix.
5
you know,
seconds.
just give me those subtitles or dub. Dub would be interesting.
No dubbing.
No dubbing.
Dubbing is for morons. Kokistani has his raise called by Shevlyakov, who has paired his 5 on this Queen-Queen-5 flop.
Pre-check. Seat 8 bet 500,000.
Oh, I like this question from Emil Guerrero. James, if you came in first in this event, what watch would you buy?
I don't know. I kind of feel that I'd need to
1,700,000.
buy something as a memento, but there's nothing right now. Actually, that's not true. I've got a couple of grails. Probably.
What's the first one that comes to mind?
And an 8 call.
Rose Gold Vacheron Historique.
Rose Gold. Are you gonna get it up for me?
I'll show you a picture of it. It's the funky one with this kind of like with the sideways.
Oh my God! It's the background on your computer, honey.
The Vacheron 1921. That's it. But the rose gold one. There you go. That is the watch that I would buy.
Ooh, that is clean. Oh, I like the numbering too.
It was designed for drivers because you have your hand at an angle, right?
Oh my God!
Free check.
Oh, look at the 9. That's
check.
my favorite number. So cool. Well, now I know what to get you for your birthday.
So, queens full of kings, beating queens full of 5s.
Yeah, and this is apologies for not doing a better job covering this hand, but this was actually check raised on the flop by, and now led to that king on the turn. And now this block bet with the bottom boat, Kokostani's got to come out swinging.
Yeah, this is going to get raised.
Oh yeah.
Seat 8 raised 3,500,000.
Up to 3.5 million.
And he's going to hate to see this king if he makes the call. Would Shevlyakov. I just don't get it. I check raise the flop, then you called, and then another queen comes, and you're raising my min bet.
5 seconds. Five seconds.
The suspense is killing us.
Shevlyakov folds.
Folds.
And the result of that hand, as I predicted, we are evens, Stevens again.
Boing, boing.
Shevlyakov still with the slight advantage, 18.4 million, playing Amir Kokistani's 17.25 million. Blinds at this level for another 10 minutes. The break just under 10 minutes away. Like I said, probably going to push past midnight, but chances are done by 1 a.m.
Seat 3 call. And a check.
Shevlyakov calls, Kokistani checks the flop. King 6-5. Second pair versus bottom pair.
Check.
Yeah, I think Shevlyakov's going to want to go for some value now. You want to protect this mid pair. A lot of bad turn cards. Sometimes you're going to get value from hands that are worse, like 5x. And you're strong enough here that you can withstand potential check raises.
8 call.
So 500,000 apiece going to the turn, which is another 5, giving Kokistani the advantage.
Sit 8, bet
And he
1,500,000.
leads for 1.5 million.
Yeah, and this is a play that we see a lot in heads-up pots more ordinarily when we're kind of playing full ring. You know, the card that favors the player in the blinds range. You'll see these leading when the bottom or the middle card pays. Usually not to the tune of 60-70% pot. Oh my goodness.
The old suck resuck.
And the snap check. That is very surprising from Kokistani. I mean, you would love to get value from a king here and not allow Shevlyakov to get away cheaply, but Kokistani instead deciding to bluff catch with this full house.
It is boat over boat. Advantage Shevlyakov.
4.5.
Goes near enough full pot. 4.5 million.
Yeah, and I don't see any version of this river where Kokistani gets away. Ooh. Great sizing here for Shevlyakov. I think it's stiff enough that you're not losing out on value, but not too greedy. You know, if you were to bet 7 into 5 here, maybe there's a version of this hand where Kokistani finds some hero fold, but I don't think to 85% pot. Both players keenly aware of how huge a swing.
I think Kokistani's just played his last time bank card.
Oh boy. Ibby.
And a call.
Makes the call. And will lose to a bigger full house. And having just drawn even with Shevlyakov, he's now at a significant disadvantage once again. It's 25.95 million chipped for Shevlyakov. It's less than 10 mil for Kokistani, and he's below 20 big blinds as well, Griffin.
Well, we've been here before, so we'll see. Eventually, something's going to have to give, and that was such a huge moment in this heads-up battle. Just a massive cooler going the way of Shevlyakov.
Better than a 2-1 chip lead for Alexander Shevlyakov. Ace-6 for Kokistani on the button.
Sit 8 call.
And he completes. King deuce for Shevlyakov.
Yeah, I think ace-6 could be a decent candidate to
5 seconds.
Limp shove over a raise.
Okay.
There it is. Kokistani.
Wow.
There it is. It's not easy though. It's still just there. It is.
Oh, makes the call. While Kokistani gets it in good with ace-6, Shevlyakov does have live cards. And we suddenly went from everyone playing pretty cautiously, pretty snug, to this huge 20 big blind all in. Ace-6 versus king deuce.
And great camaraderie between the two of them. The fist bump. It's been such a battle. Both played so well heads up. Both played so well for 5-6 days of poker.
The flop has a deuce on it. Shevlyakov now a 3-1 favorite to win EPT Monte-Carlo. If his hand holds, it is over, and he just has to fade an ace or a 6 on the river.
No, давай, river. One time. Come on, one time.
He's calling it in.
Time.
It is over. We have our champion, Alexander Shevlyakov, who qualified on PokerStars for 530 euros, becomes the first Russian EPT champion since 2021.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Sorry.
Congratulations to our winner. Congratulations to our runner-up. Amir Kokistani from Ukraine gets 615,000 euros. For Alexander Shevlyakov, it's the trophy, it's the title, and a first prize of 1 million euros.
Either one of these two individuals would have been a more than rightful winner, but it was Alex's day, punctuated by that incredible boat over boat, and then the big flip at the end.
Let's recap how this final table went down today. We started with 6, all guaranteed at least 200k. The day started with a controversial hand between Jamil Wakil and Alexander Shevlyakov. It led to Wakil being the first player eliminated. Marius Galinsky got it in behind, found himself drawing dead on the turn. He bowed out in 5th place. Enrico Coppola shoved with Jack 3. No help from the board. He was our 4th place finisher. Boris Angelov was aiming to go 1 better than last year, but he fell 1 short, out in 3rd. And so we were heads up. It was a long battle. Alexander Shevlyakov up against Amir Koskani, and it was the online qualifier who came out victorious. No deal discussed at any point today. Every player receiving the advertised payout to their respective position. That means 615,000 euros for Amir Kokistani, 1 million euros for Alexander Shevlyakov, plus of course the trophy. And it is time to go down to the floor for the winner's presentation to see Shevlyakov named an EPT champion.
Hello and welcome to the trophy presentation for the PokerStars European Poker Tour Monte-Carlo. Joining me on stage with our champion is PokerStars Live Events Associate Director Cedric Bilot, PokerStars Live Events Business Development Manager Julian Liarte, Tournament Director Toby Stone, and SBM Poker Events Coordinator Stefan Jeanneau. But before we hand the trophy over, Cedric would like to say a few words.
Just a few words. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of PokerStars, I just would like to address a big thank you to all the players who came for this first EPT of the year 2025. We have a lot more events to come. We missed Go to Paris, but this event was absolutely splendid. Monaco has a special spot for EPT, thanks to its glamorous and the prestige of Monaco. Of course, a big thank you to SBM as well for many years of great collaboration. And thanks to all the staff present here at the event and also behind the scene. There is many people involved at the EPT behind the scenes. So big thank you to everyone, big thank you to all the players, and now time to crown a winner. See you soon in Barcelona for the next EPT or Namur for the next PokerStars Open. Thank you.
Thank you, Cedric. And now, besting a field of 1,195 total entries to take the title and 1 million euros. Please give it up for Alexander Shevlyakov.
Shevlyakov lifts the trophy and claims the 1 million euro first prize. And that will draw a line under the PokerStars European Poker Tour Monte-Carlo event. As Cedric says, we'll be back in Barcelona in the summer There's a full roundup of EPT Monte-Carlo on the PokerStars blog, and of course it's the best place to be for updates during Scoop. Remember, the Spring Championship of Online Poker kicks off tomorrow. And we will be back with our next live stream from the EPT in Barcelona in August. Thank you very much for watching. We look forward to seeing you then. From Griffin Bencher, Nick Walsh, Maria Ho, Joe Stapleton, and everyone at the European Poker Tour, I'm James Hartigan saying good night from Monaco. Thanks for watching the EPT.